Rebuilding the Immortal Cultivation family. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1101 Frequent. Thinking of the fact that there are still a large number of branch houses established by immortal forces in the coastal area, Li Zhirui's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. You know, in order to take over the coastal area, almost all the immortal forces participated in it. In the following hundreds of years, everyone worked hard to develop the spiritual island and obtain the benefits of the sea. Take the Li family as an example. Even if the large spiritual stone vein is removed, Banyan Island can provide a large number of spiritual objects for the family every year, including special and unique rare spiritual objects. Not to mention those powerful forces. The Banyan faction took the initiative to give up its interests and territory on the sea, which not only preserved a large part of its living forces, but also took away a lot of things to make up for the losses as much as possible. The most important thing is that there is such a group of cultivators. Even if most of the disciples in Banyan Mountain died, as long as those immortal masters survived, plus their tens of thousands of disciples, this terrifying force, placed in any place in the Yuanling realm, is a huge force that cannot be underestimated. Perhaps, this is also a little revenge of the Banyan faction for the immortal forces who stood aside and secretly fueled the flames. As for small forces like the Li family, they are just innocent innocents. After all, under normal circumstances, the Banyan sect would not focus on them. Li Zhirui shook his head and cleared these thoughts. There was no need to think so much. He just needed to reduce the family's losses in this storm as much as possible. Perhaps he could also help the clan members resolve more calamities in this matter. Because the Sea clan wanted to take the opportunity to reclaim the offshore areas, their main target should be the territories of those big forces. As long as they were taken down, other sea areas would most likely surrender. After all, those big forces couldn't resist, so how could those small forces do it? Maybe there are already many forces ready to sweep away the spiritual creatures and escape. Moreover, the timing is also right now. The catastrophe broke out, and each side was too busy to take care of itself, and could not withdraw too many cultivators to support. The battle between the Banyan sect and the demonic path blocked the way for many forces to enter the East China Sea. Well, we can let Xiaxuan and Yush test the power of the Sea clan. If they are not strong enough, we can take the initiative to attack and take advantage of this great opportunity to eliminate the calamity of the clan members as much as possible. Li Zhirui muttered to himself, and immediately told Yush his idea, asking them to act according to the situation. About 2 hours later, several huge cloud ships were suspended in the sky above Wangsan Mountain, lined up side by side, and the originally bright day became much darker. Li Zhirui watched more than 10,000 clan members leave, turned to Li Yancheng and said, "Let the Fengxi clan pay more attention to the situation in various parts of Shanhai's Hao, and report any abnormal phenomena as soon as possible. Don't worry, Ruzu. He is still thinking about the two scattered immortals of Bailang sect. They said before that they would return to the sect to gather their fellow disciples. The number of people will definitely not be too large. And their cultivation will not be higher than the middle stage of scattered immortals. If this is the case, Li Zhirui plans to unite with the Fengxi clan to solve all the people in the future. In this way, not only can he help him dissolve a large amount of calamity, but the return of spiritual energy can also benefit many clan members, and this area will also benefit from it. In Li Zhirui's opinion, this is very possible. After all, facing a relic that may contain huge wealth, no one is willing to share it with others. If possible, it is the best choice to take it all for oneself. So Li Zhirui can be said to be fearless. When the scattered immortals of Bailang sect attack the Li family, he can entangle in the front, and the Fengxi clan will send two scattered immortals to attack from behind. He has already told Feng Mingming about this. And they are very happy to accept this matter and send Feng Mingming and Feng clan leader to fight. Speaking of which, the Li family also told them about the robbery, and according to the family's news, they will also send clansmen to kill water monsters in the East China Sea. However, because the clansmen are rare and precious, they are very careful about this matter. Every time they go out together, they will also arrange a scattered immortal to accompany them. Like this time, the Li family took the initiative to attack and hunt water monsters. After the Fengxi clan knew about it, they also arranged many clansmen to participate. Banyan Island. The cloud ship came in at a rapid speed, and Li Zhirui and other clansmen who had been waiting for a long time came forward to greet them. How did the family arrange it? After all the tribe members were settled, Li Zhirui went to Yushalon Trask. In fact, she already had the answer in her mind. After all, so many tribe members were sent, and the only 2 scattered immortals in the tribe land came here, they would definitely not leave. Yush told Li Zhirui's request. After finding out the situation, decide whether to take the initiative to attack, Li Zhirui grinned. She was looking forward to that scene. Although she had no choice but to start the action, everyone had just arrived and needed some time to recover, so she could only postpone it until tomorrow. There was no conversation that night. Li Zhirui arranged the plan she had thought of last night one by one. The Finxi tribe inquired about the news and found the location of the water monster, and then she took a few tribe members to confirm it. Once the group of water monsters was weak, everyone would take the initiative to attack and eliminate that group of water monsters. That is to say, there is no beast tied near Banyan Island now, otherwise, their actions will easily fall into danger. The tribesmen who stayed on the island, in addition to protecting the island from being invaded by foreign enemies, also had to collect various spiritual objects on the island so that they could leave directly when they retreated, leaving only an empty island for the water monsters. Not long after, the Fengxi tribe found out that there were several water monster gathering places nearby. After asking for the location, Li Zhirui immediately took action. There were more water monsters in the first place, but their strength was average. With the strength of Banyan Island, they could quickly deal with them. As long as the blockade was done well, there was no need to worry about the news leaking out. And other water monster forces would not be vigilant, which would facilitate the elimination of many monks. So Li Zhirui immediately asked the tribesmen to go out and quickly deal with a group of water monsters. After arriving at the destination, they did not act immediately, but first set up a trap array to block the water monsters and prevent the news from leaking out. Not good. The moment the array was set up, the spiritual fluctuations generated were immediately noticed by a certain alert water monster. It also wanted to remind other members of the same tribe, but at this point, even if they all took action, it would only be a struggle before death. Go. With Li Zhirui's order, all the tribesmen started to fight, and all kinds of magical powers flew and flashed, like gorgeous fireworks. In such a beautiful environment, a large number of lives were lost. Li Zhirui did not fight, because there was no one in this group of water monsters that was worth her fighting. It took only 1 or 2 hours before and after, and everyone solved all the water monsters, leaving no one alive. The following time was to do the same. Everyone rushed around and solved several groups of weaker sea tribes, leaving only the last 2 groups of water monsters with scattered fairyland. Zhuanzu, do you want to continue? Li Zhirui naturally wanted to. After all, she had not fought all day, but seeing the tired appearance of the tribesmen, she finally chose to fight tomorrow. I think there will be no accidents in one night. And another group of tribesmen will join the battle. The next morning, Li Zhirui led the tribesmen to a certain sea area. No. Be careful, Li Zhirui shouted suddenly. The cloud ship instantly activated full defense, and the heavy light shield brought enough sense of security to the tribesmen. Boom! Before she finished speaking, water columns the size of millstones rushed up from the bottom of the sea, flashing with spiritual light, and actually trapped everyone in the Li family in the formation. We were discovered again. Li Zhirui did not feel any regret. What if we were discovered? What if we were ambushed? As long as we have absolute strength, we can become safe in a trapped situation. So many water monsters died yesterday. Even if they blocked the news well, once someone contacted them and found no response, their situation would naturally be exposed. Die, the 2 water monsters in the scattered fairyland attacked at the same time, as if they wanted to finish the battle. As long as Li Zhirui was dealt with, the remaining cultivators would not be a concern. Unfortunately, they still underestimated Li Zhirui. She crawled out of the sea of blood and corpses. She didn't know how many life and death disasters she had experienced, but she survived well. What does this little calculation count for now? Facing the fierce attack of the 2 monsters, Li Zhirui seemed very calm. She let the other tribesmen start to fight, and then she officially faced the 2 monsters. Li Zhirui's swordsmanship has reached the point of returning to the original state. Simple sword moves contain terrifying power. For example, now, she just swung her sword and a sword energy that seemed to be able to cut everything flew out instantly, directly facing the attack of the 2 monsters. What was surprising was that their killing move seemed to be even more fragile than paper in front of the sword energy. The two water monsters looked at each other and saw the fear and terror in each other's eyes. They had heard of Li Zhirui's reputation, but because it was too exaggerated, they didn't believe it at all. But now it seems that what was described before is all true. Li Zhirui's eyes swept over the two people, and seeing that they were afraid, she couldn't help but sneer. The battle had just begun, and the mentality had changed significantly. This was completely a way to die. But since they wanted to die, Li Zhirui would naturally not stop them. With you still want to sneak attack me? Maybe there's a glimmer of hope in the next life. After saying that, the sword energy rushed into the sky, and the trembling breath filled the air. People with unstable Taoism took a look, and all kinds of strange pictures appeared in their eyes, further aggravating the problem of Taoism. If they are unlucky, they may even seduce their inner demons on the spot. However, although Li Zhirui looked down on the two monsters, she knew in her heart that it was not an easy task to kill them here. No matter how bad they are still fairyland. Soon, the two sides fell into entanglement, but Li Zhirui firmly occupied the absolute advantage, and then she began to restrain herself. This was not because Li Zhirui lacked mana and energy, but because she was very ambitious and wanted to take down both of them. But what she didn't expect was that they knew to escape just when they started to lay out. Even though Li Zhirui was knowledgeable, she fell silent when she saw this scene. Really? I haven't seen such a timid fairyland water monster for a long time. However, the two monsters escaped, but the other water monsters didn't have this ability. They were wiped out soon, leaving only corpses on the ground. Let's go back to Banyan Island. The other group of water monsters have been merged into it, so there is no need to run again. There must be a large number of water monsters farther away. Li Zhirui looked to the east, but soon restrained her thoughts. That was not a place she and her tribesmen could set foot in, because those water monsters were strong enough and widely distributed. They were afraid that they would be surrounded by the surrounding water monsters as soon as they took action. If no water monsters entered the nearby sea area, their mission would be completed. They only needed to slowly collect the spiritual objects on the island and wait until the beast tide came, so they could leave the island directly. At the same time, Wangsun Mountain. Ruizu, there's movement. Li Yanchang handed over a jade slip with a solemn expression. Li Zhirui's powerful spiritual sense swept through it and instantly grasped all the contents inside. He only said one thing, that is, the Fengxi tribe discovered 3 foreign immortals. Occasionally, some scattered conversations could be heard, but there was nothing useful. 3 people. Li Zhirui thought about it, and finally gave up the idea of fighting 1 against 3. It would be better to be safe, because it was still unknown when the catastrophe would last. He was fighting 3 people alone. After a long battle, it was very likely that Li Zhirui would win, but the price he paid would not be small. It would take a lot of time just to heal his wounds. If something went wrong during that time, wouldn't he have to issue orders or even join the battle while dragging a sick body? So it was better to be cautious. Where are they? Li Zhirui asked. It's about 100 miles away from Wangsun Mountain. Li Zhirui nodded and asked someone to keep a close eye on their movements and tell him immediately as soon as they got close to the clan. But what everyone didn't expect was that Su Shencheng and Zhang He, plus an unknown immortal, walked for several days before appearing in front of Wangsun Mountain in just 100 miles. No one knew what they were doing on the road, because they hardly spoke, and the Fengxi clan naturally couldn't get any information. Listen, cultivators inside. As long as you leave obediently, we will never attack you, Su Shencheng shouted tentatively. But what greeted him was not the happy tribesmen, but all kinds of magical powers attacking him. Humph. Since you are looking for death, don't blame me for not letting you go for the sake of our fellows. Boom. A thick thunderbolt struck down from midair. If it fell on the mountain protection formation, it would probably be smashed directly. However, just as the thunderbolt was about to touch the formation, a layer of huge leaves quickly formed and blocked it. We didn't fight last time. This time let us 3 brothers see how strong you are. Come together. The newcomer Zhang Zongkang had not personally experienced Li Zhirui's pressure, so he was still reserved, but the other 2 had real killing moves. Chapter 1102 Magic. The murderous golden light and spiritual fire smashed down towards Wangsun Mountain from the left and right. If Li Zhirui did not block it, the mountain protection formation would not be able to withstand the attack of the 2. After all, no matter how high Zhang Fengwu's talent in formation is, he is limited by his own cultivation. It is already very impressive to be able to arrange a formation that crosses a large realm. It is wishful thinking to want to arrange a fairy-like formation with a cultivation of the mortal realm. Li Zhirui naturally would not let them get what they want. He stood up without hesitation, and the mana in his body rolled out, and he performed several defensive magic skills. For a time, countless water curtains and green leaves overlapped and blocked the two magic skills. Bang! With a dull explosion, the water curtains and green leaves turned into dots of spiritual light, scattered everywhere, but they blocked the attack just right. Zhang Zongkang's tentative attack was wiped out by Li Zhirui. Good tricks. The strength is really strong, Su Shencheng said with a gloomy face. If they hadn't brought Zhang Zongkang with them, and only relied on him and Zhang He to attack the Li family, the outcome would have been very miserable. Because they could all see that Li Zhirui, who was fighting 1 against 3, was in a very relaxed state. It was obvious that he had not used all his strength at all. Brother Zhang, you must not hold back from now on, otherwise we will lose this trip. Zhang Zongkang's face was not very good, because there was a hint of blame in his words. But his performance just now was indeed unsatisfactory, and it was difficult to refute for a while, so he could only muffled and said, "Don't worry, the 3 of us will join forces, and a mere early stage of a scattered immortal will be easy to capture. You all underestimated me too much." Li Zhirui sneered, and his magic power was like a huge wave, condensing into a large lake out of thin air, with vast smoke and waves, and various giant trees and spiritual vines growing in it. Naturally, the 3 did not dare to hang around in the air above the lake, and they all set out to leave, but at this time countless spiritual lights flew out of the Wangsan mountain and smashed towards them head-on, which was considered to be blocking their move to leave. In just a few breaths, the mist suddenly became very thick, swallowing the 3 of them. The giant trees and spiritual vines launched various attacks one after another, constantly cutting the distance between the 3. In addition, the mist has the effect of blocking spiritual consciousness and vision. After a while, the 3 of them could no longer contact each other. Not good. He intends to defeat them one by one. Su Shencheng and the other 2 reacted immediately, thinking of Li Zhirui's terrifying strength. If they could not join forces, this operation would not only fail, but also endanger their own lives. So when the 3 of them were on guard against possible attacks in the thick fog at any time, they also walked carefully in it, trying to find the other 2, because only in this way could they protect themselves in this crisis. Swish! Su Shencheng heard a sharp sound of wind, and was startled. He quickly took action to defend. A pale green wooden arrow nailed to the defensive aura, and it exploded violently the next moment. If Su Shencheng had not realized that it was not good and added more mana in time, he would have been injured. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw Li Zhirui slowly emerging from the thick fog. With a hint of amusement on his face, he said, "I already know the purpose of your coming to Wangsan Mountain this time. If you hand over the treasure map obediently, I may spare your life. If you still resist stubbornly and refuse to change, it will be a pity for all these years of cultivation." Su Shencheng was horrified and forced himself to calm down. He wondered how Li Zhirui knew the treasure map. Was it because he had already captured Zhang He or Zhang Zongkang? This was impossible. They were separated for only a quarter of an hour. Even if Li Zhirui was strong, it was impossible for him to capture them alive in such a short time. It would be more realistic to attack them secretly and kill them. But if not, how did he know the treasure map? "I don't know what you are talking about. Let us go quickly, otherwise the sect will launch a large army to kill all the tens of thousands of people in your Li family." Su Shencheng couldn't figure it out, so he simply denied it and threatened Li Zhirui with Bailang sect help. Upon hearing this, Li Zhirui's face instantly turned cold, and he said in a grim tone, "I think you don't know me well, and you don't know that what I hate most is threats, especially in this situation. You are the fish and I am the knife. How dare you be so presumptuous? Are you sure that I dare not attack you?" Li Zhirui was willing to talk nonsense with Su Shencheng here, and he also knew the situation of the other 2 battlefields. The 2 were suppressed and could not see any chance of turning defeat into victory. Without his help, he wanted to get something out of Su Shencheng's mouth. "Humph. If you want to kill or cut, just do it. You are tough, but I don't know if you still have such courage when you are punished." Li Zhirui saw this and knew that it was impossible to learn the content from Su Shencheng for the time being, but after a while, maybe something would change. Su Shencheng was tense all over, but he had no way of detecting the attack in the thick fog, so he could only defend himself as much as possible. Puff. A wooden thorn with a faint green color flew out from his side silently, and actually penetrated Su Shencheng's several layers of defense aura and pierced directly into his flesh. Ah! With a scream, Su Shencheng felt unbearable pain all over his body. The blood flowing from the wound was actually green and smelled extremely fishy. You used poison, can't you use it? Li Zhirui rarely used poison, but it didn't mean that he didn't know how to use it. As an alchemy master, he had mastered the medicinal properties of various spiritual objects to a very high level. This can not only be used to make pills, but also to make poisons. The poison in Su Shencheng was not that serious. He just needed to take the best detoxification pill and rest for a few days to expel the toxins. However, if he continued to use his mana, the toxins would travel through his meridians throughout his body, and it would be a bit difficult at that time. At this time, being in the middle of a war, unless Su Shencheng was ready to be killed, how could he not use his mana? Therefore, Li Zhirui was less and less anxious. He could easily take him down, so why bother? He did not stop attacking just to speed up the process. Su Shencheng had to muster up his strength to save his life, hoping that someone would come to save him. Unfortunately, his expectations were doomed to fail. Because not long after, the other two were taken down by two scattered immortals of the Fengxi clan. The reason why it was so fast was thanks to Li Zhirui's magical powers. Under his control, the thick mist could cover the body and isolate the soul, but it would not have any effect on the three of them. In this increase and decrease, the originally balanced strength naturally shifted. Seeing that the other two battlefields had been won, Li Zhirui would naturally not delay any further. As for the more contents of the treasure map and the ruins, he did not believe how hard Su Shencheng's bones were. There would be ways to know more by then. Thank you for your hard work. After taking down Su Shencheng, Li Zhirui released his magical power, and then saw two corpses in his hands, and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Once the thick fog used to cover was removed, the two-block spiritual energy finally broke out, and the rolling spiritual energy was like a stormy wave, beating the tough and solid mountain protection formation. Seeing this scene, Su Shencheng regretted it in his heart. If he had known that the Li family was so powerful, he should not have brought only two people. Now, not only did he lose the treasure map and the ruins, but he also ruined his life. If possible, Su Shencheng certainly did not want to die, so the next step was to decide whether he could continue to survive. "Tell me, what is the treasure map and the ruins?" Li Zhirui said casually. "How did you know I had such a thing on me?" As soon as Su Shencheng's rebuttal came out, the atmosphere around him instantly froze, and he also saw the hidden murderous intent in their eyes. This scene made him a lot more honest. Li Zhirui smiled and said, "Speak, if you keep going, it may not be as simple as a murderous threat. After all, the treasure map must be on you. As long as we kill you and take away the storage magic weapon, we can find the treasure map. At most, we will ask someone who knows a little about the content to explain it, but I think, since you care so much about the family, could it be that the ruins marked on the treasure map are in a corner of Wongxin Mountain?" Su Shencheng felt extremely bitter and dared not to. The treasure map he had finally found must contain his future cultivation resources and further hope. But now, in order to survive, he can only honestly tell everything he knows. This treasure map was accidentally obtained by him and his junior brother Zheng He when they were training outside. At first, they thought it was a scam to harm some cultivators, so they didn't pay much attention to it. But when they were traveling, they passed the south and saw the same scenery as the treasure map. The two were tempted to look for the marks on the map and find the location of the ruins. The world has changed so much, and you actually see the same scenery on a treasure map from who knows many years ago. "It's really funny," Li Zhirui said with disgust. "If it is a treasure map from recent years, there may be some, but the cultivation level is not high. To you, it is of no use at all. The Li family has been in Shanhaizhou for so many years, and has never seen the birth of any fairyland except the Li family. If it is a ruins arranged by some mortal cultivators, it will naturally not have any effect on a fairyland cultivator. No. The treasure map is real. We didn't find a place, but the treasure map didn't indicate the specific location of the ruins, so we need to look around with a map," Su Shencheng said seriously. "We determined that the ruins were in this large area at the beginning, but you know how dangerous the other directions are, and the Li family seems to be the weakest, so we chose you." "Oh?" Li Zhirui saw that he didn't look fake, and he was curious. It was true. If the treasure map really had such a big problem as he said, Su Shencheng couldn't be unaware. But knowing it, He still ran around looking for it, which means that what he said is very likely to be true. How do you prove that the treasure map is real? Su Shenchang snorted coldly, and it seemed that he was not going to speak yet. Li Zhirui would not indulge in, and directly used powerful pressure to apply it all on him. Crack! A sound of broken bones rang out in the quiet room. Su Shenchang wanted to make a sound, but found that no matter how he opened his mouth, he couldn't make a sound, and his face was full of pain. Answer the questions honestly and be clear about your identity. You are now a prisoner. Not a lofty immortal. I'll ask again, how did you determine that the treasure map is real? On a full moon night, put the treasure map under the moonlight, and something magical will happen. The most important thing is, the mountains and rivers on the treasure map will change with the changes in reality. Hearing this, Li Zhirui was shocked. If it was true as he said, the treasure map could simultaneously reflect the land near the Li family. This method had never been heard of before, and it was really amazing. No wonder Su Shenchang believed in the treasure map. Take out the treasure map. After being tortured and taught a lesson several times, Su Shenchang was much more obedient this time and quickly took it out. As a cultivator of the Li family, Li Zhirui was naturally very clear about the surrounding scene, and it was exactly the same as on the map. Even the damage caused by the violent earthquake a few decades ago, which caused a gap in the mountains, also appeared on the treasure map. What a magical spiritual object! Li Zhirui couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. No wonder Su Shenchang believed it. Even if he saw this situation, he would probably start looking for the location of the ruins like the other party. Unfortunately, the location of the ruins was not marked. In such a large area, the Li family's territory only occupied less than 1/5. How could they find it with just the two of them? I have said everything I should say, and I have asked everything I wanted to ask, so you can go on your way with peace of mind. After that, several cold rays flashed and shot directly through Su Shenchang's heart, chin, and eyebrows, leaving his soul nowhere to escape and he could only die completely. Li Zhirui carefully studied the treasure map for half a quarter of an hour, and finally put it away. That ruins is not something that can be found now. And even if the outside world is stable, he doesn't plan to look for it, because the Li family is too weak. If there are any treasures in the ruins, the Li family will not only be unable to keep them, but may also implicate themselves. At the same time, Li Zhirui had some guesses in his heart. Perhaps the specific problems of the ruins are not noted on this treasure map, most likely because they have been opened or erased by someone. Only this explanation can explain why there are such big problems on this magical treasure map. And near the Li family, there is no other choice but the Donggyun sect that has the ability and strength to do this. Perhaps the demonic path and other immortal forces have also heard about this, so the originally hostile parties have tacitly cooperated. The world is bustling, all for profit. The world is bustling, all for profit. Even those powerful immortal forces cannot avoid it. Chapter 1103 Sea Tribe. Unfortunately, the magical treasure map can only reflect the terrain within a radius of 10,000 miles in real time. It would be better if more content could be added. For example, spiritual veins, mineral veins, and spiritual objects. If Li Zhirui's idea can be realized, it will not be a treasure map, but a treasure hunting map. Unfortunately, Li Zhirui is not a weapon refiner. He does not understand the role of those complex prohibitions, but with his current realm, he still feels dizzy and unbearable. In other words, even if the Li family has a weapon refiner in the realm of scattered immortals, there is no way to transform the treasure map. It requires a higher realm to be possible. So without the location of the ruins, although the treasure map is magical, it is also a tasteless and a pity to abandon it. It can only be kept and wait for the family to become strong in the future. When Li Zhirui solved the attack on the family by Su Shenchang and the other two, Wanling Island on the East China Sea also began to abandon this place and withdraw to the clan. It's not that they are unwilling to stay here. After all, the Li family has spent a lot of effort and financial resources to build this spiritual island. But who could have thought that the Sea clan would be so powerful and unstoppable? Since the Donggyun sect took the initiative to give up the territory near the sea, a huge loophole appeared in the Xiandao defense line. The Sea clan immediately sent out a large army, divided into the south and the north, and surrounded the Xiandao territory from front to back. The speed was so fast that many Xiandao forces did not have time to react and were completely surrounded by hundreds of thousands of water monsters. If they had taken off and escaped at the first time, they might have been able to save their lives. However, Many cultivators were reluctant to leave the many spiritual objects on the island, so they wanted to delay for a while, but it was just a short quarter of an hour or two that they didn't care about, which made them die here and become food for the water monsters. In fact, it can't be blamed on their greed for money, because in the huge offshore area, there are not only forces like the Li family that have opened up branches in Beppu, but also those small forces with their roots here. If they don't find a way to take away some spiritual objects, even if they escape, it will be difficult for them to survive in this chaos of heaven and earth. Speaking of which, although the Sea Clan conquered the city at a very fast speed, Banyan Island is close to the northern end of the East China Sea and is still quite far away. Logically speaking, it would take some time to attack. But after learning that the Li family had killed many water monsters during this period, the water monster army heading north was divided into two again and attacked Banyan Island directly. Even so, this Sea Clan is very powerful, with 10 scattered immortals. Such a powerful force is simply not something the Li family can resist, so they can only evacuate this place to protect themselves. If there was no Fengxi scattered immortal on the island who noticed something was wrong early and reminded Li Zhirui and others, I am afraid they would not be able to evacuate safely like this. The fairyland, which was originally surrounded by clouds and mist, shining with colorful lights and the cries of spirit beasts, quickly fell and was completely without the dazzling scene of the past. The reason for this is that Li Zhirui and others have extracted most of the spirit veins, so that this place will not collapse due to the loss of spirit veins, and thus be infected with karma. Without the rich spiritual energy, it naturally turned from a blessed land into a mortal scene. Sooner or later, we will come back. Li Zhirui looked at the empty Banyan Island and said as if she was swearing. Yush didn't say anything, but whispered, "Let's go, the Sea Tribe is not far from us." The Fengxi Sangsin had repeatedly warned that the Sea Tribe army was only 100 miles away from them. If those fairyland water monsters rushed over, it would be at most half a quarter of an hour. If they didn't leave in time, it would be difficult to get away. And they stood on the cloud boat, and they could vaguely see the huge waves caused by the countless water monsters rushing. The huge waves were tens of feet high. Standing below would only make people feel insignificant and in awe of the world. Let's go. Although Li Zhirui wanted to have a good fight with those water monsters, it was a pity that she couldn't ignore the safety of tens of thousands of people behind her. The moment the cloud boat started, it directly pushed a band to the extreme, turning into a stream of light that cut through the sky and disappeared without a trace in an instant. In fact, Li Zhirui and his companions saw the Sea Clan, and the group of water monsters also saw them. Originally, they were planning to rush up directly and teach these monks a lesson, letting them know that the Sea Clan was not something they could provoke or offend. But they didn't expect them to retreat immediately. Although they were fast, they were not unable to catch up, but they were a little worried about an ambush, so they finally chose to give up. Not long after, the cloud ship, which was running under load, returned to Wangsan Mountain. Is everyone okay? After hearing the noise, Li Zhirui flew out to check the situation as soon as possible, looking to see if there were any pursuers from the Sea Clan behind him. Fortunately, there were none, which made him feel relieved. Don't worry, Brother Jiu, we retreated in advance when the water monster army arrived. Li Zhirui told them what happened. Li Zhirui exclaimed, I didn't expect the Sea Clan to come out in full force to recover the offshore area, huh? If it weren't for the ulterior motives of those big forces, how could they end up in such a situation? Li Zhirui sneered and said disdainfully. The offshore area is not only very large, but also has become very rich after so many years of development by the immortals. Every year, it provides many spiritual objects to each family. But now, all of them have been taken by the Sea Clan. You know, there are not many forces like the Li family that have made early preparations. When they realized the danger was coming, they did not expect the Sea Clan to come so quickly that they did not have much time to organize defense. They fled in all directions like a defeated army. But in this way, the end can be imagined, and almost no one survived. Brother Jiu, I am worried that the Sea Clan will not stop here. Maybe after they have settled the offshore area, they will follow the estuary and go upstream to occupy rivers, lakes and other waters in Dongzhou, Li Zhirui said solemnly. And this is the long-cherished wish of the major tribes of the Sea Clan. It is also the channel for them to lead the Sea Clan to a stronger path. There was no chance before, and after the immortals took over the offshore area, there was no hope at all. But times have changed, and the world has changed. Now the internal conflicts of Dongzhao Zai and Dao are constantly going on. The Dongyun sect that resisted the Sea tribe was trapped by the demon cultivators. Most of the obstacles that prevented the Sea tribe from invading the waters above the ground were cleared. Such a good opportunity, the Sea tribe will never give up. Li Zhirui heard this, pondered for a moment, and said, "What we can do now is to seal all the estuaries of the rivers in Shanhaizhou, so that they can't come in. However, this is also a stopgap measure and can't solve the problem. The best way, of course, is to drive the Sea tribe back, but the Li family does not have that strength, so they can only find ways to strengthen their strength in order to protect themselves." No one opposed Li Zhirui's idea, and the tribesmen began to act one after another, using magic power to move the hills and put them at the bottom of the lake to block the river from entering the sea. And as Li Zhirui and Li Zhixun said in their conversation, the Sea tribe will whip the west after pacifying the offshore area. It's really a great catastrophe. The world is in chaos. Originally, there were wars everywhere in Dongzhao, and the forces of the immortals and monsters swept through, causing Dongzhao to become even more devastated. But now, there is another fierce dragon crossing the river, the sea monster. Countless monsters went upstream and occupied various waters, whether it was lakes, rivers, or even small rivers and streams that were only a few feet wide. The monsters were reluctant to give up. Originally, Shanhaizhou blocked the river's estuary, but there were other places, and the waters were still connected, so gradually there were also monsters. After the Li family learned about this, they secretly took action to eliminate the monsters that flowed in. But this is not a long-term solution. Although the monsters are stupid, they are not brainless. It won't take long for them to realize the problem. It will probably be another fierce battle at that time. Alice. If the offshore area can be defended, the monsters will not be allowed to enter the mainland and occupy so many waters. I don't know if those big forces will regret it when they see the current situation, Li Zhirui murmured to himself. He didn't think this was some kind of calculation, because those people couldn't possibly be perfect, because the key factor was the Dongyun sect, which had a celestial fairy sitting and protecting it. So I think that group of monks must have been horrified by the invasion of water monsters. There were too many of them. The water monsters were like ants, so many that ordinary monks dared not approach or provoke them. They could only watch from afar as they occupied all the local waters. Some forces with insufficient strength were still feeling lucky, as long as the group of water monsters did not attack them. But many monks had already seen the wolfish ambitions of the Sea clan. So, those sects and families that were high above and had nothing to do with them began to act. Although they had many calculations of their own in this catastrophe, they had to admit that they were extremely powerful. If they did not move, it would be fine. Once they moved, it would be like thunder. A large number of monks swarmed in, and they had no mercy on those water monsters, and they killed them directly. You only reacted now and attacked us? It's too late. A certain immortal looked at the mob in front of him, with a hint of sarcasm on his lips, and summoned a burst of thunder, directly killing all the hundreds of water monsters in front of him. However, they did not know that the goal of the Sea clan had been achieved when they entered the various inland waters. It was night. Since the catastrophe broke out, the world seemed to be covered with a veil, and the fog made it difficult to see clearly. It was the same tonight. The moonlight was like water, but it was far less bright than before. And Li Changshu, who had not returned for a long time, returned to Wangsun Mountain at this time. Dad, Mom, Zhuanggu, Li Changshu did not meet too many clan members, only a few elders. What's wrong? But what happened to you in the starry sky? Zhang Fengwu asked anxiously and worriedly. Since she completely resolved the calamity, she no longer left the clan land. Unless it was a critical moment, she would practice in seclusion at other times. Because there was no influence of the calamity, although it became more difficult to comprehend the law, Zhang Fengwu persisted, and it was precisely because of this tempering that her mastery of the Feng Shui law became more and more advanced. Perhaps it won't be long before Zhang Fengwu can try to break through the late stage of fusion. It's not me and my elder brother, but what the sea monsters are doing that will affect the entire Yuanling world, Li Changshu said solemnly. Without waiting for everyone to ask, she continued, everyone knows that the sea people have been running around in various waters in the past few months. They do this to occupy these waters and become the local water gods, and the one thing the sea people are planning now is to collectively confer gods. If they succeed, the strength of the sea people will be further improved, and they also have the god position. If they perform their duties well, They will further promote the growth of the sea people's luck. After hearing this, the faces of everyone present became solemn. Because the strength of the sea people is already very strong, if they are allowed to obtain a large number of water god positions, they may surpass the several major forces of the immortal way. Li Zhirui suddenly realized that it was no wonder that the water monsters that invaded the waters of Shanhai's Hao were so strange. It turned out that they had hidden thoughts. I am afraid that until now, all forces have been very confused about the strange behavior of the sea people, and guessed what they were going to do. How did you know about this important matter? Li Zhirui stared at Li Changshuo with sharp eyes. Although the two children are Taiyin and Taiyang star gods, there are already big men like Daomu Yuanjin and Zhuyi star god in the star god lineage. Even if they are respected and special, the world speaks with strength. In addition, the two of them are cautious, so they don't have much contact with the outside world. How could such important news be known by two unappreciated star gods? Someone told you about this on purpose, and then you came to Wangsun Mountain immediately after hearing about it. Li Changshuo nodded. It was indeed as her father guessed. Someone deliberately used her mouth to spread this matter, and then tried to destroy what the water monster was doing now. From this incident, the interests of the immortals and the gods have reached a consensus. The immortals can't let those water monsters occupy the waters of various places. This is too threatening for them, and they can take action at any time, and the same is true for the gods. They can't allow the water gods to come from the Sea Clan. The most important thing is, once the Sea Clan succeeds, the throne of the water god will become an item of their internal inheritance. By unifying all the water gods and combining the power of the Sea Clan, they will definitely be a super overlord that can crush any other forces. In this way, won't all other forces be subject to the tyranny of the Sea Clan? Why didn't he contact those major sects of the immortal way directly, and let you pass the message? Li Zhirui frowned. If Li Changshuo and Li Changsheng had just become star gods, other star gods might not know their identities, but after so many years, no matter how well they covered it up, they couldn't continue to hide it. Since they knew the strength of the Li family, which was only a few scattered immortals, how could such a major event that concerned the entire immortal way and even the entire Yuanling world fall into their hands? Dad, don't worry, this matter is not only done by the family, but also by other forces. Chapter 1104, Conferred God. No one wants to see the Sea Clan become bigger and dominate the world. So in order to prevent this from happening, all the forces with some power have received the news one after another. Besides, although the Li family is weak now, with Li Changsheng and Li Changshuo, they can be regarded as a small or medium-sized force in the entire Yuanling realm. It seems that no one wants to see the success of the Sea Clan's plan. Li Zhirui's eyes flashed, and he murmured, it seems that the Dongyuan sect in the south has escaped for the time being. It's not that those demon cultivators will withdraw, but the Dongyuan sect occupies 100,000 miles of territory, with countless rivers and lakes, but the Dongyuan sect cultivators are trapped in the mountains and cannot leave, let alone stop the Sea Clan from succeeding. Then the demon cultivators besieged outside will have to take on this task. Otherwise, if the Sea Clan occupies Dongyuan's Hao, they will not have a good end. Dad, we can't get involved in the affairs of the Dongyuan sect. Let's first deal with the Sea Clan's attempt to defy and control the water god lineage. Since the birth of the gods, the positions of the four sea gods have all fallen into the hands of the Sea Clan. Except for the offshore areas previously occupied by the immortals, other sea areas have been divided into large and small water gods. This action has already made the powerful Sea Clan even more powerful. If they are allowed to obtain the position of the god of the inland water system, it will be even more out of control. Seeing Li Changshuo's overly excited reaction, Li Zhixuan seemed to have thought of something and asked, after the water god became powerful, did he threaten the star god lineage? It is indeed as Xuan Gu said, the Shinto is planning a big event, and they swore not to tell outsiders. After a pause, Li Changshuo continued, in the recent meetings, the water god lineage has been extremely arrogant and intolerable. If it goes further, I am afraid that we will all become slaves. Hearing this, Li Zhirui couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This statement must be a bit exaggerated, but it can also show how reckless the Sea Clan is. How to stop it? Li Changshuo said seriously, after the Sea Clan enters the water, they will immediately cast a secret method and leave a certain mark. When the god is conferred, they can use the mark to sense the water and ascend to the position of the water god. So what we have to do now is to wipe out those marks before the Sea Clan starts to act, and at the same time, We must prevent the Sea Clan from entering various waters. So simple, Jiang Fengwu asked in surprise. Because in her opinion, since the Sea Clan has already started to act, the means left behind should be very complicated, otherwise it would be a waste of effort. After all, they can't be unaware that after they take action, other forces will find ways to stop them. Well, that's what the Star Lord said, Li Chengshuo nodded. He is a powerful Earth Immortal, or even a real but unnamed Star God. He won't lie or hide anything in such a matter. Especially since she knows that this Star Lord is ambitious and doesn't want to stop there. In this case, we should do it in two ways. Li Zhirui smiled and said, it just so happens that when we abandoned Banyan Island, we were worried that the Sea Clan would go up the river and attack Shanhai's Hao, so we blocked the estuaries of various rivers. Those water monsters couldn't enter the waters here directly. Recently, some water monsters have come by detour, but not too many, so while removing those marks and driving away the water monsters, we can guard the entrances of various rivers and prevent them from entering Shanhai's Hao. As the saying goes, how can you let others snore beside your bed? As the ruler of Shanhai's Hao, the Li family controls all the mountains and rivers in this land. But if the Hai clan becomes the water god of the water area, it means that half of the power has been taken away from the Li family, which is absolutely not allowed to happen. So even if Li Zhirui and others knew that this was an exploitation, they had to answer. Since Daddy and you have already made up your mind, I will not stay any longer and will go back to Tian Star, Li Chengshuo said, and was about to get up and leave. But Jiang Fengwu stopped him and asked about her and Li Chengsheng's situation in life in the starry sky. After confirming that there was no threat to her life, she was relieved. You and Shenzhe are alone outside. The family is weak and cannot support you. You must be careful and don't be reckless. Do you understand, Mom? Don't worry. My elder brother and I are star gods. No one will come to provoke us. Besides, we have sealed the divine domain early in the morning and will not go out. There will be no danger, just know it in your heart. Jiang Fengwu heard it and said nothing more. It's not difficult to see some relief and loss in her eyes. The root of both is because the children have grown up, but the former is because they have achieved something, and the latter is because they no longer need others to shelter them from the wind and rain. Be careful and act prudently. Yes, Li Chengshuo responded, bowed to Li Zhirui and others, and then turned into a spiritual light and left. This matter is not difficult, but it is a bit cumbersome. It is more appropriate to let the clan leader and elders deal with this matter. After the matter was discussed, several people left separately. They had their own things to do. For example, Jiang Fengwu was going to retreat and strive for an early breakthrough. In the early morning of the second day, Li Yansheng, who received the news, was shocked and summoned many clansmen without hesitation. Led by several combined clansmen, they must check all waters and not let the water god land in Shanhai's Hao. Let's go. Each team has its own small boat, so hundreds of spirit boats set off and headed towards their respective goals. In fact, those sent by the Sea Clan to go deep into the inland waters are all those who are not very strong. After all, their mission is not difficult. But even the Sea Clan probably didn't expect the countermeasures to come so quickly, and the forces of all parties were surprisingly united. Just when the Li family was clearing the stigma and resisting the water monster, the same was true in various parts of the Yuanling realm. And they are more radical than the Li family. As long as they see the magic cultivators near the waters, they will kill them without mercy. The plan of the Sea Clan is really terrible. If they really succeed, I'm afraid we will become slaves of the Sea Clan. The entire Yuanling world will listen to them. Just thinking about it makes me feel terrible. Yes, I thought the Sea Clan was just a group of beasts without much wisdom. But I didn't expect that they could come up with such a plan. Fortunately, you all have sharp eyes and saw through the Sea Clan's evil plan at the first time. Similar conversations appeared in various parts of Dongzhou, and countless cultivators were discussing this matter. Especially after the water monsters that roamed the waters of various places with the invasion were all killed, the matter instantly reached a climax. In a trance, it gave people an illusion that this was not the Yuanling world after the catastrophe. But at the bottom of the East China Sea that they could not see, countless sea clans gathered here. Are you all ready? A dragon king wearing a water god's black robe and a crown on his head asked slowly. Ready? Then let's start. The dragon king turned around, faced the altar in front of him with a solemn expression, and slowly walked up. Behind him, more than a dozen high-level sea creatures came forward, each holding a special magic weapon or spiritual object in their hands. The Dragon King stood in the center, and the others stood in different places. In the beginning of ancient times, who preached the truth? Where does the sun and the moon belong? Where are the stars arranged? Why is it dark when it is closed? Why is it bright when it is opened? The Dragon King muttered, like a tone from ancient times, mysterious, profound, and vast, bringing people into that era unknowingly. As he chanted, the things held in the hands of the sea creatures on the periphery suddenly shone with spiritual light, which was very dazzling. The spiritual light fell and entered the groove on the altar. Sacrifice. As soon as the word fell, the altar shone with divine light, and a huge pillar of light shot up into the sky, which actually cleared a lot of calamity energy for a while. At the same time, the changes in the heaven and earth also aroused the induction of the creatures in the fairyland. After breaking through the fairyland, their understanding and mastery of the way of heaven and the law have reached a new level, and there is a faint trend of harmony with the way. Of course, this trend is just a very weak feeling. But every day when the world changes drastically, the role of this feeling becomes more prominent. East China Sea, Li Zhirui on Wangsan Mountain stood up from the futon, looked towards the east, and then saw the divine light rising into the sky. Although it was hundreds of thousands of miles away, the light column was only a small one, but it was still clearly visible. Then he saw many rivers and lakes in it. It should be the waters of various places in Dongzhou. Yush came to his side at some point, with a very solemn expression. As a god, she has part of the power of the Taiyin star god, and naturally knows more about the way of gods than Li Zhirui. And what they are doing now is to submit a memorial to the way of heaven and confer the title of gods. Li Zhirui's face changed, and he asked in confusion, hasn't the control of the Sea Clan over the waters of various places in Dongzhou been destroyed? What do they use to confer the title of gods? Gods have merits in heaven and earth, and they cannot be easily killed. So when Li Zhirui thought about the fact that there would be a group of water gods in Shanhaizhou in the future, and they were from the Sea Clan that had a grudge against his family, but he couldn't kill them directly, he could only endure it silently. Or think of other ways, and he felt a headache. I don't know, but it must be true, otherwise the heaven would have sent down a punishment. Alice, Li Zhirui could only sigh and wait quietly for news. In the south, the group of demon cultivators attacking the mountain in Dongyan sect stopped again because of the changes in the world. Why do things happen every time? Accidents always happen when they are about to win, a demon cultivator muttered in a low voice. These words made the nearby demon cultivators agree very much. If it weren't for various accidents, they might have defeated Dongyan sect and left with rich spoils. But no matter how much they complained, they still had to do what they had to do. The disciples of Dongyan sect breathed a sigh of relief, and they could rest and recover again. After this battle, many cultivators suddenly developed a sense of ignorant worship for their own sects, believing that the sect was spiritual and protected them, and also made others return in embarrassment. Speaking of which, not only Li Zhirui saw the beam of light, even those in the western part of Dongzhou could see it clearly. Not good. The Sea Clan is making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. A certain earthly immortal changed his face and immediately notified other cultivators, saying, this action to destroy the Sea Clan's occupation of Dongzhou waters was successful, but who would have thought that this was actually a cover, and the Sea Clan's plot was not Dongzhou, but so far, he didn't know which of the remaining 3 continents the Sea Clan was targeting. Just when the various forces were shocked by the actions of the Sea Clan, they were still in a solemn sacrifice. I don't know how much time has passed, maybe a moment, or maybe a few days. The Dragon Lord standing in the center of the altar suddenly shouted, I heard that the Yuanling realm suffered a disaster. Now our Sea Clan is willing to resolve the disaster with ourselves. Please confer Aofu as the River Lord of the Kangming River in the southern region. Please confer Zhuan Han as the River Lord of the Changzhou River in the southern region. The Dragon Lord kept chanting, and the other monks who assisted in the sacrifice kept taking out spiritual objects and offerings. It took more than half an hour just to chant the names. Boom. When the last word fell from the Dragon Lord's mouth, the heaven and earth actually responded immediately, and then the light column became more mysterious, and various laws appeared here. The Sea Clan succeeded, but they occupied the southern region. Countless creatures sighed in their hearts. The southern region is the most chaotic and large area among the 4 continents of the Yuanling realm. There are immortals, demons, monsters, sea clans, etc. Now there is a new force, that is, the water god controlled by the Sea Clan. If nothing unexpected happens, this will inevitably make the southern region even more chaotic. Alice. I didn't expect that the Sea Clan would eventually plot against us. When did the Sea Clan become so good at plotting? Yes, there are talented people among the Sea Clan. This discussion ended quickly, because there was no other way, or he was unwilling to agree. Waxen Mountain. I didn't expect that the Sea Clan would use Dongzhao as bait to attract the attention of the world, and they didn't notice their actions in the southern region, and they still succeeded in becoming gods. Li Zhirui sighed with emotion. Uncle Jiu, do you think there are other calculations behind this? Yush opened his mouth slowly and said, the source of all this is that the Dongyun sects suddenly retreated from the near sea, causing the defense line to completely collapse, and was taken back by the Sea Clan, and then entered the waters of Dongzhao to stir up trouble. Don't think it seems easy for the cultivators to strangle those sea monsters. After all, those water monsters are not highly cultivated and not strong, but if they hide in the water, it is a very troublesome thing to find them. So during the period of clearing the water monsters, all forces of the Immortal Way were damaged. Well, it's a little too coincidental to hear you say that. Li Zhirui thought about it and found that Yush's guess was indeed quite reasonable. If that's the case, it's really interesting. Li Zhirui showed a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth and sneered. The Demon Sect and the Sea Clan joined forces, and the Dongyun Sect also secretly colluded with the Sea Clan. I didn't expect the Sea Clan to become the protagonist of this storm. Maybe they used some method to avoid the blood oath, but their actions undoubtedly violated the oath. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1105 Heavy Key. Based on the current situation, the Sea Clan has become the biggest beneficiary of this catastrophe. Li Zhixun heard their conversation and sighed with some melancholy, saying, the Sea Clan first recovered the coastal waters, and now it has occupied the divine position of the southern waters. Its luck and strength must have increased greatly. It seems that Wanling Island cannot be recovered in a short time. If the Li family wants to take back Wanling Island, they must occupy the coastal waters again. Otherwise, it is just an island, standing alone on the East China Sea. Not to mention the Li family, even the Dongyun sect cannot defend it. This kind of thing is not something that the Li family can do on its own. It must be led by the top immortal forces, such as the Dongyun sect, and unite all the immortal forces. But with a rapid increase in the strength of the Sea Clan, if the immortals want to take over the coastal waters again, they must pay more powerful efforts than before, otherwise they will not be able to occupy it, and they are likely to be defeated by the Sea Clan, resulting in heavy losses to the immortals. I don't know if those major immortal forces who plotted against the Dongyun sect regretted in their hearts. Li Zhirui sneered. Not only did they lose their territory in the East China Sea, but they also lost many disciples and clansmen stationed on the island. But the most important thing is that the loss of the offshore area means that the Immortal Path has lost a large piece of territory, and its luck will inevitably decline. The latter is what makes them feel painful. What Li Zhirui and his friends didn't know was that what they were talking about had caused various debates within the major forces. After all, those monks who died in the East China Sea still had relatives and friends alive, so they naturally had to seek justice for them. And the loss of their own luck was even more implicated. However, they attributed all the culprits of all this to the Dongyun sect. They believed that if the Dongyun sect had not taken the initiative to evacuate, causing a huge hole in the offshore defense line, they would not have suffered such a huge loss. Under this outrageous public opinion, some forces actually sent monks to Dongyuanzhou to retaliate. But what they didn't know was that the Dongyun sect was already on the verge of being breached by the demonic path. It was because the demonic path believed that there were too many unexpected changes and the time was delayed for too long, and they couldn't wait any longer, so they launched a fierce attack. Among them, it is possible that they did not notice the unusual movements of other major forces in the immortal realm. Although the disciples of the Dongyun school took advantage of the demons' clearing of the water monsters in the territory to repair the mountain protection formation with all their strength, how could a complicated and complex heavenly fairyland formation be repaired in a short time? Even if they were not careful enough, not only would they not be able to repair the formation, but the damage to the formation would be aggravated. Rumble. Tens of thousands of demon cultivators were like tireless machines, launching rounds of fierce attacks. The mountain protection formation, which was originally shining with spiritual light, is now much dimmer, with many visible damages. Within 3 days, this formation will be broken. A demon cultivator in the earthly fairyland gave a confident conclusion. After the formation is broken, everyone can move freely. Within 1 day, all the spiritual objects obtained will belong to you. The words of the demon cultivator ancestor who led the group gave great encouragement to all the demon cultivators. Some demon cultivators who were originally tired and exhausted actually had a surge of strength and excitedly attacked the formation. At the same time, in Dongyun Mountain Ancestor, the mountain protection formation can only last for 3 days at most. Has the turning point you mentioned before not appeared yet? A certain immortal asked anxiously. Hua Sheng, who had been sitting cross-legged on the futon since the demon cultivators began to attack Dongyun sect, slowly opened his eyes and said, connect the formation directly to the spirit vein. What? Everyone present was shocked when they heard this. Although this method can greatly increase the power of the mountain protection formation, the disadvantage is also very obvious, that is, it will cause damage to the spirit vein, and the longer the time, the greater the damage, and a serious one may even cause the spirit vein to fall in grade. You know, the spirit vein of Dongyun sect is an extremely precious celestial grade. And this level of grade is not like the spirit vein of the mortal realm grade. As long as there are enough spirit stones, you can be promoted. This not only requires various precious and rare spiritual objects, but also requires an extremely long time. In the entire Yuanling realm, the number of celestial spirit veins does not exceed 30. But there are more than 30 forces with celestial immortals. It is conceivable how precious this spiritual vein of Dongyun sect is. Therefore, when the ancestor Hua Sheng said that, everyone present subconsciously wanted to object. Don't use that main spiritual vein. All other spiritual veins can be discarded. Obviously, everyone misunderstood Hua Sheng's meaning, which also made everyone feel relieved. After all, if the spiritual veins of the celestial grade are damaged, then even if the sect survives this disaster, the difficulty of their breakthrough in the future will increase a lot. Although they are a little reluctant, everyone still took action and asked the formation masters to connect the mountain protection formation with dozens of spiritual veins in the mountain. In fact, this method of dealing with the critical moment of the sect's destruction was arranged by Dongyun sect, or various forces, early on. After all, it is better to be prepared. So in less than half an hour, the formation master completed the task. Buzz, the moment the formation and the spiritual vein were connected, a low humming sound rang out in Dongyun Mountain, and the formation that was originally dimmed by the spiritual light immediately recovered, and even the heavy protective shield was stronger than before. However, the price is also obvious, that is, the spiritual energy in the mountain has begun to become a little thinner. This change immediately attracted the attention of many immortal demon cultivators. The Dongyun sect has reached the end of its rope, but they use spiritual veins to support the formation, and we can't break it in a short time. The cultivators behind us are already ready to move. If we can't quickly capture the Dongyun sect, they will definitely take action and destroy us all here. The demons have undercovers and spies in many immortal forces. Although there are few high-level ones, they still know some obvious movements. In fact, the demon cultivators misunderstood this time. The actions of some immortal forces are not to sneak attack the demon cultivators from behind, but to blame the Dongyun sect for their own losses in this C-clan deification event, and want to cause trouble for them. What should we do now? Faced with the Dongyun sect's self-destruction of its foundation, they were also quite helpless. The mountain protection formation, which was originally in danger, was forcibly repaired and improved by the rich spiritual energy. According to the previous attack strength, it would take at least 10 days and a half a month to take it down. We can't continue to waste time. The leader of the demon cultivators, who had not spoken, said the final word. From now on, no matter how high or low your cultivation is, all of you will attack with all your strength. Within 5 days, you must take down Dongyun Mountain. Everyone was very hesitant after hearing this. The time was too short. Even if they risked their lives, they might not be able to do it. But seeing the cold and cruel expression of the ancestor, everyone trembled in their hearts. If they failed to do it, the end might not be too good. With this threat chasing behind them, how dare everyone not fight? The high realm merged the low realm, and the low realm merged the lower realm, layer by layer. In the end, the worst suffered were the group of combined and Mahayana demon cultivators. Up to now, they were no longer regarded as human beings by the fairyland demon cultivators. Yes, in order to break through the Dongyun sect's formation as soon as possible, These mortal realm demon cultivators were controlled and turned into human bombs. Why? Why do you do this to us? We have worked very hard, very hard. Why do you let us die voluntarily? Those mortal realm demon cultivators who were controlled and lost control of their bodies, but were extremely aware of the riot of mana, questioned angrily and unwillingly. But none of those demon cultivators had any expression fluctuations because of their roar, as if all this was taken for granted. Ha 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 ha. God is above. I am willing to sacrifice my soul, just to curse the demon path. The higher the cultivation, the easier it is to lose control. God is above. Those demon cultivators who were made into bombs swore madly. Damn it, although their curses would not have any effect, hearing these harsh sounds still made them angry. But the next scene shocked everyone. Boom boom, a thunder sounded very abruptly, and the heavenly Deo actually responded. Ha 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 ha. Those demon cultivators who had become bombs laughed crazily. Assholes. Go to hell. Several scattered immortals and demons threw the bombs in their hands towards Banyan Mountain in great anger. Boom. The terrifying power even crushed the breeze that accidentally came in, and the remaining power rushed out in all directions, even cutting off a layer of the earth. But even so, the mountain protection formation is still intact. In fact, the situation is not as optimistic as it seems. The spiritual energy in the mountain has become thinner and thinner. This is due to the excessive extraction of spiritual energy from the spiritual veins. The demon cultivators are really willing to control all the demon cultivators in the mortal realm and use their self-explosion to quickly break the formation. They are willing to do so because the fairyland is born from the combination in Mahayana, without the support of so many high-level mortal realms. And their current actions will lead to a sharp decrease in the number of fairylands born in the next few years of the magic path. But the effect is indeed excellent. If they take all the mortal realms? No, as long as half of them, it is very likely to break the formation. Yes, the action of the demon sect to destroy its own foundation is indeed surprising, but they have to survive this disaster before they can see the expected future scene. Explosions are endless, and curses are constantly ringing. Even those bomb demon cultivators, whose throats are controlled, are constantly cursing the demon sect in their hearts. However, this approach cannot stop the demon cultivators at all, but will make them more angry. In less than 5 days, the result is that the mountain protection formation that was originally forcibly restored has once again become dilapidated and shaky. It's over. Many Banyan sect cultivators sighed in their hearts and looked ashen when they saw this scene. Ancestor Huasheng was restless, as if he was waiting for some important news. A quarter of an hour later, Huasheng suddenly stood up, laughing wildly, and shouted excitedly, "Ha ha 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 ha, it succeeded. Uncle Chonky succeeded." Everyone looked at him in confusion, but they felt joy and excitement from the bottom of their hearts. "Uncle, is the sect saved?" "Yes. Not only that, the sect can go one step further and become one of the most powerful forces in the Yuanling realm." Everyone was overjoyed when they heard this. They didn't look forward to the future now, but they only knew that they didn't have to face the attacks of the demon cultivators next. Buzz, a 9-color spiritual light appeared above the battlefield. The pressure from his spells made all the demon cultivators unable to move, even those earthly immortal demon cultivators. And the one who did this was Uncle Chonky, mentioned by Huasheng, a great man in the heavenly immortal realm. However, judging from the aura and pressure he leaked now, it seems that he is no longer a heavenly immortal, but has reached a higher level. "Thanks to you, otherwise I wouldn't have thought of fighting, and fortunately I succeeded in the end," the old ancestor Chonky said calmly. But his voice seemed to contain some mysterious power, which shocked the low-level demon cultivators to bleed from their 7 orifices, and soon lost their breath and became a corpse. This way of dying is at least more decent than being used as a bomb, and there is no feeling of severe pain. Chonky wanted to continue, but as if he sensed something, he put down his right hand with some regret. "The heavenly Deo wants to drive me away, but before that, I will solve the danger encountered by the sect first, so as to cut off the last cause and effect." The last sentence was barely audible. Chonky waved his hand casually, and all the controlled demon cultivators flew out, and no one knew where they landed. Among them, only a small number stayed. Of course, what was left behind was their lives, including 5 scattered immortals, 3 human immortals and a terrestrial immortal demon cultivator. At one time, 9 spiritual energies of different sizes appeared in Banyan Mountain. The majestic and pure spiritual energy made all the cultivators unable to help but speed up their absorption. Chonky did this not only to make the disciples recover quickly, but also to heal the spiritual veins. In order to persist in blocking the demon cultivators, in addition to the main spiritual vein, the other spiritual veins are now severely damaged, and many have fallen in rank. After doing all this, Chongqi's face showed a trace of reluctance, and said, "After my breakthrough, I can no longer stay in the Yuanling realm, so the future of the sect has to be created by you." After that, he left a few spiritual objects and turned into spiritual light and disappeared in an instant. Chongsun and Chongli, the other two heavenly immortals of Donggyun sect, and some earthly immortals who had not appeared before, appeared at this time. "Alice, I didn't expect that it was junior brother Chongqi who got this opportunity in the end." Chongsun's tone was full of envy, but unfortunately, there was only one opportunity, and it was gone after Chongqi got it. Although they also had the perception of Chongqi, the gap between them and that opportunity was still huge. But things had come to this point and they could not change it. My Donggyun sect has survived this catastrophe. In the next period of time, all you need to do is rebuild the sect and wait for the catastrophe to end. Chongli announced the good news and left with a few spiritual lights left by Chongqi. Chapter 1106 Taunting. At the moment when Chongqi broke through the shackles of the Yuanling realm and became a being above the celestial being, all the immortal beings in the world felt it. I didn't expect that the Donggyun sect really got the thing, and it also gave birth to a great power above the celestial being. What a loss. If I had known that group of demon cultivators were so useless, I shouldn't have cooperated with them in the first place. We would have joined forces and taken down the Donggyun sect by now. Now it's good. I don't know how people outside are laughing at us. All the major forces were discussing this matter, speculating whether the Donggyun sect would change after this incident and affect them. That person should have left, but I don't know if he left any insights or experiences for the Donggyun sect. There are such people in many forces. They think that since the great power has left, the strength of the Donggyun sect is just like that, so they are greedy and covet the treasures of the Donggyun sect. If you don't want to die, then be honest. Don't bring trouble to the sect family. Do you really think that he won't leave any treasures for Donggyun sect when he leaves like this? The warning temporarily dispelled the greed of those greedy people, but the deterrent effect was not enough, and no one knew when they would act. In this regard, the clear-headed people in the major forces were also helpless. Now that Donggyun sect is in a period of prosperity, it is a very stupid move to offend them. But these greedy people, they can't always send people to follow them, right? Not to mention directly imprisoning them. They didn't commit any crime after all. Just because of a little thought, they were locked up, which would cause a huge impact. Wangsun Mountain. Existence above the celestial immortal, Li Zhirui was slightly surprised, and subconsciously looked at Zhang Fengwu. Isn't her chief master Liang Zhuoying in an existence that surpasses the celestial immortal? I didn't expect that after so many years, I finally heard of such an existence again. But from this point, it can also be seen how difficult it is for the celestial immortal to break through again. Over the years, Li Zhirui has not heard of any relevant news. It may be covered up. After all, he was not a scattered immortal before. Even if such a great power was born, he could not get the Tao from the heavenly Dao. According to Zhang Fengwu's chief teacher, one cannot stay in the Yuanling realm after breaking through. Maybe he has left now and there is no way to see his style. Li Zhirui thought more. The ruins shown by the mysterious treasure map actually contained content that surpassed the immortals. Perhaps it was for this reason that a special and extraordinary treasure map was used. And there is an opportunity to break through the immortals in the ruins. At the very least, it is a reminder. No wonder those big forces are willing to join forces with the demon Dao. I think they plan to let the demon cultivators attack the Donggyun sect, and wait until both sides are defeated, so as to reap the benefits and obtain the inheritance in the ruins? But now it seems that all their calculations have failed. The Donggyun sect withstood the test and obtained the inheritance. It successfully gave birth to a great power that surpassed the immortals, and by the way, it resolved the crisis of the demons besieging the mountain gate. After all, even if that great man could only stay in the Yuanling realm for a moment, he would take action at the first time to deal with those demon cultivators. If that great man could not stay in the Yuanling realm, otherwise, all the losses of the Donggyun sect in this catastrophe would be made up, and there might be even more abundant gains. The family's crisis is also resolved, Li Zhirui said with a chuckle. He then restrained his complicated thoughts. These things are too far away from the family, and it is useless to think too much. The Dongyun sect has resolved the disaster of being surrounded by the demons, so in the northeast region where they are located, not only will the number of demon cultivators be greatly reduced, but their strength will also decline rapidly. Well, but in this way, it will be much more difficult to resolve the calamity. Li Zhirui nodded in agreement at first, and then considered this problem. Zhang Fengwu asked with some concern, the number of monsters in the north is huge, but their strength is insufficient. The water monsters in the east have two advantages, but now the sea clan is powerful. If the family kills too many water monsters, will it cause trouble? The sea clan does not care about the death of low-level water monsters unless they are of extraordinary origin. As for the fairyland, it is a bit troublesome. Li Zhirui thought for a while and said, we can kill some fairyland water monsters to dissolve our evil spirits, but if we want to solve it completely, we have to think of other ways. Maybe we can look for monsters in various places in Guangzhou? Or we can go to the North Territory, where there should be many fairyland creatures living, and we can also ask the Fengxi clan. The crisis of the Dongyun school has been resolved, but there are not enough dead creatures, and the returning aura is not enough. The catastrophe is not over yet. Of course, if the Li family just lies down and does nothing, they may be able to comfortably survive this catastrophe, but they will also miss this great opportunity. After all, dissolving the calamity can not only allow oneself to comprehend the laws during the catastrophe, but also make it more difficult to comprehend under the influence of the calamity. However, it is precisely because of this tempering that when the catastrophe is over, it will be much easier to comprehend the laws. Moreover, if you kill more creatures and return more spiritual energy after your own calamity is eliminated, you will gain merit and the favor of heaven. It is for this reason that after the catastrophe, many cultivators who are keen on killing monsters and water monsters emerged. The most important thing is that no one knows what will happen if the calamity is not resolved after the catastrophe. Well, let's do it. The others had no objection to this proposal and nodded in agreement. Soon, things were arranged. Some of the mortals went to Changli Mountains to fight those monsters. The other part went into the sea to kill those water monsters that have become rampant and are still building the tribe. Li Zhirui, Li Zhixun, and Yush, the only three scattered immortals in Wangsan Mountain, traveled alternately, and one had to stay in Wangsan Mountain to protect the tribe. For a time, the monsters in Changli Mountains were in a very dangerous situation, and a large number of Li family members poured in to kill these low-level monsters. Among them, the strongest monster was only the 7th level. And this is because the monsters from the outside world lost the battle for the leader and had to leave the original area and come to Changli Mountains, which made this land with increasingly rich spiritual energy in recent years. Therefore, this mountain forest is currently the most suitable trial place for those ordinary people of the Li family. However, it won't take too long for Changli Mountains, which was once a barren and spiritual land, to become a rich and fertile spiritual land. And the monsters living in it will also have a great improvement in their cultivation because of the rich spiritual energy, so that they will not let the failed monsters from the outside world become the leaders. But by then, it will not be very friendly to the Li family. But for now, the monsters in Changli Mountains do not pose much threat to the Li family. At the same time, Li Zhirui and Li Zhixun came to the East China Sea to look for the traces of the fairyland water monster. In fact, this process is not complicated, because after they recovered the offshore area, they immediately sent a lot of tribes to reproduce. And there is no shortage of fairyland among these tribes. On the contrary, the two of them need to be careful not to provoke the fairyland water monsters, otherwise they can only escape an embarrassment. Brother Jiu, there are 3 scattered fairyland water monsters not far ahead, Li Zhixun suddenly said. Li Zhixun, who practices the law of killing, is very sensitive to the breath of living beings, so it is more convenient and faster to find them than Li Zhirui. U2 and I1, Li Zhirui did this because she had not killed a scattered fairy since the catastrophe broke out. Okay, Li Zhixun knew that Li Zhirui was deliberately letting her, but she did not refuse. Anyway, there are many scattered fairyland water monsters in the sea area, and they will return them in the future. After discussing, the two began to act. Li Zhirui took the lead and used various magical powers to imprison them, not giving them a chance to escape, while Li Zhixun temporarily fought 1 against 3, so that they could not interfere with Li Zhirui's arrangement. Although the two rarely cooperated, they had a tacit understanding. It took only half an hour to complete the goal of imprisonment. Brother Jiu, I'll leave that water monster to you. After saying that, Li Zhirui slashed at the other two water monsters in the early stage of sanction, forcing them together and separating them from the water monster in the middle stage of sanction. The black sword in her hand seemed to be a part of her body, moving as she wanted without any sluggishness. Li Zhirui's swordsmanship was not mysterious. Every move was the most basic move, but it was very lethal and airtight, and there was no flaw at all. After the battle, the two water monsters were soon injured. The wounds were slight and blood was dripping, but no matter what magical powers they used, they could not heal them. The reason for this was that Li Zhirui's black sword would be accompanied by evil spirits and murderous aura every time it attacked, and she had also integrated Ashura swordsmanship, which also had some characteristics, making it difficult to heal any wounds she attacked. The two water monsters were getting more and more frightened as they fought. They had never thought that they would be suppressed by a cultivator and saw no hope at all. Not to mention turning defeat into victory, they were not even sure whether they could escape and save their lives. But just as they were lamenting their fate, they did not notice that Li Zhirui appeared behind them. A red and black sword light flashed across, trying to split the two of them in half. But they did not expect that at the critical moment, they actually had life-saving spiritual objects on them, which blocked the fatal blow for them. "Please let me go, I am willing to recognize you as my master and become your mount," one of the water monsters begged. "Coward. How could the tiger-eye dragonfish clan give birth to a coward like you?" The other water monster looked at it in disbelief, with a raging rage in its eyes, wishing to kill it right now. "Stand up. My tiger-eye dragonfish clan will never beg for mercy from the enemy. If we die, we will die standing." Li Zhirui looked at the play with a cold expression, and found it very boring. Whether they were acting deliberately or it was true, she didn't care. She had only one goal, that is, they all had to die. "Behead," a cold voice sounded, and the black sword in her hand moved at the sound, directly beheading the water monster who was kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. And until its death, its face was full of fear and unwillingness. "You killed Huna, and you want to kill me and Husong. The tiger-eye dragonfish clan will never let you go." The eyes of the water monster were filled with deep hatred. "What tricks do you have? Just use them. This level of threat has no effect on me." Li Zhirui shook her head in disappointment. "What's the point of saying these? It's not a good fight." Unfortunately, the strength of this water monster is just like that. Even if it fights the enemy, it is full of loopholes in her eyes. Li Zhirui, who didn't want to continue and waste time, immediately launched a killing move. Dozens of sword lights slashed down from all directions, not giving it a chance to escape, and it was killed in the sword light. Li Zhirui shook his head as if he was not satisfied, stretched out his hand and collected the two water monster corpses. These were all excellent spiritual objects. Fish meat can be used for food, fish scales can be used to refine magic weapons, and demon pills are even more precious. If the impurities in the original owner's breath can be purified, it is a superior spiritual object used to restore mana. Let's talk about another battlefield. Li Zhirui faced this water monster in the middle stage of sanction, and there was no panic on his face. On the contrary, this water monster named Husong had a solemn expression, as if he had encountered a life-and-death enemy, and the whole person seemed particularly nervous and uneasy. When did the water monster become so cowardly? Li Zhirui sighed in surprise. Seeing that Husong was carefully guarding and had no intention of taking the initiative, he didn't want to continue the stalemate, so he immediately summoned a few towering trees and smashed them at it. At the same time, countless spiritual vines appeared beside it, entangled it tightly, and didn't give it a chance to escape. However, under the life and death crisis, Husong still broke out, but did not dare to resist it. Instead, he broke the control of Ling Teng and chose to dodge. Boom! But unexpectedly, Husong's dodge did not work. The giant trees seemed to be able to sense its existence and immediately changed direction and smashed down towards the place where it landed. Because Husong had just landed, he could not draw out the strength to dodge for the second time, and could only try his best to resist this blow. But even so, it was still smashed and flew out. The whole person was struck by lightning, and he suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, and his face became bloodless. For Li Zhirui, who controls a small world, his current magical powers can already be integrated into various laws. Although these laws are still incomplete and his control is not high enough, as the pioneer and master of the small world, it is still possible to draw out the power from them. It's just that there must be some restraint. It is not possible to draw out all the broken laws at once, and it is not possible to draw out too much, otherwise it will cause damage to the small world. Therefore, Li Zhirui's current attack was full of surprises. He could not predict what kind of law was integrated into the seemingly ordinary water and wood magic. For example, the spiritual vines and giant trees that imprisoned them were integrated with a law of solidity, and his attack just now was integrated with a law of equal force. Are you really in the middle stage of sanction? Why is your strength so weak? Li Zhirui asked with some curiosity. Chapter 1107 Slaves. Hearing this, Hu Song was instantly furious, his face flushed, and he forgot his fear for a moment, and took the initiative to attack Li Zhirui. That's right, Li Zhirui chuckled and summoned a water shield to block him. Bang! A huge force burst out from Hu Song's body, splashing water, but there was still a thin layer of water light left, blocking its progress. It seems that your strength is just like this. Li Zhirui was very disappointed. He originally thought that angering the other party would bring him some pressure, but now it seems that this water monster in the middle stage of sanction can't do it at all. In other words, under the blessing of the small world, his strength is far superior to the other party. If this is the case, then in order to put pressure on me, at least a late sanction, or even a human immortal? Then Li Zhirui shook his head. It is unlikely to be a human immortal. The gap of a large realm is not so easy to cross. Maybe he will have a chance to fight with him after his cultivation has improved. Or there are more than 4 sanctions, which will put a certain amount of pressure on me. Of course, this is under the condition of training. If it is a fight like this, with each other fighting to the death, the 3 scattered immortals should be able to do it, and Li Zhirui is not sure that he can leave all the opponents behind. Since this water monster has no use value to him, Li Zhirui will naturally not continue to waste time, especially after seeing that Li Zhixun is about to deal with the 2 water monsters. He will not hold back, and will soon kill them with all his strength. After the battle on Li Zhixun's side is over, Li Zhirui wiped out the breath of the 2 and flew towards the distant sea. If they have been playing around in the original Wanling Sea and killing water monsters, wouldn't it be equivalent to directly telling the Sea Clan that it was the Li family who did it? Killing the mortal water monster is nothing, but targeting the fairyland water monster, it is very likely to attract the siege of the Sea Clan. Li Zhirui and Li Zhixun ran around the East China Sea, and only after killing 14 scattered fairyland water monsters did they stop and return to Wangxin Mountain. Next, the 2 will rest for a few days, leaving Li Zhirui to stay in the family, and Li Zhixun and Yush will continue to go out to kill water monsters. In addition to the frequent killings, the great calamity that was still in the process of erupting had no impact on the Li family, as if it had forgotten this area. Of course, this was not something the Li family could do, but it was entirely due to the blessing of the Dongyun sect thanks to the great power that left the Yuanling realm. Although he did not solve all the demon cultivators, the spiritual energy of the returning to the primitive world was also large enough, so Shanhai's Hao, which was close to the Dongyun sect, was also resolved a lot of calamity energy. In addition, the many creatures that the family had killed before, I dare not say that all the calamity energy has been resolved, but at least 70% to 80% have been resolved. It is precisely because of this that Shanhai's Hao has become a relatively peaceful and safe blessed land in the chaotic world. And for some reason, this reputation spread, attracting many frightened independent cultivators, who wanted to hide in the blessed land and wait safely for the end of the great calamity. The Li family did not accept their existence, but they did not send people to drive them away, showing an attitude of neither recognition nor denial. The reason for this is mainly because they are worried that too many independent cultivators will gather, and the calamity energy they carry will converge, and after the family accepts them, some of the calamity energy will be passed on to the family. The reason for not refusing is that the catastrophe will eventually pass, and Shanhai's Hao needs a large number of independent cultivators to create enough profits for the family. And this unexpected reputation just attracted a large number of independent cultivators. However, without the Li family sending cultivators to maintain order, those independent cultivators were unrestrained and soon caused a lot of contradictions and conflicts. But all this has nothing to do with the Li family, and there is no free time to deal with this matter. Brother Jiu, are you going so far to kill the water monster this time? After hearing the location mentioned by Li Zhirui, Li Zhixun couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise on his cold face. Because they actually have to cross tens of thousands of miles to come to the sea area originally controlled by Dongyun sect. Well, there are too few water monsters of the scattered immortals nearby. If this continues, it may arouse the suspicion of the Sea Clan. There is no such problem in that sea area, and there are many water monsters in the scattered immortal realm, Li Zhirui explained, and added, because the distance is far, I talked to Yush and exchanged the hunting operations for the next 2 months with her. In other words, they can stay there for 3 months. Li Zhirui thought about it and said, 3 months should be enough for us to resolve the calamity. Even though the 3 of them took turns to act in the past few months, each of them had the lives of more than a dozen immortals in their hands. It seemed that the calamity had been resolved by 70% to 80%. In another 3 months, it would be completed, and they could also accumulate more merits. Then let's go, Li Zhirui said with a smile, and took Li Zhirui southward. They did not drive the spirit ship, but flew directly to the road, so that they could reduce the time on the road as much as possible. The disadvantage was that the mana consumption was too great. However, for Li Zhirui, who had a small world and a large number of top-grade precious pills as supplements, these consumptions were nothing, and he could recover completely in less than half an hour. With Li Zhirui's full power flight, they soon arrived at the Dongyun sect, the immortal city that had been rebuilt on the coast not long ago. After a short rest, they set off again. When the two entered the sea, they immediately sensed the presence of many immortals and water monsters. Li Zhirui couldn't help but sigh in his heart. They really think highly of the Dongyun sect. They actually sent so many scattered immortals to sit and supervise. Are they afraid that Dongyun sect will not be reconciled and raise a large army to attack again? Unfortunately, given the current situation of Dongyun sect, it should be busy licking its wounds, and it is impossible to send a large number of cultivators to fight for territory. After all, the demon cultivators were stopped in Dongyun Mountain for so long. Even with the protection of the mountain protection formation, casualties are inevitable. The most important thing is that the mountain protection formation is very damaged, and Dongyun sect needs to repair it as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the demon cultivators come again, without the protection of the mountain protection formation, Dongyun sect will suffer and be in big trouble. I can't wait. After saying that, Li Zhirui flew in a certain direction. The sharp spiritual sense told her that this water monster was the most suitable target for her to fight. As for whether the water monster agreed or not, it was no longer up to it. Li Zhirui, who was thinking, was awakened by Li Zhirui's movement. He looked at where she was going and found another water monster nearby. The distance between the two was only 20 to 30 miles, so if the other party was in danger, they could rescue him in time. Clang. Li Zhirui, holding the black sword, slashed down with one sword, but heard a sharp sound of metal and stone colliding. It was precisely because she chose an opponent, a water demon giant swan that used a big sword. Sword cultivator, the giant swan was slightly stunned when he saw this sudden appearance, and then a smile of excitement appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he excitedly declared, "Let me see your skills. If you are not qualified, then become my food and become the stone for me to embark on the road of the strongest sword cultivator." After that, he didn't care whether Li Zhirui agreed or not, and rushed up directly. The sword in his hand was as high as his body, and it was like a mountain pressing down on his head, and the huge force directly smashed down. Crack! Just with this blow, Li Zhirui's body was pressed down a layer, and many cracks appeared on the ground under his feet. However, Li Zhirui was also a veteran. Before the second attack of the giant swan reached her, she not only broke away from the ground, but also launched a counterattack. For a while, there were flashes of swords and shadows, and all kinds of sharp sword and knife auras collided with each other. Within a radius of dozens of miles, no creature dared to approach, for fear of being misfortune. At this time, on the battlefield, Li Zhirui fought with the giant swan heartily. The collision of swords and knives, the harsh collision sounded incomparably beautiful in his ears. She hadn't met such an opponent for many years, so she was very excited and just wanted to decide the outcome with the other party. However, the strength of the two sides was almost the same, and it was impossible to determine the winner in a short time. And this just met Li Zhirui's expectations. She didn't need an opponent who could be solved in a short time, but like now, she could help her practice. The strong fighting spirit made her offensive more and more fierce, and it did not consume with the passage of time. Instead, the giant swan gradually became a little overwhelmed. Because it took the path of one force to defeat 10 skills, this path was powerful, but the disadvantages were also obvious. Under normal circumstances, it consumed a lot and there was no way to fight for a long time. Bang! the huge body of the giant swan was directly slapped away by Li Zhirui. Ahem, the giant swan lay on the ground in a mess, spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. The whole person looked listless. This was caused by excessive consumption of mana and excessive blood loss. Who are you? Dongyan sect definitely does not have a sword cultivator as powerful as you in the Sanctum realm. Li Zhirui remained silent and did not answer its questions at all. Especially after discovering that it was unable to fight again and could not continue to hone itself, she immediately rushed up and killed it. Catcha. When the black sword was about to pass through the giant swan's body, a spiritual light suddenly appeared and helped it block this fatal blow. Huh? Li Zhirui frowned. A Sanctum water monster suddenly appeared and rescued the giant swan. Huh? This made her very dissatisfied. She had never failed to kill the one she wanted to kill. Li Zhirui rushed straight towards the giant swan, with sword energy rushing into the sky. It was obvious that she was going to use her powerful magical power to kill the giant swan. The Sanctum was horrified and hurriedly tried to save the giant swan again. But what surprised it was that Li Zhirui was just acting. His real purpose was not the giant swan, but himself. A golden sword energy cut through the sky and appeared directly in front of the water monster. It was so fast and close. In addition, it had just tried to save the giant swan, so it had no time to use other means. The sword light slashed into its body and instantly split it in half. After dealing with it, Li Zhirui attacked the giant swan again. I don't want to die. I'm only more than 1,000 years old and have a long lifespan. I can't die. I am the god of this sea area. You can't kill me. Otherwise, it will be contaminated with karma. The giant swan saw her murderous intention and shouted in confusion. God, hearing this word, Li Zhirui had to stop. Ordinary water monsters would die, but for a water monster like the giant swan, who has the status of a water god, there must be someone in the sea clan watching in secret. In this case, the water demon that just died under Li Zhirui's sword was the sea creature that stared at the giant swan and helped him when he was in danger. Yes, I am a water god. As long as you promise not to kill me, I can recognize you as my master, the giant swan said hurriedly, his words full of humility. However, in the face of death, humility is not a derogatory word. It's really hard to deal with. Li Zhirui, who had finished the battle, heard the pleading as soon as he came over. After thinking about it, he said, you might as well recognize this servant. If there's anything in the future, it will be more convenient to have it. Li Zhirui thought about it seriously and finally agreed, saying, hand over a wisp of soul, swear an oath, and let me plant a ban in your soul, triple guarantee, unless it can invite an incredible great power to take action, otherwise it will never be able to get rid of Li Zhirui's control from now on. The giant swan was full of humiliation, but in order to survive, it had to agree and do it one by one. Li Zhirui sensed that it could indeed easily control its life and death, and nodded with satisfaction. There is an undercover agent in the Sea Clan, and it is a water god. It is indeed not low. If there is any master in the Sea Clan in the future, they can know in advance and be prepared. Ask it how many water monsters in the scattered fairyland are there 500 miles away, how strong they are, what they are good at, and where they are, Li Zhirui said with a smile. They can't get rid of all the water monsters in the scattered fairyland around the giant swan, because in this way, the only surviving giant swan will definitely be suspected and checked, and it is very likely to expose its identity. This is what he doesn't want to see. After all, this undercover agent has just been acquired, and it is too uneconomical to lose it before any news is spread. Hearing this, the giant swan immediately reacted. He wanted to do something, but he didn't answer with a cold face. Humph, Li Zhirui looked at it coldly and warned, this is my most trusted relative. His orders are my orders. Just do it. The giant swan still did not move. But the next moment, it was like being struck by lightning, trembling all over, and beads of sweat kept rolling out of its body. This is just a small warning. If it happens again, I will teach you some tricks. Li Zhirui's tone was full of murderous intent. Yes. I will sort out the things you need right away. It will take some time. Li Zhirui couldn't help but chuckle when he saw this. For some slaves, blindly treating them gently will only make them not know how to be respectful and make them demand more. They must show their strength. Not long after, the scarred giant swan came over with a jade slip and said respectfully, Master, this is the information you need. Yes, Li Zhirui glanced at it, memorized the contents, and began to choose the next hunting target. Chapter 1108 Stop. Puff. Over a certain area in the East China Sea, the spirit energy returned to its original state again. When the nearby sea creatures arrived, the murderer had already escaped, and his aura had been completely wiped out. Afterwards, the fairy-land water demon was asked to deduce the secrets of heaven, but the identity of the murderer could not be found. Damn it. In the past 2 months, more than 20 scattered fairyland sea creatures have died, but now we don't even know who the murderer is. There is no clue at all. A fairyland water demon was furious in the magnificent hall, venting his anger crazily, because this was too embarrassing. Especially when the sea creatures occupied the waters of the entire southern region, it was just when their prestige was rising, and such a big scandal appeared. There must be a problem within us, otherwise how could the murderer avoid the traps we set every time? Another water demon also looked very ugly, but still retained a trace of calmness and expressed his guess. You must find this traitor for me. How dare he betray the great sea clan? I will tear him into pieces in front of all the sea clans. And light the soul lamp. Perhaps he was threatened or forced, but this sentence should not be said in front of the angry fellow clansman. It's time to stop. In a hidden island cave, Li Zhirui, who had recovered his magic power, said to Li Zhirui. Li Zhirui nodded. They had killed a lot of water monsters during this period, and they also escaped the traps of the Sea Clan several times, which must have aroused the suspicion of the Sea Clan. Fortunately, our calamity energy has been almost resolved. Li Zhirui smiled with satisfaction. Although there is no way to determine how much calamity energy is left, it can be roughly inferred through the perception of the laws of heaven. Their perception of the laws is now several times better than when the great calamity came, which is enough to show that there is not much calamity energy left. After discussing the remaining 1 or 2% of calamity energy, the two decided to go to the monster clan to cause trouble. Although compared to the easier to find water monsters, the scattered fairyland monsters are definitely much rarer near Shanghai's Hao, but now the sea tribe is no longer suitable for the two-tracked. You know, during this period of time, with the help of the giant swan's familiarity with the surrounding sea tribes, they can grasp the weaknesses and abilities of those water monsters in advance, so as to prepare for them and achieve a quick kill. And they can also know the movements within the sea tribe and make completely opposite choices from them, giving them enough time to leave calmly. But in this case, where can the moon snake find enough scattered fairies to dissolve the calamity? Li Zhirui asked with some concern. After all, after the two of them fought and killed, the sea tribe will definitely become extremely alert. Even with a giant swan as an undercover, the next action may be very dangerous. Maybe the fairyland water monsters will be dispatched to deal with them. The calamity of the moon snake is much less than ours. Li Zhirui paused and said, this may be because she also has some of the power of the Taiyin star god, as the darlings of the heavenly Dao, the gods who maintain the stable operation of the world and have made great contributions to the development of the world. They do not need to struggle in the catastrophe like other creatures, kill enough creatures, and return enough spiritual energy. Don't you see that the catastrophe has erupted for several years, except for the fact that the sea clan sought to seize the water god system before, which alarmed the gods and they took action briefly. There is almost no trace of their actions. This is also what the moon snake and Li Zhirui said before leaving Wangxin Mountain, asking him not to worry and take this opportunity to solve his own calamity as much as possible. Li Zhirui also reacted and smiled lightly. It seems that this action is her intention to help us. Yes, Li Zhirui also figured out the reason afterwards. Brother Jiu, what are you going to do with a giant water swan? Li Zhirui thought for a while and said, you can't kill gods easily. Now we can only keep it as it is. Just plant a nail in the Sea Clan. Maybe it will be useful in the future. The Sea Clan is now powerful, and they are from a small family. If they rush into it, they will die. But before leaving, there are still some things we need to find out from him, and set up more restrictions to ensure that there is no mistake. Fortunately, when they act outside, they are disguised. In addition, the secrets are covered, so they can't figure out that the Li family is making trouble in secret. Even if the giant swan is exposed afterwards, it will never involve them and the family. Okay, Li Zhirui didn't ask what it was, because she would know the reason later. She responded and began to sense the whereabouts of the giant swan. With her leading the way, they soon found the subdued water god. Let go of your mind and let me check the divine scroll in your sea of consciousness, Li Zhirui ordered. Even though he was not its master, the giant swan did not dare to disobey, because it knew that its master respected him very much. and if it did not obey orders, it would end up in a miserable state. So even though the giant swan was very afraid of death, it could only act according to orders, suppressing its fear, and letting go of its mind, so that Li Zhirui's consciousness could easily come in. However, he completely ignored the huge movement in the giant swan's sea of consciousness and directly looked at the divine scroll. The divine scroll was extremely mysterious. Even though Li Zhirui was already a scattered immortal, he felt dizzy and uncomfortable after looking at it for a while. But he did not give up, but continued to comprehend the divine scroll. When Li Zhixun saw this scene, he had a vague guess in his heart. Was this for the family's plan? Hoo-hoo. About a quarter of an hour later, Li Zhirui could no longer hold on, and his face was a little pale. If Li Zhixun had not helped him in time, he would have fallen directly. Brother Jiu, are you okay? Li Zhirui waved his hand and said softly, it's okay, it's just that my spiritual consciousness has been overconsumed. I'll be fine after a rest. Well, you should practice well and strive to improve your divine status. These precious pills are the rewards given to you by the head of the family. After taking a breath and regaining some energy, he gave some instructions to Juhu. Yes, Juhu didn't dare to object and could only accept the spiritual objects obediently. Let's go. Li Zhixun nodded and flew away with Li Zhirui. Finally they left. Although they are still controlled by others, at least they left and regained some freedom. Juhu felt that his body and soul were much more relaxed. As for finding an opportunity to report the two people to the Sea Clan, Juhu had this idea at first, but considering that if it was leaked, he would most likely lose his life before seeing the two human corpses, he had to give up. After all, his life was controlled by someone else, and the other party only needed a thought to detonate the wisp of soul and the mark in the soul, taking his life. Let's take it one step at a time. Finally, the giant swan sighed, calmed down, and sank helplessly into the water god's mansion at the bottom of the sea. A day later, Li Zhirui and Li Zhixun returned to Wangsun Mountain. As soon as they came back, Yush came to them and said solemnly, I'm going back to Taiyin Star. Huh? Li Zhirui asked, what happened? The Shinto is discussing a big thing. Now it's a critical moment. As the Taiyin Star god, I need to show up. Shu'er also mentioned this matter when he came back last time. Yush nodded, but did not explain what it was. You're going back like this. How do you plan to deal with the calamity on your body? When the things discussed by the gods are completed, the calamity will dissipate by itself. Li Zhirui raised his eyebrows slightly. Looking at the reaction of the moon snake, it should be able to dissolve the calamity of all gods. Although the gods are not infected with much calamity, it will definitely not be too little when added up. Is the gods going to do something big? Unfortunately, neither Li Chengshou nor the moon snake can leak it. Without sufficient information, it is impossible to deduce the plans of the gods. In the short term, it should not affect the immortal way. After saying this, the moon snake turned into a ray of moonlight and flew up to the sky. In other words, after a long time, it will inevitably affect the immortal way. Li Zhirui shook his head and temporarily suppressed these thoughts. Instead of wasting time on this, it is better to complete his previous idea. That is to learn from the Sea Clan and confer gods. But his ambition is not as big as that of the Sea Clan, and the strength and foundation of the Li family do not support him to have too much ambition. What Li Zhirui wants is to confer the title on the mountain and water gods in various places in the Shanhaizhou controlled by the family. It can even be further simplified, and only the gods of mountains and rivers can be conferred. As for the steps of conferring gods, the spiritual objects required, the rituals, etc., Li Zhirui had already learned from the giant swan. After all, it was the one who witnessed it. When he left, he asked to observe the divine scroll, and he also wanted to further understand and improve his ideas. Speaking of which, the reason why Li Zhirui came up with this idea was also influenced by the Sea Clan, or stimulated. He didn't want some unidentified gods to suddenly appear on the territory controlled by the family one day. Instead of doing so, it is better to take the initiative to confer gods and let the clan members serve as gods. In this way, the hidden dangers that Li Zhirui was worried about would be gone, and he could better control the entire Shanhaizhou. In order to get the support of the family, he convened a clan meeting and told Li Yuncheng and a group of elders all his ideas and future aspirations. The so-called aspirations are not that Li Zhirui is completely painting a pie in the sky. After all, it is true that after becoming a god, the lifespan will increase greatly, and it is also true that you can climb the avenue from another path. After all, as a cultivator, most people's wish is to live forever and become powerful. Ruizu, how sure are you about this? Li Yancheng was also very tempted. He might be able to use the position of the clan leader to push his cultivation a step further, but it would only be Mahayana. And he knew very well in his heart that if there were no other opportunities, he would probably stop here. Now that he saw a brand new road, he naturally wanted to try it. Maybe he had mediocre qualifications in the immortal way, but as a god, he was gifted. Did Ruizu say that the cultivation of gods is to maintain the stability of the laws and do more beneficial things for the world? If you can do something that promotes the world, you are very likely to be favored by the way of heaven. 70 to 80%. This is the result of Li Zhirui's cautious statement. In fact, he is very confident. After all, the difficulty of conferring the title of gods is not as difficult as he thought. In that case, I agree, many elders raised their hands. The problems they faced were similar to those of Li Yancheng, or even more serious. At least the former still had the hope of breaking through the Mahayana, and there might not even be able to do this step. I need 999 of each of the 5 kinds of 5-color spiritual stones, 9 spiritual objects of no less than the 8th grade, an incense burner that has been worshipped by 100,000 people, and 99 spiritual incense sticks. Li Zhirui immediately said the spiritual objects he needed. Not only were the quantities large, but they were also diverse. The Li family was not unable to collect them, but it would take a lot of time to do so. We will immediately arrange for the clan members to collect the spiritual objects. Li Yancheng paused and asked, Ruizu, do you want to mobilize some independent cultivators? After all, with the participation of independent cultivators, the speed would definitely be much faster. Li Zhirui was about to refuse, but suddenly remembered the important matter that Li Chengshuo and Yush were discussing. He vaguely felt that if this matter was completed, it would definitely affect the private enthronement of gods. Okay, but I won't let anyone fish in troubled waters. Don't worry, we will keep an eye on it, Li Yancheng promised. Hearing this, Li Zhirui said nothing more and disappeared. Li Yancheng and the elders completed this matter as soon as possible, so that the clan members could start to act earlier. The next day, all the clan members who were still in Wangxin Mountain received a new task from the family to collect their own spiritual objects. Not only that, some casual cultivators with clean origins were also mobilized. During this period, Li Zhirui and Li Zhixun were not idle. They searched for scattered immortals near Shanhai's how to resolve all their calamity as soon as possible. Fortunately, during the Great Calamity, the rare scattered immortals are not so rare now. After a period of searching, after killing 3 scattered immortal beasts and 2 demon cultivators, the two felt a sense of relief. Finally done, Li Zhirui sighed. They haven't had a good rest in the past few months and continue to run around to resolve the calamity. Li Zhixun was also very happy because her realm had improved a lot during this period of frequent battles. However, Li Zhirui still had to rest for a moment. After returning to Wangxin Mountain, he immediately began to arrange the altar for the conferred gods and various rituals. In this regard, Zhang Fengwu, the master of formations, is the most professional. It must be said that it has only been nearly a month, and the family has collected so many spiritual objects, thanks to everyone's desperate efforts to complete it as soon as possible. Finally, when the altar and the ceremony were set up and the last step was taken, Li Zhirui went to rest for a night to conserve his energy. The next morning, all the tribesmen who knew the news gathered around the square where Li Zhirui was. Before them, there were already dozens of tribesmen standing here. Obviously, they were the gods selected by the family. Li Zhirui did not participate in the selection, but he knew that this matter was fair. At least each of them was a tribe member who had made a great contribution to the development of the family. It was precisely because of this that although other tribesmen were somewhat dissatisfied, they only complained a few words and did not cause a bigger conflict. Chapter 1109 Asking. Everything was ready. After bathing and burning incense, Li Zhirui went up to the altar. All the steps were in accordance with a previous deification of the Sea clan. Worship the heavenly Dao, offer tribute, and request deification. Li Zhirui completed all this solemnly, holding a deification in both hands, bowing and waiting for the response of the heavenly Dao. Seeing that there was no movement, the clansmen below the stage were uneasy, worried that the heavenly Dao would think that the Li family was usurping the throne, and would not only refuse to agree, but also bring disaster. Li Zhirui on the altar also felt a little uneasy, and couldn't understand why the Li family didn't get the approval when the steps were obviously the same as those of the Sea clan, but some of the sacrificial words were slightly modified. Was it because of that little modification? It shouldn't be. After all, the Sea Clan deified all the water gods, but the Li family had other gods. Is it because this part of the sacrificial words is wrong? Li Zhirui's thoughts were in a mess, but he couldn't find the root of the problem. A full half-hour passed, and there was still no movement. Just when Li Zhirui was about to give up, the imperial seal in his hand suddenly turned into green smoke and rose into the sky. A vast and profound will suddenly appeared, shrouding the sky above Wangsan Mountain. Everyone suddenly felt that this was the will of heaven. Will he agree, or give up? Not long after, dozens of spiritual lights fell and enveloped the members of the Li family's selected clansmen. And the various spiritual objects prepared by the Li family also began to lose their spiritual charm and became ordinary objects. Obviously, heaven gave the answer and agreed to the Li family's request for the seal. When the spiritual light dissipated, dozens of clansmen with changed temperaments and some spiritual objects in their hands appeared in front of everyone. From then on, they became the mountain gods, water gods, and land gods of Shamhaizhou. In the divine domain, they can mobilize more power and their strength is far beyond the same level, but if they leave the divine domain, there will be no such blessing, but it will be weakened. The advantages and disadvantages of the gods had been explained to the tribesmen before this, so none of them felt dissatisfied. Instead, they were excited because they had a lot more lifespan and a new way to seek the truth and become stronger. Li Zhirui exhaled a breath of turbid air. He really thought that the request for the title would fail, but in the end, the heavenly Dao seemed to have changed its mind. Did Cheng Sheng and Cheng Shuo do something behind the scenes? This was the only tribe member he could think of who might have affected the heavenly Dao. I can only wait for Shu'er to return to the family and ask for the specific reasons. Li Zhirui calmed down and said, the heavenly Dao has completed the title of the gods. I believe you also know your future responsibilities. I hope you will not violate them and do more things that are beneficial to heaven and earth. This is the correct way for you to improve your strength. If you do something bad or evil, even if the family doesn't know, the heavenly Dao will not forgive you. Yes, everyone's hearts condensed and they quickly agreed. After giving some advice and warnings, Li Zhirui asked them to return to their own divine domains and left the place himself. Brother Jiu, is there something wrong? Li Zhixuan, who caught up, asked. She was watching from the outside, and her feelings were far less profound than Li Zhirui, who was hosting the invitation, but she could still see such an obvious problem. Well, I feel that Xiandao may not want to agree at first, but changed its mind in the end. It may be something that Shenzhen and Shu'er did. Li Zhirui sighed and said, I was too impulsive and reckless this time. If I had asked them in advance, perhaps this accident would not have happened. If so, Shu'er will probably come back soon. We will know when we ask her. Yes, although the process was a bit bumpy, fortunately the final outcome was good. Decking and others on the side spoke up one after another, asking Li Zhirui not to worry too much. Seeing this, Li Zhirui couldn't help but chuckle and said, when did I become a worrywart in your eyes? Don't worry, I'm fine. After chatting with everyone, they left. But when Li Zhirui returned to the cave, his face instantly became indifferent, and he lowered his eyes and frowned, reflecting on his actions during this period. He originally thought that since he practiced a way of purification and mastered the law of purification, the great calamity would not have any effect on him. But now it seems that there is still some, but it is subtle, and the whole process is so subtle that Li Zhirui did not notice it. It was not until this decision almost caused a disaster that he reacted. However, Li Zhirui did not indulge in it. Since the incident had already happened and the problem was found, he would find a way to save it and solve it. Li Zhirui closed his eyes and sank into the sea of consciousness, looking for the calamity that obscured his own body. Not long after, a bunch of purifying white lotuses emerged from the sea and quickly dispelled the calamity. Practicing is like sailing against a current. If you don't advance, you will retreat. The heart of Tao is like a mirror, which needs to be wiped from time to time. While whispering, Li Zhirui seemed to have entered a mysterious space, and a complete way of purification appeared in front of him. I don't know how long it took, maybe a moment, or 100 years. Li Zhirui only felt his body falling suddenly, and when he opened his eyes again, it was already a familiar quiet room, as if the previous scene was just an illusion. But he knew in his heart that he had indeed seen the way of purification clearly and at a close distance because of the enlightenment just now. Because in Li Zhirui's mind, There were many more insights into the way of purification, and his control over the law of purification was also improved a lot. What a pleasant surprise, Li Zhirui sighed. He didn't expect that he would have such a rich harvest after a reflection. Although this sudden enlightenment did not allow him to directly break through to the middle stage of the scattered immortal, after all, it had not been long since Li Zhirui broke through the scattered immortal, but it also saved dozens or hundreds of years of hard practice. Calming down his excited mood, he closed his eyes again and continued to practice and comprehend. Speaking of which, Li Zhirui had a very important thing waiting for him to do. That was to deduce the fairyland skills of dealing Dao Lu. At the beginning, the dealing sect used the mortal realm to deduce the skills to the fairyland. I don't know how much it cost during the period, but this was already their limit. After all, the gap between the mortal realm and the fairyland is like clouds and mud, and the difference is huge. The mystery is not something that the mortal realm can comprehend. So until now, the dealing Dao Lu that Li Zhirui practiced was not considered a fairyland practice, which would cause great obstacles to his practice. It's not that he didn't want to solve it, but the threat of the catastrophe made it impossible for Li Zhirui to retreat for a long time and concentrate on deducing the practice. In addition, there is another big problem, that is, he has no fairyland practice for comprehension. In fact, the Li family has fairyland practice. For example, Zhang Fengwu has inherited a set of practice, but not to mention that there are restrictions that cannot be passed on. Her cultivation level is not high enough, and she doesn't know the subsequent practice at all. For example, Li Zhirui, she also experienced a catastrophe in the Middle Thousand World, and collected some incomplete fairyland practice in her hands. So now she is facing the problem of lack of subsequent practice like Li Zhirui. There are also Li Chengsheng and Li Changshuo brothers and sisters. After they became gods, the way of heaven, or the position of God, gave them a set of practice. Although immortals and gods have different paths to the same destination, they are also different paths, and they cannot take them out. At most, they can only give some experience and insights. Speaking of which, Li Zhirui has long been aware of the problem of the practice method, so during this period, he began to think about this matter whenever he had time, and got several ideas. Now he only has to wait for the catastrophe to end and the world to be clear, so that he can have time to complete this matter. Time flies, and it is night in a blink of an eye. The moon hangs high in the sky, and the bright moonlight shines on the world, allowing all spirits and things to enjoy the nourishment of the moonlight. It is also at this time that a god appears in the moonlight and enters the Li family quietly. "Sure, you are finally back." Da Qing seemed to have been waiting for her. Seeing Li Changshuo appear, she shouted excitedly, "Uncle Kingsun, Uncle Kingpen. Where is my father?" She greeted the elders one by one and asked about the person she wanted to see. "Brother Jiu is still in the quiet room. I will contact him now." After saying that, Zhao Qing turned into a wisp of air and disappeared in an instant. Soon, Li Zhirui and Zhao Qing came to the place where everyone was gathered. "Dad, you represent the family to confer the title of the gods of Shanhai's Hao, because you don't want a second force to appear in this area and hinder the family." Li Changshuo sighed helplessly and said, "But I have to say that the family's luck is really bad." Hearing this, Li Zhirui couldn't help but smile bitterly. These words were completely to save face for his father. No need to do this, just do it directly. "Elders, do you still remember that when Yush left, he once again mentioned that the various Shinto factions were discussing a major event?" Everyone thought about it and nodded. Li Changshuo organized his words and said, "The family asked for the conferring of gods. And it happened that the matter had been discussed. Although it is not complete, a prototype has been created. It is precisely because of this that Xiandao does not want to have any more accidents, so it is not agreed yet. Finally, my elder brother and I made a deal with a certain god, which made him give up the pursuit, and Xiandao changed his mind. This must not be as light as she said, just like the most critical clues hidden between the deal and Xiandao's change of mind. But Li Changshuo was unwilling to say it, and Li Zhirui and others could not force it. Thanks to you, otherwise the conferring of gods would not only fail, but the family would also have to pay a heavy price. Li Changshuo waved his hand and did not take the credit. He just solemnly reminded, "Don't do this kind of private conferring of gods in the future, otherwise there will be no good end." "Don't worry, I won't do it again in the future." Li Changshuo nodded and said, "The gods are busy, so I won't stay too long and go back first." Before the voice fell, it turned into moonlight and disappeared. It seems that what the Shinto is doing now is more eye-catching and shocking than the previous sea clan's deification, Li Zhirui said thoughtfully. Maybe the catastrophe is about to end. As he said that, he looked at Li Yancheng and reminded him, let the clansmen seize the time and kill as many monsters as possible, okay? In Dongyun Mountain. Have you found out? Who has deified the gods again? The head of the sect asked in a deep voice. Compared with the Sea Clan, the movement of the Li family deifying the gods is much less than that of the Sea Clan. It will not cause much movement at all, but it is not that there is no movement. For example, the nearest Dongyun sect has noticed it. It is the new Fairyland family in the north, the Li family of Shanhai's Hao. Is it the family that gave birth to the two star gods, the sun and the moon? The head of the sect thought for a while before remembering it. That's right, it seems that these two star gods are still very fond of the family. They actually helped to confer the gods. The head of the sect chuckled, thought for a while, and said, arrange some elders to visit the Li family and ask about the whole process of conferring the gods. At the same time, let the Anbu collect more relevant information. Li Zhirui didn't want a group of outsiders to appear on his territory, and the Dongyun sect was the same. It's just that they were licking their wounds and recovering from the losses in the war before, and they didn't think about it for a while. Now that they saw the Li family conferring the gods, they naturally wouldn't forget it again. As for whether they would fail, the head of the sect never thought about it. After all, in his opinion, even the Li family could succeed, so how could they fail? Yes, the next day, a spirit ship flew out of Dongyun Mountain and headed straight for Wongsun Mountain. The spirit ship sped and arrived at Wongsun Mountain at noon that day. Fu Mingzi of Dongyun sect, come to visit. The clan member guarding the mountain gate looked at him with a slightly vigilant look in his eyes, while respectfully asking about his purpose, and arranging people to report to the clan leader. Li Yancheng was puzzled when he heard the identity of the visitor. The Li family and Dongyun sect had some relationship before, but since they separated, the two families had almost no contact. This visit was really a bit sudden. Go and invite Ruzu. Li Yancheng stood up and went to the mountain gate to greet Fu Ming. Sir, if I am negligent in front of you, please forgive me. Li Yancheng smiled and brought the person in. Patriarch Li is too polite. I came here to ask for something. Fu Ming put his attitude very low, even for his status, it was a bit humble. But the more so, the more alert Li Yancheng was. I came here suddenly for two reasons. Fu Ming seemed not to notice, and said to himself, I heard that your family has conferred a deity, so the sect sent me to congratulate you. The other thing is that I want to ask for a copy of the completion process, the conferment words, etc. Your sect also wants to confer a deity. No one wants to have a group of uncontrollable outsiders on their territory, Fu Ming said with a smile. Li Yancheng agreed very much, but the copy said, this, Patriarch Li, just say what you want to say. Having said that, Fu Ming frowned in his heart, thinking that Li Yancheng was a little ungrateful. The Dongyun sect he represented was so humble, but he still wanted to refuse. To be honest with you, the success of our family's deification was all luck. If it weren't for the help of the two ancestors, the deification would never have been successful. Li Yancheng wanted to continue speaking, but when he inadvertently saw Fu Ming's expression, he stopped talking immediately, changed the subject and asked, since your clan wants it, and it's just a note, our family will naturally not refuse, but please think twice before you act. The deification is far more complicated than it seems. Finally, he couldn't help but remind him. Chapter 1110 Heaven. Thank you for your reminder, Patriarch Li, Fu Ming responded with a smile, and did not continue to play around. He picked up the note and was about to leave. Li Yancheng frowned for a moment, and wanted to warn him again, but thinking of his attitude, he swallowed his words and quietly stood up to see him off. If it weren't for the spiritual objects sent by Dongyun sect, he wouldn't have reminded him a second time. However, on the way, he happened to meet Li Zhirui who came. Huh? Li Zhirui smiled and said, but the family's poor hospitality caused you to leave so hastily. You worry too much, but the elders of the sect urged me to return to the mountain gate immediately after getting your family's conferred god notes and start making arrangements. Fu Ming's attitude changed immediately after he felt threatened by Li Zhirui. He was very surprised that as a disciple carefully cultivated by Dongyun sect, and his cultivation was also one small realm higher, he would actually feel dangerous to Li Zhirui. Did the clan leader tell you that there were problems with the conferred god ceremony? In the end, we only succeeded by chance thanks to the two star gods. When you go back, Please ask the seniors to deduce it and make sure there are no problems before you can confer the god. Thank you for your repeated reminders. I will take these words back, Fu Ming agreed with a smile. A dark light flashed in Li Zhirui's eyes. From his appearance, it was clear that he didn't take the words to heart at all and was just perfunctorily dealing with them. However, during the conversation, he had already recorded it with a photostone. If the Dongyun sect came to cause trouble in the future, they would have the right to do so, and it was not the Li family's fault. Of course, if the Dongyun sect didn't care about their face, this photo would not be able to do anything to them. But I think they would still care about their face. After all, they are one of the most powerful forces in the Yuanling realm. At least they would not suppress the Li family on the surface because of this. That's good. Li Zhirui didn't say anything else, and he and Li Yuncheng sent several Dongyun sect monks away. Ruizu, will this bring trouble to the family? It depends on whether Dongyun sect has shame or not. If they don't, I think they will. I should have known better than not giving the note, Li Yuncheng said with some melancholy. It's the same as offending Dongyun sect, but it's the lesser of two evils. It doesn't matter, we will stop the enemy and cover the water with earth. At least they didn't send cultivators above the immortal realm. Li Zhirui and Li Zhixun were not afraid. They didn't dare to say they could win, but at least they wouldn't lose. Seeing Li Zhirui so confident, Li Yuncheng's worries were relieved a lot. Okay, you are busy, go back quickly. After saying that, Li Zhirui left. After he returned to the cave, he didn't take the matter to heart, and continued to concentrate on comprehending the laws. On the other hand, after Fu Ming left Wongsun Mountain, he did not return to Dongyun sect immediately, but found an uninhabited deserted mountain and waited for the disciples who were sent out to collect information to come back. The Li family still had the vision of the deification that day, so some passing by cultivators witnessed the whole process. Fu Ming looked at the news brought back by everyone, and couldn't help but frown. Muttering, the Li family's words are really not humble words? There's really a problem, forget it, let the elders worry about this problem. I am just responsible for collecting information. The spirit ship took off and flew towards Dongyun sect at lightning speed. A few hours later, Fu Ming met the head of the sect with the notes and various news. Are those two star gods helping behind the scenes? After reading it, the head of the sect was a little undecided. After all, no one knew what the consequences would be if the conferred god failed. If it was very serious, it would be another major blow to the Dongyun sect, which was still recovering. After thinking about it, the head of the sect decided to act cautiously and said, first, give these things to the elders to see, and at the same time contact the gods to see if anyone is willing to help. At least collect some information. Yes, everyone acted separately. It must be said that as one of the major forces in the Yuanling realm, the network of people is still very wide, and soon contacted several gods with high cultivation. When faced with the topic of deification, they reminded the Dongyun sect that it would be best not to do it unless there were gods of higher status who were willing to pay for them. However, when asked for the specific reasons, they all avoided answering. This attitude made the sect master more cautious. He originally wanted to give up deification, but after listening to the words of a certain elder, he felt that it made sense. Or, in other words, he was still unwilling to give up. Sect master, why don't we try it on a small scale first? If there is no problem, then deification on a large scale will not involve too many people and affect the entire sect. If there is a problem, in addition, after the elders deduced the secrets of heaven, they did not notice any danger, which further gave him the idea of trying. So, the sect master decided to take action. More than 1,000 miles outside Dongyun Mountain, they chose a group of mountains with only a dozen large and small mountains, and also selected a group of disciples who were in the state of refining emptiness and combining body as the people to be conferred. Are you ready? The sect master looked at the elder Fu Yuan who proposed the test. Everything is ready. Fu Yuan walked up to the altar confidently, followed the steps to offer sacrifices to the heavenly Dao, and then asked for the conferment. But to everyone's surprise, after the request for the title was spoken, a thunderclap sounded in the sky, and then everyone's eyes turned white. It turned out that a bolt of lightning struck down and swallowed Fu Yuan and the dozen disciples who were to be conferred the title. Failed, the head of the sect was horrified. Not only did he fail, but the heavens also punished him. That bolt of lightning directly took the lives of Fu Yuan and others, and they had no time to rescue them. How could this happen? The head of the sect came back to his senses from the shock, and couldn't help but feel a little fortunate in his heart, because he was the main priest who went on stage to request the title. If Fu Yuan didn't want to show off and insisted on going on stage, he would have died. The head of the sect asked people to collect the bones of those disciples and hurried back to the mountain gate. But soon, he discovered another major event. The sect's luck suddenly dropped a lot. Is this also a punishment for failing to confer the title of God? Fortunately, it was just a small-scale attempt. If the entire sect participated in it, the luck would probably be completely cut off, and the disciples would also suffer heavy casualties. By this time, the ruin of Dongyuan's sect was a foregone conclusion. The decline of the sect's luck alarmed all the earthly immortals and heavenly immortals, who used the communication talisman to inquire about the reason for the change in luck. The head of the sect naturally would not hide anything and explained the whole incident in detail. Not long after, he received a reply letter with only a few words, asking him not to think about becoming a god, forget about it, and concentrate on handling family affairs. However, Li Yanchang has been thinking about this matter since Fu Ming left the family, fearing that Dongyuan sect would come to trouble the family at any time. After more than a month of fear, he was completely relieved and his mental state improved a lot. Above the 9 heavens, the star realm. In the huge beat-out galaxy, countless gods stood at this time. In the central Zhirui temple, only gods above the scattered fairy realm were qualified to enter, but they could only listen. Those who are qualified to speak are at least in the human immortal realm, or people like Li Chengsheng and Li Changshu, who are of noble godhood and high status. Of course, they are still quite sensible, knowing that strength is the foundation, and godhood and status are all empty, so they will not take the initiative to speak. The only ones who are truly qualified to discuss are the heads of each pantheon, or those powerful ones. Gather all the pantheons and gods of the Shinto and jointly establish the heavenly court. This will not only make it easier to control the gods of various places, but also allow the heavenly court to confront the immortals, the demons, the monsters and the sea. Yes, the strength of the Shinto is not weak, but it is because it is too scattered and each pantheon is completely independent, so it cannot become a truly unique and powerful camp. Just like the Sea Clan and the Monster Clan, there are many internal conflicts between them, but they still gather together, because only in this way can they get more benefits. Then the question is, who should take the position of the Lord of Heaven? The gods had discussed this issue many times before, but they had never reached a unified and complete answer. In the end, they all parted ways unhappily and could not formally establish the heaven. Why don't you listen to me? Zhirui suddenly said. Just speak, Star Lord. Could they dare to stop him? Since you think there's only one Lord of Heaven, no one checks and balances him, and you are more worried that he will be partial, so I came up with a solution, which is to split it into several positions. Z smiled and said, in this way, not only can more people occupy high positions, but they can also check and balance each other, and there is no need to worry about partiality or conspiracy. After this, everyone looked at him deeply. Zhirui's proposal solved the problem, but he also had his own selfish motives. For example, he knew that he could not sit on the position of the Lord of Heaven, so he had to settle for the second best. And with his identity, cultivation, status, and being the initiator of this matter, he will definitely get one of the positions. After finishing speaking, Zhirui stood aside calmly, becoming an outsider. Li Chengsheng and Li Changshu looked at each other and then looked away. The other gods quarreled for the remaining 5 seats and almost fought directly. In the end, the water god, thunder god, mountain god, and fire god each got a seat. The rest was given to the wood god, a relatively weak god system. He was considered the representative of those small god systems. Since we have discussed it, let's go to the area between the 9 heavens and the star realm and open up the heavenly court. Zhirui stood up again. The gods and Zhirui went to the destination that had been explored long ago. The matter had been decided and there was no possibility of modification. Naturally, there was no need to waste time. Rumble. On this day, a huge roar suddenly broke out between heaven and earth. At this moment, all living beings looked up at the sky involuntarily. Then they saw hundreds of gods taking action and opening up a huge space between the 9 heavens and the star realm. This is, Li Zhirui muttered to himself, it seems that this is the great thing that Shoer said Shinto is doing. Just as he was thinking, countless Shinto gods appeared, and under the leadership of the 6 great powers, they escaped into the dark space. The space opened up by the power of a large number of gods was huge, at least hundreds of thousands of miles square, and the chaotic energy in it was thin, foggy, empty, and there was nothing, all of which needed them to fill. The first thing to do was to send the chaotic energy out and consolidate this space, and finally build the heaven. A large number of gods acted in an orderly manner to make a move. Like Li Changsheng and Li Changshu, the two of them left a sun and moon projection in the space to illuminate the space. And with the actions of the gods, the space became more and more stable, as if it was the Yuanling realm. What are those gods doing? I don't know, but such a big commotion must be no small matter, Alice. I don't know if it will affect us casual cultivators. Just as the gods were busy building the heavenly palace, the creatures outside were curiously watching, but found that there was no movement for a long time, so they withdrew their gazes and went to do their own things. However, big forces like the Donggyun sect were unwilling to miss a single bit and kept paying attention all the time. A few days later, countless spiritual lights flew out of that space. They were the gods who had entered before. The leader was the 6 heavenly emperors of Zhirui, and behind them were arranged in order according to their cultivation and godhood. Heaven is above. Thanks to the kindness of heaven, the way of gods can appear again. Now the catastrophe has broken out and all living beings are suffering. The way of gods has the heart of purification but no solution. Therefore, all the gods are gathered to build the heavenly palace to work tirelessly to calm the catastrophe and repair the world, enforce the law on behalf of heaven, and protect the world on behalf of heaven. Countless gods prayed in unison, and their voices resounded through the world and reached the ears of all living beings. Heaven. Stand. Boom. Almost as soon as the heavenly Dao finished speaking, there was a response, and a thick golden light column was very happy to descend, and this was merit. A huge merit that the world has never seen before. Even if it will be shared among all the gods who helped, it is also a great opportunity for some gods who have contributed more. When the merit light column dissipated, everyone looked up and found that the space had disappeared. The whole picture could not be seen clearly, but the heavenly court with carved railings, jade bricks, pavilions and towers could be vaguely seen behind the clouds. Acting on behalf of the heaven, enforcing the law on behalf of the heaven, and safeguarding the world on behalf of the heaven, Li Zhirui witnessed the whole process and said with emotion, "Heaven. The God of God has done a great thing. No wonder the family's deification meeting almost failed before." I think at that time, the God of God had already reported to the heavenly Dao that the gods in various places in Shanhaizhou had already been pre-selected. Brother Jiu, will the appearance of the heavenly court have any impact on the family? Li Zhixuan's question asked the voices of many clansmen. From now on, the gods appointed by the family will probably no longer obey the family's orders, but the heavenly court. After all, it has taken control of the power of the Shinto. After thinking for a while, Li Zhirui said softly, also, the Shinto is no longer loose sand, and has the qualifications to compete with the immortal way, the demon way, the sea clan, and the monster clan. Chapter 1111 Accident. As he spoke, Li Zhirui could not help but fall into deep thought. The establishment of the heavenly court by the Shinto not only facilitates their holding power and exercising their duties, but also provides an excellent way to grow stronger. By taking over the places between heaven and earth where there are no gods, they can later replace the heavenly Dao to confer gods, promote and demote. Of course, the current heavenly court is limited to those who are artificially conferred gods, such as Li Changsheng and Li Changshu. The gods conferred by the heavenly Dao are at most a loose restriction. Unless the heavenly court can further expand its power and include these gods. But as of now, it is still very difficult to do this. Apart from other things, all the gods in the heavenly court are conferred by the heavenly Dao. How could they be willing to wrap a chain around themselves? Maybe there will be a war within the Shinto in the future. Thinking of this, Li Zhirui shook his head with a smile. The heavenly court has just been established, and he is thinking about such a distant thing. It is really worrying. By the way, there is not much calamity left in the world. Let the tribesman hurry up to eliminate it. Although he could not see the calamity, he could judge it by the difficulty of comprehending the law. When Li Zhirui comprehended the law yesterday, he felt that it was almost the same as before the catastrophe. I will go and urge those tribesmen now. After saying that, Li Yancheng left in a hurry. In Donggyun Mountain. So that's it. After watching the whole process of Shinto establishing the heavenly court, how could the head of the sect still not understand why Fu Yuan died? Shinto had long since taken the power of conferring gods in various places in the world into its own hands. I didn't expect that the final winner of this catastrophe was not the Donggyun sect, nor the High Clan, But the Shinto that had been hiding all the time, the major forces in various parts of the Yuanling realm, all expressed similar feelings and became wary of Shinto. With this catastrophe, Shinto did not know how much benefit it had gained, and it had the power of conferring gods in various places in the world in its hands. This alone was enough for them to pay attention. Not to mention that Shinto's strength was not bad. However, no matter how serious they are, they have to face the catastrophe in front of them. Originally, everyone thought that the catastrophe would not end so quickly, and it would last for at least several years, but they did not expect that so many major events would happen in just 1 or 2 years. First, the various forces of the Immortal Way learned that the Dongyun sect had obtained a relic, and secretly joined forces with the Demon Way, asking them to send a large number of demon cultivators to besiege the Dongyun sect. In this process, a large number of disciples on both sides died. Don't think that there are no casualties just because the Dongyun sect's mountain protection formation has never been broken. In fact, almost no disciples and cultivators of vassal forces stationed in various parts of Dongyun province survived the purge of demon cultivators. Then the Dongyun sect withdrew its forces on a large scale and gave up Donghae Beppu, resulting in loopholes in the Immortal Way's defense line. The Sea clan immediately launched an extremely large-scale beast tide. And it is unknown how many cultivators and water monsters died. The Sea clan took advantage of the victory and set up a false formation to mobilize a large number of water monsters into Dongzhou, but was blocked by various forces. In the end, only 1 in 10 water monsters returned to the East China Sea alive. In addition, the large and small battles that broke out in various parts of the Yuanling realm, and countless lives were lost. It can be said that since the outbreak of the catastrophe, there has been almost no quiet and peaceful place in the Yuanling realm. Every place is either in the war or affected by the war. Just like this, the spiritual energy of returning to the primitive world has dissolved most of the catastrophe. Then there were 2 major events that were beneficial to the world, the Sea clan's enthronement of gods and the establishment of the heavenly court by the gods, which also dissolved some of the catastrophe. If nothing big breaks out, according to the current situation, it may only take a year for the catastrophe to come to an end. But the speed of dissolving the catastrophe is too fast, so fast that many forces are not prepared. So it can be imagined that in the next year, more intense wars will break out in various parts of the Yuanling realm. Especially those human immortals, earth immortals, and heavenly immortals, they have hardly made a move before, and they are all patiently waiting for the climax of the catastrophe to come. As a result, in the blink of an eye, it is almost over. But all this has nothing to do with the Li family. Living in a remote corner has its advantages, that is, it is not in a place where 4 wars are fought. The next war, for example, will not affect the Li family. Therefore, the Li family can kill the monsters in the Changli Mountains with peace of mind and dissolve their own calamity. They only need to pay attention to safety and time. In the dense forest, a monk covered in blood, leaning against a tree with a weak breath, his eyes were scattered. Li Yunji seemed to see the legendary underworld in a trance. At this moment, a rustling sound suddenly came from not far away, and a black shadow suddenly rushed out. Yunji, are you okay? Li Yunrun, who looked hurriedly stopped the bleeding and took out a healing pill to help dissolve the drug effect. Hurry, go. Li Yunrun's timely appearance pulled Li Yunji back from the brink of death, but he recovered a little and urged him to leave. Roar. Li Yunrun wanted to ask, but the roar of the beast from not far away was enough to explain the problem. Don't worry, I will take you away in peace. After that, he gave Li Yunji another precious pill to save his life, and Li Yunrun rushed towards the monster. How dare you hurt Yunji? Die? Li Yunrun, who has the spiritual root of heavenly fire, has very powerful attacks. Every attack is accompanied by the explosion and burning of flames. Moreover, his cultivation is not low, and he is already in the early stage of fusion. Roar. The monster is not afraid at all, and turns into thunder, roaring and rushing towards Li Yunrun. The collision of thunder and fire instantly bursts out with a powerful impact force, and the nearby grass and trees are all smashed and collapsed. Li Yunrun and the monster were also shocked and retreated a few steps, but the former is in good condition, and a trace of blood seeps from the corner of the monster's mouth. Even though Li Yunrun has the upper hand, he is very surprised in his heart. You must know that he is practicing Dealing Dao Lu. Although his cultivation is only in the early stage of fusion, with a blessing of Dongshan, he can fight for 1 or 2 quarters of an hour even if he is in the late stage of fusion. It was at this time that he noticed what kind of monster it was and its cultivation level. It was a slender black panther, about 3 meters in size, with a single horn on its forehead. There was a faint flash of lightning. In its pitch-black fur, lightning patterns could be vaguely seen. Its cultivation level was at the mid-7th level, which was even higher than Li Yunren's. Thunderbolt leopard. Although many members of the Li family practiced this more smooth cultivation method after obtaining the Earth Spirit Ale record, it did not mean that they had given up the Wanling Sutra. On the contrary, in the eyes of the world, the Li family was still a beast-controlling family, so knowing all kinds of monsters was a hard requirement for all members of the family, and no negligence was allowed. This was also done so that when the members of the family were training outside and encountered monster attacks, they could find out their weaknesses as soon as possible and kill them. The second reason was that when they encountered rare and uncommon monsters, they could also recognize their identities, and then find a way to bring them back to the family to supplement the population of family spirit beasts. Did they say that the thunder-devouring leopard has been extinct? How could it appear in the Changli Mountains, and even have the cultivation of the middle stage of the 7th order? When did a 7th order demon beast appear in the Changli Mountains? Li Yunren frowned. No wonder Li Yunji's injury was so serious. He wanted to capture the thunder-devouring leopard alive and bring it back to the family, but after the collision just now, he realized that he couldn't do it at all. He could injure and repel it. If he was willing to pay a little price, it was not impossible to kill it, but it was too difficult to capture it alive. The thunder-devouring leopard looked at Li Yunren vigilantly, and instantly turned into a residual image and pounced on him. But just when he wanted to block the attack, it passed by sideways and turned into black thunder and disappeared. Looking at the direction where the thunder-devouring leopard left, Li Yunren returned to the place where Li Yunji was hiding and left quickly with him, who was dying. He not only had to save Li Yunji, but also report the appearance of the 7th order demon beast in the Changli Mountains to the family, so that the tribesmen would be more careful. But when Li Yunren returned to the fairy city outside the mountains with the news, the accident had already happened. The Li family was completely unprepared and had no idea that there were 7th level monsters in the Changli Mountains, so a large number of casualties occurred among the clansmen. Because of the many clearings before, the Li family thought that there were only 6th level monsters in the mountains. And people like Li Yunji who were seriously injured and dying were already very lucky. More clansmen encountered 7th level monsters and could not escape at all, and could only die in their hands. Li Yunren appeared in time this time. And Li Yunji activated the communication talisman as soon as he encountered the thunder-devouring leopard, and then used all means to delay time, so that he could wait for his arrival and have hope of survival. The appearance of a large number of 7th level monsters in the Changli Mountains immediately alarmed all the family members. The clansmen who were originally going to the East China Sea to kill water monsters to resolve the calamity changed their destination instantly. After all, the territory in the East China Sea has been lost, and the Changli Mountains cannot be lost again. Otherwise, even if the Li family controlled the mountains and rivers in Shanhaizhou through the conferred god, and barely restored some of their luck, they would still fall because of losing their territory again. Zhang Fengwu, who had resolved the calamity at the beginning of the catastrophe, also walked out of the quiet room this time. Because she is now the one with the highest level of cultivation in the mortal realm among the Li family. It is impossible for her to avoid such a thing. And Zhang Fengwu did not intend to escape. She wanted to try her strength and see how much she had improved after practicing for this period of time. And in order to prevent accidents, Li Zhixun also came to the outside of Changli Mountains. After all, the appearance of the 7th level monster this time was too abrupt, and it was hard to guarantee that there was no mastermind behind it. The Li family had organized many clearing operations, so they quickly arranged various teams, which consisted of a combined body, several refining virtual, a large number of incarnations, Yuanying and other clansmen, about 100 people. This lineup encountered a lone 7th level monster, let alone a battle, and it was not impossible to capture it alive. This morning, more than a dozen teams set out together and stepped into the mountain forest that had become lush and leafy. It was like a big net, trying to drive away, kill or capture all the 7th level monsters in the mountain. Zhang Fengwu's team had just entered the forest when they felt a sense of being peeked at, which made her alert instantly, fearing that a snake would suddenly appear in the dark and attack her when she was not paying attention. It seems that there is more than one 7th level monster. Zhang Fengwu's eyes flashed with a dark light. She didn't expect that her luck was so good that she encountered several 7th level monsters at once. She planned to keep all these monsters. After all, it was impossible to leave easily since she was here. This was also to prove her strength. She secretly discussed with the tribesmen who followed her and asked them to protect themselves, because Jiang Fengwu might not be able to take care of others next. Get out of here! Jiang Fengwu's fingertips showed a flash of light and smashed towards a place not far away. Seeing that her disguise was exposed, a 7th level monster rushed out without hesitation, not only shattering her temptation, but also rushing up. The two claws glowed with cold light and looked very sharp, as if they could tear through space. How brave! Jiang Fengwu deliberately slowed down a beat and narrowly blocked the attack. The next wave of attacks from the monsters followed one after another. Not only that, the other two 7th level monsters that were hiding in the dark also rushed out. With 3 monsters besieging her, it seemed that she was in danger. Just waiting for you to show up. The next moment, Jiang Fengwu pinched her hands together, and in a moment, a large formation was formed immediately, trapping all 3 monsters. Her current void formation is not only faster, but also more powerful, with 60% to 70% of the power of a real formation. Oh no! We've been tricked, escape quickly, otherwise we will all be left here. The 3 monsters were shocked and immediately changed the direction of their attack. They all attacked a certain part of the formation, trying to break it and escape from it. Although they were born in the monster clan, they were still very clear about the power of the formation, especially this kind of trap. If they could not escape in time, they would have to wait until the formation was fully activated before they could leave. It would cost a greater price to succeed. The formation shook violently, and the spiritual light dimmed a lot, which made the 3 monsters feel a little happy, because if they attacked again, they could escape. But this time, in just 2 or 3 breaths, they missed the best chance to escape. Because Jiang Fengwu's formation was already set up. The Heavenly Thunder Demon Slaying Formation, a 7th level formation with a very powerful and terrifying attack. It's over. How is this possible? After the 3 monsters broke the first layer of the formation, they saw the second layer of spiritual light before they could be happy. And at the same time, there were continuous thunders hitting down. The monsters hurriedly defended, but the intensity of the thunder was beyond their expectations. In a moment of carelessness, they had many scars on their bodies. If you admit defeat and surrender, I will spare your lives. Otherwise, be prepared to fall. Jiang Fengwu's cold voice sounded in the formation. Hearing this, the 3 monsters had their own thoughts. But before they completely lost hope of escaping, they were not willing to admit defeat. Stubborn. After waiting for a few breaths and seeing that no monsters spoke, Jiang Fengwu no longer worried and fully activated the power of the formation. The lightning, which was only the size of 2 fingers, suddenly increased several times this time, making people feel terrified and frightened. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1112, Great Victory. Puff. The huge thunderbolt struck down instantly, and the 3 monsters had no time to dodge, and were smashed and bleeding, causing serious injuries. How did the power of the formation become so much stronger? The 3 monsters knew that if they didn't run away quickly, they would all be left here after a few more attacks like this. They didn't know how big the difference was between the void formation and the formation, not to mention that Jiang Fengwu arranged the only set of the 8th level formation in her hand this time, in order to kill them all. It's not easy to get the current cultivation. I must not die here. The 3 monsters decided to fight. Even if the hope of escape was slim, they could not sit and wait for death and watch themselves slowly die. Tongwu, Zuanru, you have stronger attack power, so you are responsible for breaking the formation by force, and I will be responsible for defense and blocking the attack of the formation, Shigang said solemnly, but if the attack strength is the same as before, I can only last for 2/4 of an hour at most. If you fail to break the formation during this period, then I can't do anything. Got it? We won't hold back at all, the other 2 monsters responded in a deep voice. The atmosphere between them was extremely solemn. After all, it was a matter of life and death. Jiang Fengwu looked at their discussion with a calm face. It was not that she was arrogant, But with the strength of these 3 monsters, they really couldn't break this 8th level formation, unless they had a life-saving method given by a high-level monster. And if this is the case, it proves that there is a mastermind behind the appearance of a large number of 7th level monsters in the Changli Mountains. By then, the Li family will not only send Jiang Fengwu and other combined clansmen, Li Zhirui and Li Zhixuan may also enter the mountain. However, the development of things was somewhat beyond Jiang Fengwu's expectations. The 3 monsters really had no hope of breaking through the formation. Under various fierce attacks, they had become precarious. It would not be long before they would die here. But at this moment, 2 7th level monsters appeared outside the formation. Because it was an attack formation, the defense outside the formation was not strong, so these 2 monsters appeared quietly and suddenly attacked, causing the formation to shake. There are still monsters outside. Jiang Fengwu thought of this instantly, and immediately escaped from the formation, staring at the 2 monsters that suddenly arrived with cold eyes. Then he used his spiritual sense to scan the tribesmen not far away, and found that they were all safe and sound, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Jiang Fengwu was worried that there were still 7th level monsters, so he asked them to arrange a defensive formation to be on guard, otherwise, who knows how many of them would encounter accidents. But the 5 7th level monsters still made her feel a huge pressure, especially when there were 2 monsters outside the formation. Unless Jiang Fengwu arranged another formation now, it would be difficult for her to retreat unscathed under the attack from both inside and outside. For her, it was not difficult to control 2 formations at the same time, it was just a matter of doing 2 things at once. Just as Jiang Fengwu was hesitating, another spiritual light appeared. And its target of attack was exactly the many clansmen that Jiang Fengwu was worried about. How many 7th level monsters are there in Changli Mountains? Just to deal with me, 6 7th level monsters were sent. Jiang Fengwu was shocked and said solemnly, or, from the beginning of entering the mountain, there were monsters staring at us, and then all the 7th level monsters nearby came to besiege me. Both situations, no matter which one, are not good for the family's clearing operation this time. Especially the former. If there are too many 7th level monsters, not only will the clearing be impossible, but many clansmen will lose their lives in this mountain forest. Jiang Fengwu did not hesitate, and immediately withdrew the formation, and then used the void formation to arrange several formations to prevent the monsters from chasing, and retreated in the direction of the clansmen. Send a signal, let all the tribesmen in the mountain leave as soon as possible. Jiang Fengwu looked alert and alert. There were at least 6 monsters nearby. 5 bright and 1 dark. After the signal was sent, everyone quickly boarded the spirit ship, evacuated the place quickly, and rushed out of the mountain. The monsters watched eagerly, but under the threat of the formations that were ready to move and had the tendency to self-destruct, they finally did not dare to make a move, and could only let Jiang Fengwu and others leave. At the same time, after seeing or hearing the signal, many tribesmen in the mountain put down the things in their hands and left the place as soon as possible. Although they did not know what happened. Li Zhixuan, who had been at the foot of the mountain to prevent accidents, immediately flew into the air, and her huge spiritual consciousness was fully spread out. A huge sword energy appeared behind her, shocking the monsters who wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to attack. As soon as she made a move, the monsters that originally planned to pursue the victory restrained their own breath and did not dare to reveal a bit, for fear that they would become the souls of the sword. But even so, the Li family's action to eliminate the monsters this time still caused many casualties. Those monsters seemed to have planned it in advance. They started to act when they entered the mountain and concentrated their forces to destroy several teams. Because Jiang Fengwu posed the greatest threat to the monsters, he mobilized several monsters to surround them at one time. If not for this, the number of 7th level monsters surrounding other members of the tribe would be reduced, and the number of casualties in the Li family would be even greater. Li Zhixuan saw that most of the teams had no losses, but only 2 teams suffered heavy casualties. According to Jiang Fengwu's speculation, they should also be besieged by monsters. If Li Zhixuan hadn't appeared at the end and intimidated the monsters with a powerful and terrifying aura, forcing them to give up, I don't know if there would be a single chance of the 2 teams surviving. The 2 combined tribesmen have tried their best to protect the tribesmen, but their cultivation is ordinary, and they may still be able to win against monsters of the same realm. But what they have to face is not only a higher cultivation, but also a larger number, and it is difficult to protect their own safety, let alone protect others. The demon race intends to occupy the Changli Mountains. So they sent a large number of demon beasts to support them. Li Zhirui frowned. If not, there is no way to explain why there are so many 7th level demon beasts here suddenly. You know, the spiritual energy of the Changli Mountains has only been restored in recent years. The time is short, and it is impossible for so many 7th level demon beasts to be born. They can only be from outside. And the demon race that can mobilize a large number of demon beasts, and they are of different races and hostile to each other, can only be more powerful. In the nearby area, there is only Qiangazhou, which is nearly 100,000 miles away in the west. Because of the special terrain and topography of that place, it is easy for demon beasts to hide, and naturally a large number of demon beasts gather, and slowly it becomes the territory of the demon race. The Qiangu demon race is reaching too far. Li Zhirui frowned, and suddenly thought of another possibility, that is, they want to further expand their power. And if she remembered correctly, Qiangazhou is also close to the long mountains that separate Dongzhou and Biao. Previously, the demon tribe did not expand its power into the mountains, mainly because of the thin spiritual energy. But now it is different. With the explosion of spiritual energy, they naturally have thoughts. Humph! You are so big-mouthed, aren't you afraid of choking to death? Li Zhirui thought of the tribe members who died in the hands of the monsters, and his face became more and more ugly. Moreover, the Changli Mountains have been recognized by the Li family, and they will never be taken away by the demon tribe. Everyone take a rest first, and those who need to heal will heal their wounds. I will definitely lead everyone to take revenge. Li Zhirui plans to personally kill those 7th level monsters and control the strength of the monsters in the mountains to a controllable range that does not threaten the family. At the same time, it is also time for the family to prepare for a war. After all, it is not difficult to see from a clearing operation that there are many 7th level monsters in the mountains. With the current strength of these people, it is probably difficult to keep them all. Those monsters really don't know how to live or die. They dare to tease the family's tiger whiskers from such a distance. This time, we must teach them a deep lesson. After receiving the news, Li Yancheng immediately sneered. Although his style of doing things is cautious and careful, he will never compromise in protecting the interests of the family. So Li Yancheng immediately summoned the elders and asked everyone to unite as one to deal with the next war. Everything was intensive, but it was carried out in an orderly manner. The monsters in the mountains also knew that the last ambush made the Li family wary, but they would never give up so easily, so the Li family is likely to accumulate strength. This guess was recognized by all the 7th level monsters. But the Li family has a fairyland master, and we are no match for him. Just like the last time, the sword cultivator was so far away, but we could still clearly sense the huge threat and murderous intent. A 7th level monster said worriedly, if we anger the Li family and send fairyland masters to attack, we will have no power to resist. We can only flee or wait for death. What are you afraid of? The Li family has a fairyland, don't we? The leading monster said with a smile. What? The clan has arranged a fairyland master. Many monsters present were surprised, because when they set out, they didn't know that the clan had secret dispatches. However, having a fairyland master only made them feel a little more at ease. If the two sides really fight, as long as they are far enough away, they should be able to save their lives. A few days later, several huge spirit ships appeared again over Wangsun Mountain. A large number of clan members temporarily left the clan, intending to finish the battle. Here they come. Li Zhirui looked at the spirit ship, a faint light appeared in her eyes, and she scanned it with her spiritual sense, but she did not find any trace of the fairyland monsters. Either they hid very deep, even she could not find any clues, or the fairyland monsters did not exist at all. Therefore, Li Zhirui did not join the battle immediately, but waited for the opportunity. Moreover, this time the Li family brought out almost all the combined clansmen. With them, it was enough to put great pressure and threats on the monsters. She did not need a scattered immortal to take action. The Li family would be the final winner in this battle. She only needed to wait quietly. As long as the scattered fairyland monster appeared, Li Zhirui would stop it immediately. Damn! How did this family become so much stronger? The scattered immortal of the demon clan hiding in the dark was anxious when he saw the one-sided battle with heavy casualties of the monsters. He wanted to take action several times, but in the end he did not have the courage. Because he could clearly sense that as long as he took action, Li Zhirui would never let him go, and by then, his life would be in danger. so it didn't dare to do anything in the end, and could only watch those monsters being killed. Last time, the 6 of you monsters joined forces and threatened me with the lives of our tribesmen. This time, I want to see what else you can do." Zhang Fengwu looked at the familiar monsters not far away, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. "HMPH. You dare to speak nonsense to us alone? You really don't know how to live or die? If you haven't been trapped and attacked by her formations, you will never think of how powerful these formations are." Zhang Fengwu sneered and stopped talking. No matter how much she said, it would not be as good as seeing the real thing with her hands. With the help of her tribesmen, she didn't need to use the means of setting up the void formation to obstruct the monsters, and she could devote herself to setting up the 8th level formation. In just half a quarter of an hour, a brand new and more powerful 8th level formation was formed in an instant, covering all the monsters. Let you see how terrifying the formation master's methods are. Boom! Dozens of huge thunders were the gift from Zhang Fengwu. The monsters that had never entered the formation were immediately horrified. The power was far beyond their imagination. At this time, they had already regretted it. If they had known this, they would have stopped Zhang Fengwu from setting up the formation. Unfortunately, they woke up too late and did not believe the 3 monsters that Shi Gang had injured before. For their pride and arrogance, they paid a bloody price, which was their own lives. The Li family sent dozens of combined, hundreds of refining, etc., a total of tens of thousands of clansmen to clear out the monsters. Even with the support of the Kyangu monster clan, the monsters could not stop them. What a coward! However, this battle made Li Zhirui very depressed, because the scattered fairyland monster did not take action from beginning to end, and watched a large number of monsters being killed throughout the whole process. So it was obviously a fierce battlefield, but she had no chance to take action. After clearing out the monsters in the mountains, most of the clansmen took this opportunity to dissolve the last bit of calamity in their bodies. Some members of the clan were so overwhelmed by the victory that they even thought about advancing westwards, all the way to the Kyangaziao district, to avenge the deaths of their members. "You can't chew too much." Li Zhirui and Zhang Fengwu were very calm, shaking their heads and saying, "The family only needs to keep the 3,000 Li Changli mountains, and the mountains further west will be handed over to those independent cultivators or small forces. Although their strength is a little weaker, they are numerous. Even if they cannot occupy those mountains and forests, they will continue to kill monsters and mine spiritual objects, which will also bring great trouble to the monsters. When the family becomes stronger in the future, perhaps they can expand their territory all the way west along the boundary mountains. But now, the Li family cannot do it, and can only keep the existing territory." Chapter 1113 End. Kyangaziao, where all the monsters gather. The Li family? How strong are they? A monster king sitting high on the throne, his giant body exuding a terrifying pressure, made a series of thunderous voices. It was already the 3rd day that the Li family had been clearing out monsters and bringing Changli Mountains back under their rule. The monster that had not appeared had been hiding for a day and a night. After confirming that Li Zhirui had left, it dared to set off and return to Kyangaziao. There are several monks from the scattered immortal realm, but they seem to have some connection with the Shinto heavenly court. A monster from the scattered immortal realm responded with a respectful bow. Their king does not like to be looked at directly by others. Anyone who dares to do so will have his eyes gouged out and then crushed with a foot. Over the years, it is not that there were no monsters who wanted to resist, but the monster king with the cultivation of the late earth immortal and his extremely hard body made it almost invincible in the earth immortal realm. Unless the great celestial immortal takes action, others are simply no match. But there are very few celestial beings, and each of them is thinking about how to transcend the Yuanling realm. Even if they have free time, they don't know how much they will have to pay to ask him to take action. It's not that strong. How come none of the mortals sent out have returned, and only one scattered immortal escaped? The demon king's tone was dissatisfied. Reporting to the king, the Changli Mountains are too far away. There are not many high-level mortals sent there, and the Li family has come out in full force, so this result has occurred. Thinking of the rich spiritual objects sent by the other party, it decided to explain it a little, saying, as for the tribe member who escaped back, it was also barely able to save its life under the hands of a powerful sword cultivator, and it was unable to protect those tribe members. Waste, although it scolded it. Fortunately it didn't say how to punish it, and the demon beast that attacked it didn't dare to say anything, and the hall fell into silence. Forget it, The Changli Mountains are still too far away from Kiangazhou. Let's give up for the time being. They have taken advantage of the outbreak of the catastrophe to expand their territory by tens of thousands of miles, of course, only within the boundary mountains. Of course, it was not smooth sailing during this process. All the major immortal forces along the way sent monks to stop and kill the demons. However, the demons were more powerful, allowing them to occupy a long section of the mountain range. The losses were not small, otherwise they would not have sent only 7 level demon beasts to the Changli Mountains, with only 1 scattered immortal demon beast. Moreover, the demons have not yet completely digested this territory, and many immortal forces also want to get a piece of it, and have never given up. After all, the spiritual energy of the boundary mountains is now rich, and there is no telling how many spiritual creatures are bred between the mountains and how many spiritual fields can be opened up. They can't care about such a far-away place now. The king is right. Go out and tell all the tribesmen to defend the various places and not let the immortals take them away, otherwise there is no need to come back. Yes, with this order. Another round of human-demon war is about to break out. However, all this has nothing to do with the Li family, who lives in a remote corner. Many tribesmen are still seizing the time to resolve their own calamity. During this period, some tribesmen died, and some tribesmen got unexpected gains. However, after the cruel tempering of this catastrophe, the temperament of all tribesmen has changed a lot, becoming more capable and tough. I believe that after the catastrophe is over, all the surviving tribesmen will usher in a great fortune, and their cultivation will be improved. Time flies, and 2 years have passed between spring and autumn. In the last days of the catastrophe, countless tragic battles broke out in the Yuanling realm. Because of the frequent accidents in this catastrophe, the calamity energy dissipated too quickly, and many great powers did not have time to resolve their own calamity energy, and the result was that they all collided together. The loud noise of the battle can be heard everywhere in the world, even the Li family can't escape. Because the Earth Immortals and Heavenly Immortals of the Dongying school in the south all ran to the East China Sea to fight with the Sea Clan, and occasionally when they approached the offshore area, they could hear violent roars. And every time this time comes, the Li family will stay indoors, for fear that they will mistakenly enter the battlefield and be easily strangled. The Li family did not pay too much attention to the battles of these powerful people. After all, knowing the specific results would not bring any benefits or disadvantages to the family. It can be said that in the last 2 years when the catastrophe reached its climax, the Li family seemed to be isolated from the world and aloof from the world, becoming a paradise in the chaos. Of course, it was limited to Wangsan Mountain. Outside Wangsan Mountain, in Shanhaizhou, the Li family did not manage as strictly as before, but only guarded some important spiritual lands. For those casual cultivators, the Li family has always maintained an attitude of neglect, allowing them to make any moves as long as they did not touch the bottom line. Because the Li family only needs to quietly wait for the end of the catastrophe, and then digest the rich harvests of the past few years, and then they will assure an qualitative leap. There is no need to do so much. It is better to tear down everything, destroy and then establish a new order after the catastrophe is over. Yuanling Realm, Immortal and Demon Battlefield. Ever since the Chongqi Patriarch of the Dongying sect, who had transcended the Yuanling Realm, wiped out most of the demon cultivators and drove away the remaining demon cultivators, the surviving demon cultivators did not rejoice too quickly and fell into danger again. Because the Chongqi Patriarch only drove them out of Dongying province, but if they wanted to return to the Demon Dao West continent, they would have to pass through a large number of immortal forces on the way. Those weak forces might not dare to have some thoughts about these demon cultivators, at most they would harass them, but in the eyes of some big forces, these demon cultivators were the food that came to their doorstep, and naturally they could not be missed. It is conceivable that in this case, what a miserable end those demon cultivators who survived by chance would encounter. And only 1 in 100 demon cultivators who eventually survived to the West continent would survive. The fact that the catastrophe could end so quickly was also closely related to the large number of demon cultivators who died in the East continent. And now, 2 great celestial beings, 1 immortal and 1 demon, are fighting a life and death battle in the sky. In fact, each immortal has relatively little calamity, because most of them are thinking about how to transcend and become an existence above the immortals, so they will find ways to resolve their own cause and effect and karma. Therefore, they do not need to resolve their own calamity by killing a large number of creatures of the same level like other creatures. The battle between these two involves their calamity. Give up, you are not my opponent, why bother to suffer? The immortal was calm, as if he had sentenced his opponent to death. How could the demon cultivator give up? He laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, the battle is not over yet, it's too early to say the winner now, and even if he lost, he would not stay here and wait for death. The worst case is that he will be entangled by calamity, but it is better than falling." Bang! There is no point in talking, and both of them want to end the battle in a short time, so each attack is very powerful and fatal. But both of them are immortals, even if their strengths are strong and weak, it is not possible to decide the winner in a short time. The two fought continuously for several days before they showed signs of fatigue. But even so, the two were not prepared to rest, but instead they were strong and prepared to kill their opponents, because they knew that the war was about to end. The cultivator pinched his magic formula, and a small seal glowed brightly. His body grew in the wind and instantly turned into a mountain hundreds of feet long. Various restrictions were engraved on the bottom of the mountain to control the actions of the demon cultivator, and it smashed down with lightning speed. Rumble. When the mountain fell, the space groaned, and it hit the ground like an earthquake, shaking the ground, and the place where the demon cultivator stood became a deep pit. Such a killing move did not make the cultivator smile, because he realized that the demon cultivator who was suppressed might not be the real one at all. Ho ha ho ha, it's really powerful, but it's a pity that it's just a paperman clone. The demon cultivator grinned, showing a cruel look, and rushed straight towards the cultivator. He was covered in black fire, like a giant, and suddenly appeared beside the cultivator, raising his huge fist and smashing it. Crack! The solid space actually cracked a small hole under this blow. The cultivator narrowly avoided this blow, but the next moment, a black thunder shot out and went straight to the cultivator who had finally avoided the blow. Now he couldn't avoid it at all, and could only use the defensive immortal weapon to resist. The thunder hit the heavy defensive aura, and the thunder scattered into countless tiny lightning, and finally disappeared, while the aura just dimmed a little, with no sign of cracking at all. Die! Just when the demon cultivator wanted to take advantage of the victory to pursue, the cultivator, who was still a little embarrassed, suddenly stretched out his right hand to grab him. The next moment, countless green thunder burst out and directly swallowed the demon cultivator whole. But this is not over yet. He took out the thunder sword again and killed him without hesitation. Ah! The demon cultivator forcibly avoided the blow at the last moment, but his left hand was cut off at the root, and he couldn't help but scream. It was not because his left hand was cut off, but because the green lightning spread to the wound, causing severe pain. As a demon cultivator, how could he not absorb all kinds of evil spirits to speed up his own cultivation? The extremely strong and yang thunder, directly in contact with flesh and blood, was like water and fire, and instantly produced a huge reaction. When the cultivator saw this scene, his eyes suddenly lit up. He knew how to win and end the battle as soon as possible. But the demon cultivator also realized that something was wrong. If he continued like this, he might really be killed by the opponent. But before he could make any move, several clouds suddenly floated in the sky and dropped thunder. If he didn't take advantage of the opponent's injury and seize the time to expand his advantage, would he have to wait for the demon cultivator to counterattack? Die! Rumble! Countless thunders continued, and the injured demon cultivator's reaction was a little slow. When he wanted to make a move to obstruct, the thunder had already fallen on him. The feeling of being struck by thousands of thunderbolts is like torture for a demon cultivator. The wailing sound continued to come, and the demon cultivator's breath became much weaker. I can't die. I absolutely can't die here. The demon cultivator relied on his strong will to survive and forcibly controlled his body in the severe pain. Puff. The demon cultivator suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, his breath dropped, and his hair turned a little gray in an instant. He also turned into a flash of light, trying to escape. Unfortunately, he underestimated the opponent's determination to kill him and his understanding of the demon cultivator. As early as the beginning of the battle between the two sides, the cultivator began to lay out and secretly block the surroundings, not giving the demon cultivator a chance to escape. And at this moment, the original arrangements played their role. Bang! The demon cultivator, who was full of confidence and thought he could escape, hit a solid stone wall that suddenly appeared. Seeing this scene, even though the demon cultivator had experienced countless storms, he couldn't help but show a touch of despair on his face. Is he really going to die here? It's finally over. The monk also breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't hold on for much longer if he continued fighting. However, Before he saw the body of the demon cultivator and confirmed that he had really fallen, the monk never completely relaxed. Fortunately, the demon cultivator seemed to have run out of tricks. When the head fell, there was no big reaction. No, the monk reacted instantly, because after the demon cultivator died, there was no spiritual energy returning to its original state. His face instantly became very ugly. He was fooled by the other party. However, the state of the demon cultivator was not found. He used real life-saving methods to escape, and almost used up half of his life. Alice. I didn't expect that I couldn't kill him in the end. Although he was a little disappointed, he recovered quickly. Because he himself was a celestial being, he knew very well how difficult it was to kill a celestial being. Even if he had all the advantages, it would be difficult to kill a celestial being. Boom boom, before he could take a break, a roar suddenly broke out in the sky. At the same time, all the creatures in the Yuanling realm raised their heads, and all the creatures felt something in their hearts. They knew that the catastrophe was finally coming to an end. Buzz! With a buzzing sound, the world became clear in an instant. The evil spirit that had been all over the world disappeared without a trace at this moment. But after the catastrophe ended, not all creatures were happy. Many creatures were dissatisfied and depressed. Among them was this great immortal. If he could successfully kill the demon cultivator, his calamity energy could also be completely resolved before the end of the catastrophe, but now, the calamity energy will affect him for a long time. Not to mention this depressed great man, but the Li family, at the moment the catastrophe ended, suddenly felt that the shackles bound on their bodies fell off one after another, and their bodies and minds were much lighter. When they comprehend the laws, they will find that the Tao seems to be right in front of them, allowing them to comprehend. This is not a mercy of the heaven, but that they have adapted to the difficult enlightenment before, and now the difficulty has been reduced, but their ability to comprehend will not fall. Moreover, after the catastrophe, the heaven will reward the creatures who have made contributions to the heaven and earth. As for what counts as a meritorious creature, it can be determined by looking at how many creatures the other party has killed during the catastrophe, and how much spiritual energy has returned to the original heaven and earth. Chapter 1114 Leap. For a moment, golden clouds gathered above the 9 heavens. These were all phenomena transformed by merits. Then, fine rain fell and merged into the spirits of heaven and earth. Not only cultivators, but also demon cultivators, monsters, sea creatures, gods, etc., and even some dead things such as rocks and plants, also had merits. Perhaps hundreds of years later, these dead things can also give birth to spiritual wisdom and embark on the road of cultivation. In the eyes of cultivators and humans, various camps are divided according to race and the way of cultivation, but all spirits and things are no different to the way of heaven, and naturally they will not be treated differently. Logically speaking, after an ordinary catastrophe, even if the way of heaven will give rewards, it will never be so generous. At most, it will manifest the laws of the 3,000 great ways for living beings to observe. But the way of heaven in the Yuanling world want to go one step further and become an existence above the universe, so it specially distributed an extra reward. That is merit. This symbolizes the favor and attention of the heavenly Tao. It can turn misfortune into fortune, avoid disasters and avoid misfortunes. It can also reduce the power of thunder tribulation by consuming merits, making it easier to comprehend the laws of the great Tao, etc. It can be said to be a panacea. Many members of the Li family have gained merits to varying degrees. Among them, it is not Li Zhirui who has gained the most, but Li Zhirui. After all, after the catastrophe broke out, she participated in all the wars of the family, and she was the main combat force. On the other hand, after Li Zhirui resolved his own evil spirit, he practiced in seclusion in the clan land. However, this is also a different way of practice for the two people, and there is no difference between good and bad. After the merits were bestowed, thousands of rays of light appeared in the sky, and all spirits cried. Everything in the world seemed to have lost its color. In the eyes of all living beings, there was only one road that crossed the world, and the 3,000 laws were entangled, intertwined, and evolved. But most living beings can only take a look, and the road that attracts the mind will disappear. But even if there is only one look, there is an incomparable rich harvest, which is more precious than the practice and enlightenment of hundreds of years in the past. After all, they are facing the laws of the Great Way, the root of the heavenly way, and it will not cause any harm. If a person has a high level of understanding, his realm will surely advance by leaps and bounds. After practicing, he may be able to directly cross a great realm, saving a lot of practice time. There are also those who are greedy and try to force themselves to look directly. The heavenly way does not stop them, but there is no previous protection. So the moment they look directly, their souls are completely attracted by the profound and mysterious laws, sinking into them, unable to extricate themselves, and finally being worn out, leaving only an empty body. You know, even those celestial beings dare not do this. Those who are not strong in the heart of the Tao, that is, the ignorant and fearless, dare to take action. This situation is actually not uncommon. Those demon cultivators, monsters, casual cultivators and many other creatures who do not cultivate the heart of the Tao have gone through the catastrophe with great difficulty, but fail under the reward of the heavenly way. This is the end of greed. Only a very small number of creatures can take a few more glances at the 3,000 laws. With Li Zhirui's contribution, he could only take one more look. Zhang Fengwu, Li Zhangxin and a few other clansmen could take 2 more looks. Only Zhang Fengwu could take 3 more looks. Bang, bang, bang. For a while, the Wangsan mountain was filled with cracking sounds. This was because a large number of clansmen who had completed their cultivation had broken through to a new realm under the stimulation of the heavenly Dao reward. Li Zhirui's realm had also improved a lot. Now he had reached the perfection of the early stage of sanction. If he practiced hard for some time in the future, he would be able to break through to the middle stage. However, Li Zhixun was one step faster than him. He had now achieved the middle stage of sanction and was the person with the highest cultivation in the family. He also consolidated his realm in an instant and took several big steps forward. And many of the combined clansmen such as Li Zhangxin also broke through to the Mahayana. After they officially broke through, the Li family would truly have the strength that matched the Sanxin family. Fortunately, at the moment when the catastrophe ended, Li Zhirui realized that the current situation would occur after the heavenly Dao reward, so he immediately asked all the clansmen to return to the cave, open the formation, and disrupt their own key. In this way, even if the realm has been broken through, the formation should not be open to receive the thunder tribulation. After all, if it is not properly arranged, a large number of clansmen will pass the tribulation at the same time, and the superposition of thunder tribulation will cause extremely terrifying power. At that time, I am afraid that no clansman will be able to survive. It is obviously a happy event, but in the end, it became a mountain full of white hemp, and the wailing sound spread for hundreds of miles. Therefore, we must obey the arrangements of the family and pass the tribulation in turn, so as not to cause unnecessary conflicts and increase the power of the thunder tribulation. According to the arrangement, the clansmen who have broken through the Mahayana, such as Li Zhangxin and Li Yunrun, will pass the tribulation first, because they have a higher cultivation level, and the formation that disrupts the key cannot be maintained for too long. So for a long time afterwards, the tribulation clouds above Wangsan Mountain gathered and dispersed, as if they had never completely dissipated. And the scene did not only appear in the Li family, but almost all forces were like this. After a great tribulation, all the creatures in the Yuanling realm ushered in a great explosion of cultivation. Speaking of which, this also made Li Zhirui quite curious. The heavenly Dao caused the great calamity, not only to dissolve the filth accumulated over countless years and reduce its own burden, but also to accumulate energy and prepare for the next world upgrade. But now it has spawned countless creatures with higher cultivation. Although the total number has decreased a lot, their cultivation has generally improved. How much energy can the Yuanling realm accumulate between this increase and decrease? Li Zhirui also thought about this question in the interval between cultivation, and did not delve too deeply into it, because he was just a small scattered immortal. But Feng Wu, why hasn't he passed the calamity yet? It was already the 2nd year after the end of the great calamity, and all the members of the Li family who had broken through passed the calamity one by one according to the arrangement. Perhaps it was because the great calamity had just ended and the world was clear, or perhaps it was because most of the members of the family had merits, so that the success rate of this collective breakthrough was as high as 80%. You know, in the past, the success rate of the Li family cultivators who passed the calamity and broke through was only between 50% and 60%. And this is already a very high success rate. Like those rootless scattered cultivators, they really gambled their lives every time they passed the calamity, but only 20% to 30% of them succeeded in breaking through. The reason why the Li family has a success rate of more than 50% in transcending the tribulation is mainly because when the family was still a giant in force, they constantly emphasized the importance of foundation and basis, and have not relaxed until now, but have become more strict. Although this approach will slow down the cultivation speed of the clan members, it has many benefits, which can be seen from the success rate of transcending the tribulation. Speaking of which, Li Zhirui came out of seclusion this time to study why Zhang Fengwu was still in seclusion. You know, before the end of the Great Tribulation, her cultivation had reached the perfection of the fusion, and she didn't even need the reward of the heaven. When the Great Tribulation ended, she could receive the Thunder Tribulation. Logically speaking, Zhang Fengwu should have transcended the tribulation and broken through early. It's not normal like now. Huh? Li Zhirui looked at Zhang Fengwu's cave and couldn't help but let out a surprised exclamation, because the formation covering the cave was not a double formation of warning and defense arranged in ordinary caves. With his eyesight, this formation was very mysterious, and he couldn't see through it. Fengwu activated the formation in the inheritance cave. This cave was a special magic weapon formed by the interweaving of countless formations when Zhang Fengwu inherited the formation. According to her, the strongest cave can arrange the formation of the human fairyland. Of course, this requires Zhang Fengwu to have that level of formation, so that he can find certain specific formation patterns among countless formation patterns and arrange the formation. And now Zhang Fengwu's formation realm is at least the 8th level. But if it is only an 8th level formation, even if Li Zhirui does not practice formation, but with his realm, he should not be unable to see through the formation. Unless. Li Zhirui thought of a possibility and said to himself in surprise, could it be that this is a scattered fairyland formation? Only in this way can it explain why he can't see through the formation. Extending from this, Li Zhirui also guessed the reason why Zhang Fengwu has not come out of retreat. Zhang Fengwu wants to ascend to the fairyland in one step. Directly from the fusion realm to cross the tribulation and cross the immortal thunder tribulation. This is not something that is impossible to happen. It has been said before that the two realms of Mahayana and tribulation were created by the predecessors of the immortal Dao to allow the younger generations to adapt and reduce the pressure of the thunder tribulation of becoming an immortal. Because of its effectiveness, the immortal Dao gave birth to a large number of immortal realms, which overwhelmed all races and all paths for a time, so it was stolen by other cultivation paths and races, and now it has been integrated into them. In other words, in theory, it is possible to directly cross the tribulation from the fusion realm and directly become a scattered immortal. However, there are very few people who are willing to do so. First of all, there is no transition from Mahayana and tribulation, and there is no clear and profound understanding of the thunder tribulation of becoming an immortal. Secondly, if the strength is not as good as Mahayana and tribulation, it will be more dangerous to cross the tribulation. But now it seems that Zhang Fengwu wants to become the minority. Alice, after guessing her plan, Li Zhirui couldn't help but sigh. This approach is indeed a bit too thrilling. If it succeeds, everything will be fine, but if it fails, Zhang Fengwu's body will be under the thunder tribulation, and I am afraid that only a handful of ashes will be left. As for stopping it, it's too late now, and it can't be stopped at all. Even if Zhang Fengwu's purpose was discovered at the beginning, it would be impossible to stop him. After all, no one can stop another person from reaching a higher realm. Only the kind of life and death enemies must fight to the death. So what Li Zhirui can do now, in addition to praying, is to provide Zhang Fengwu with some spiritual objects that can be used when he crosses the tribulation, including restoring mana, healing, and 2 special treasure pills for explosion. He left these spiritual objects in front of the cave and left. Outsiders can't interfere in such a big event as crossing the tribulation, and they can't interfere. Time flies, and a few years have passed in a flash. There is still no movement in her cave. On the contrary, Li Zhirui took this opportunity to successfully break through the middle stage of sanction, and his strength has greatly improved. The reason for this is that after his breakthrough, the small world will also expand, and the expanded small world can provide him with stronger and more power. During this period, Li Chengshuo also returned to the family several times, but after learning about what Zhang Fengwu did, she and Li Chengsheng were also very worried, but they had no choice. Boom. At noon one day, with Wuxin Mountain as the center, all the cultivators within 1,000 miles heard a huge vibration and roar. What happened? Could it be related to another catastrophe? It doesn't seem like it. The sound seems to come from the Li family, so it should be the Li family, Some casual cultivators began to speculate about this strange sound. They couldn't help being so cautious, because if they didn't have this trait, they could fall at any time and anywhere in the dangerous Yuanling realm. At this time, many members of the Li family were also very curious. Of course, they didn't panic, because they knew that since the sound came from the clan, there must be some reason they didn't know. Soon, a member of the clan found out the reason. That was the cave where Jiang Fengwu was. Is ancestor Jiang going to break through? All the clan members suddenly realized that after the catastrophe, their cultivation had made more or less progress, but Jiang Fengwu had been in seclusion. Now it seems that she is finally coming out of seclusion? I wonder what realm Zhang Liaozu is in now. Mahayana. It should be more than that. While they were discussing, Jiang Fengwu walked out of the cave, and a powerful aura rose into the sky, instantly triggering a thunder tribulation. Thick clouds of disaster gathered in the sky, one after another, as if pressing down on Banyan Island. Jiang Fengwu sat cross-legged on the flat ground nearby, gathering his strength and waiting for the thunder to strike. As soon as she went out, she saw several kinds of precious pills that Li Zhirui had left for her. You are really smart. You can guess my real purpose, Jiang Fengwu said with emotion with a chuckle. As for those clansmen who were discussing, they greeted him immediately and then retreated several miles away to ensure that their aura would not affect the thunder tribulation. Is Zhang Liaozu going to pass the thunder tribulation of becoming an immortal? A clansman who had seen the breakthrough of everyone that year exclaimed in surprise. As soon as this was said, it immediately attracted the attention of other clansmen. This is impossible. The ancestor had only merged before, and there were Mahayana and tribulation in between. It was possible to cross one major realm, but how could she cross two? A clan member questioned. Don't you know that a merged cultivator can directly cross the immortal thunder tribulation? It's just that the power is greater. At this time, Li Zhirui and others also came here one after another. Everyone checked strictly and made sure that there were no factors that could affect the thunder tribulation before they were relieved. Boom boom, the first thunder tribulation burst out with a terrifying roar and came towards Jiang Fengwu at a very fast speed, as if wanting to swallow her in one bite. But before it got close, a Taiyan yin-yang formation took shape out of thin air and turned into a round of yin-yang mill, which creaked and turned, constantly dissipating the power of the thunder tribulation. A quarter of an hour later, the thunder tribulation was completely consumed, but the yin-yang mill showed a trace of unusual magic. Not only did it not have too much loss, but it actually had the tendency of turning into magical power. The magical power into treasure refers to the magical power becoming a spiritual object under special conditions. However, the probability of this happening is extremely rare, and Li Zhirui's original purifying white lotus was also this kind of creation. Chapter 1115 Promotion. However, after a little thought, Li Zhirui understood why Jiang Fengwu's yin-yang great mill had a tendency to turn into treasure. Thunder is formed by the movement of yin and yang. It is both a destructive and destructive aura and contains vitality, which is infinite creation. Among them, the thunder tribulation of becoming an immortal is the most mysterious. After all, from the mortal realm to the immortal realm, it is not as simple as crossing a great realm, but there is a difference in essence and fundamentally. The thunder tribulation is just a test of the heaven for practitioners, and it does not necessarily put them to death. Therefore, in the thunder tribulation, destruction and vitality are in a state of yin-yang balance. It is this special situation that makes the yin-yang great mill, formed by Jiang Fengwu using the means of void formation, have a tendency to turn into treasure. Of course, not all magical powers have such good fortune, otherwise, how could such treasures be so rare in the world? The most important thing is that the magical power must be able to withstand, or more accurately, digest the thunder tribulation, and get good fortune in destruction and vitality. The same is true of Li Zhirui's purification white lotus at the beginning. The purifying air fought against each other among countless filthy objects, and with a little luck, it created a spiritual object like the purifying white lotus. With this round of yin-yang great grinder, the power of the yin-yang formations arranged by Fengwu in the future will surely increase greatly. Li Zhirui couldn't help but sigh. He didn't mean to be envious. Although the purifying white lotus was only a mortal spiritual object at the beginning, once the yin-yang great grinder was transformed into treasure, it would be a fairyland magic weapon. It seems that the gap between the two is like heaven and earth, but Li Zhirui got the purifying white lotus early and deduced the lotus planting method from it. I don't know how much merit he earned. Apart from other things, when Li Zhirui first entered the Taixu illusionary realm, didn't he rely on the White Lotus and the Lotus planting method to get the favor of the Heavenly Dao and be able to comprehend the laws of the Heavenly Dao of the middle thousand worlds at close range? Although it is about to fall into the abyss, its status is still there. And it has also been inherited by the Earth Spirit sect, which not only contains the complete Earth Spirit Dao record, but also the countless years of perception, experience, various trial and error experiences of the Earth Spirit sect, etc. If not, Li Zhirui's subsequent cultivation speed would not have been so fast. Speaking of which, just as Li Zhirui was recalling with emotion, the second tribulation thunder was once again completely worn out by the yin-yang great grinder. But this time, it was not as easy as the first time. Zhang Fengwu added a lot of mana to repeat the previous method. After all, no matter how powerful the yin-yang great grinder will be in the future, it will only be in the future. Now it is just a formation arranged by Zhang Fengwu with a secret method, and it is still a formation like a rootless duckweed. And the reason why she did this was to have an additional powerful protective magic in the future. Or maybe Zhang Fengwu was very confident in surviving the immortal thunder tribulation, so he didn't care about this little loss. Boom. The third tribulation thunder was like a dancing thunder snake, carrying a magnificent momentum, ferocious and terrifying, making people feel extremely terrified. Many low-level clansmen who were watching from a distance had their heartbeats slowed down and their breathing stagnated. Li Zhirui noticed this, and with a thought, a fine rain fell, soothing the hearts and minds of those tribesmen, but the control was very delicate, and not a drop of rain fell into the range of the thunder tribulation. Since he had a small world, Li Zhirui has not only greatly improved in strength, but also made considerable progress in laws, power, etc. He now has such a delicate control over his magical powers, because of this. If it were Li Zhirui, although both of them were in the middle stage of sanction, it would be difficult for her to achieve such perfection. Perhaps when Zhang Fengwu reaches their current realm, there is a slight possibility that he will catch up with Li Zhirui's delicate operation. Unknowingly, several thunder tribulations have passed, and Zhang Fengwu is not injured, and even his breath was stable, which seemed to be far from the limit. This scene made Li Zhirui and Li Zhixun look at each other, and a trace of curiosity arose in their hearts. Because even they, when they were crossing the thunder tribulation of becoming an immortal, they had taken spiritual objects and precious pills to restore their magic power in the middle, which was not as relaxed and comfortable as Zhang Fengwu. How did Fengwu do it? Li Zhirui muttered to himself. As a Taoist companion, he was very familiar with Zhang Fengwu's methods. He had never heard of her having such ability before. Curious, without interfering with her tribulation, Li Zhirui's eyes lit up and he carefully explored the unusual places around Zhang Fengwu. Not long after, he found the reason. He found that the spiritual energy around was flat, but it continued to flow towards Zhang Fengwu, and then was absorbed by her under the influence of some spiritual light. Fengwu engraved array patterns on her body, and the array she arranged now according to the array patterns should be a spirit-gathering array. It was this spirit-gathering array that was constantly running and absorbing spiritual energy from the outside world, so she survived 6 or 7 tribulation thunders, and her mana remained full. Is this the special method that Fengwu comprehended when she faced the Heavenly Dao, or is it something she learned from the inheritance she received? Although the former seems surprising, Li Zhirui thinks it is more likely, because if it is the latter, Zhang Fengwu has been inherited for so many years, it is impossible for him not to practice. Unless this method has some restrictions. But in short, no matter which one it is shocking. Because there is a spirit-gathering array, when Zhang Fengwu fights in the future, unless she is in a place without spirits, she will have few opponents by absorbing spiritual energy at all times, coupled with her array. Li Zhirui's words were not spread out, only Li Zhixun heard it, but she didn't care much about it. Crack, the last thunderbolt crashed down, and its power seemed to be able to split the world, far exceeding the previous 8 thunderbolts. Zhang Fengwu's expression became solemn for the first time, and his hands kept pinching the seals, and one after another large arrays took shape out of thin air. Constantly overlapping, looking messy, but there was a connection between them. Facing the last thunderbolt, Zhang Fengwu was a little nervous, but not panicked. Each array was not arranged randomly, but a real array method. Among the many tribesmen watching from the outside, there were many who practiced arrays. Seeing this scene, their eyes lit up and they rushed forward desperately, wanting to get closer to facilitate their observation and learning of this array method. If Li Zhirui hadn't stopped them, they would have rushed into the range of the thunderbolt without noticing it because of their obsession. He didn't get angry, because he knew that the tribesmen didn't mean it. As the saying goes, if you hear the truth in the morning, you can die in the evening. Their current state is a bit like this. And Li Zhirui can understand that if there is a method that is very beneficial to his practice evolving in front of him, he will also be in this state. But Li Zhirui's expression is also a little solemn. He is not worried about Zhang Fengwu, but because of the power of the last thunderbolt. Maybe Li Zhixun is not a scattered immortal who broke through in the Yuanling realm, so he doesn't have any insights, but Li Zhirui has experienced it personally. Compared to his original thunder tribulation, Zhang Fengwu's current thunder tribulation is even more powerful. It doesn't seem to be a big problem, but you have to know that after the Great Tribulation, she has the merits that the Heavenly Dao has just bestowed on her. In addition, the Yuanling realm wants to upgrade and may even have begun to arrange it. So in theory, the power of the thunder tribulation should not be enhanced, but weakened. After all, whether it is merit or the upgrade of the world, it will reduce the power of the thunder tribulation, but the reality is just the opposite. Why is this? Li Zhirui frowned, his mind kept turning, his soul was running wildly, but suddenly his body was pushed and the whole person suddenly woke up. Brother Jiu, what happened to you just now? In Li Zhixun's eyes, Li Zhirui's breath just now fell rapidly, which made her frightened, so she had to wake him up. Hu. Li Zhirui shook his head and didn't speak. He was actually trying to spy on the Heavenly Dao just now. If he hadn't faced the Heavenly Dao directly, but just slightly touched the edge, he might have been transformed by the Dao now. But what happened? Just feeling something wrong, his soul couldn't help but start to work, trying to find out the reason. I can't think about it anymore. Realizing that his soul was about to start working again, Li Zhirui forcibly interrupted his thoughts, suppressed these thoughts one by one, and turned them into sand and sank to the bottom of the sea of consciousness. When he was qualified to explore the reason behind it, he would take it out again. And it was this incident that when Li Zhirui looked at Zhang Fengwu in the Thunder Tribulation, he found that she had survived the last Thunder Tribulation and was fighting against the inner demon. About an hour later, Zhang Fengwu suddenly opened her eyes, and the demonic energy that was entangled with her completely dissipated. Ding! A fairy music sounded, and the tribulation cloud turned into rolling pure spiritual energy, which was directly poured into Zhang Fengwu's body. In just a moment, she, who was originally just a fusion, quickly improved her cultivation and soon became a real scattered immortal. I'll go back to consolidate my realm first, and we'll talk about it later if there's anything. Li Zhirui nodded and watched her leave. The other clansmen also dispersed. Those with higher cultivation had more or less insights, but the biggest gain was from the group of array masters. Before leaving, Li Zhixun hesitated to speak, but in the end he did not ask the question, and turned into a swordlight and left. Since he did not want to say more, he did not ask. Li Zhirui naturally noticed this, but the reason was too strange, so he should not tell others before he found out. Time flies, and several years have passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, the news that the Li family had once again given birth to a scattered immortal had spread thousands of miles around. All forces expressed their congratulations and looked very respectful. As for what they thought in their hearts, only they knew. However, the Li family still kept a low profile. After all, the most powerful in this territory was the Donggyun sect. Even though the Li family was no longer a vassal of the other party, respect and offer strength were still necessary. But the protagonist of all this, Zhang Fengwu, has not come out of retreat for a long time, and is still in the cave, and no one knows what she is doing. In short, she was not consolidating her cultivation and realm. She was not seriously injured when she passed the tribulation, so it didn't take so long. It was not until today, a few years later, that Zhang Fengwu came out of the cave. And the first thing she had to do was to further improve the mountain protection formation of Wangsan Mountain, the Zhaoshan Xingdao Formation. According to Zhang Fengwu's calculations, if this formation is fully laid out, it will at least be at the level of a celestial being. Of course, she can't do it now, so she can only do it step by step. However, when Li Yuncheng saw the various spiritual objects that Zhang Fengwu needed, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Ancestor, these spiritual objects are too precious, and the family can't get them now. Hearing this, Zhang Fengwu realized that the family had just achieved the status of a scattered immortal, and had no foundation, so those precious immortal-level spiritual objects were naturally out of reach. In that case, I'll take this list back and make some modifications, under the premise of not affecting the power of the formation. Modifying the formation is far from as easy as Jiang Fengwu said. Thank you, ancestor. But after the guardian Li Zhirui returned to the cave, he began to try the most important thing for himself at the moment. That is to deduce the subsequent exercises of dealing Dao Lu. Although he is now in the middle stage of sanction, he can no longer go further because of the lack of exercises. He doesn't even know the method of cultivation. So this is the most important thing for Li Zhirui at the moment. But this is not a simple and easy thing. It will definitely take a lot of time and energy, but Li Zhirui has to do it. There is no Jiazi in the mountains, and the cold is over. It seems that it is just a moment, and it is 10 years later. Jiang Fengwu is walking in Wangsun Mountain. She needs to see the terrain of Wangsun Mountain carefully to make the formation foolproof. Don't think that she has explored Wangsun Mountain many times before. So she can stop doing it. You must know that the mountain is also changing, so if you want to arrange a large formation, you can't just rely on previous experience. And just walking through every territory of Wangsun Mountain took another year or two. After reflecting everything in his mind and confirming that there were no problems, Jiang Fengwu took out the various array flags that had been refined long ago and distributed them to the array masters who assisted in the array. It is difficult to arrange such a large-scale mountain protection array by one person alone. After all, the array flags must be placed in order and must be very accurate without any mistakes. However, the mountains are tall and majestic. Even a scattered immortal cannot cross hundreds or even thousands of miles in an instant. At this time, the array masters who assisted in the arrangement of the array came in handy. Their cultivation level was so low that they could not see this Haoshan Xingdao array at all, but it did not prevent them from doing what they were told. After all, they were array masters and could handle some simple matters. Buzz, when all the array flags were placed in the correct position, Jiang Fengwu made a move instantly, and all the array flags burst into brilliant auras, and then entangled and extended with each other. Her spell suddenly changed, and the original mountain protection array was also activated by Jiang Fengwu, and then under her control, the array flags slowly merged into it. This process was very slow and very delicate. The slightest mistake would lead to failure, which was a great test of the formation master's ability. However, for Jiang Fengwu, the successor of the formation, the difficulty was not that great, but it was not easy either. The entire fusion process took a full day and night. Buzz, swish. Accompanied by a sound of Taoism and a touch of starlight, the brand new, immortal level mountain protection formation was completely formed. Chapter 1116, 100 Years. After the formation was set up, Jiang Fengwu activated it immediately to see if there were any problems and to personally feel the power of the formation. For a moment, it seemed as if there was a galaxy falling over the Wangsun Mountain, with countless stars flickering. Then, under Jiang Fengwu's control, the stars moved, and the various formations changed in a myriad of ways, which was very complicated. However, in this state, Jiang Fengwu was the only one in the Li family who could control it. Even if other formation masters had the formation plate in hand, it would be difficult to do it. Moreover, the formation plate of a sanction-level mountain protection formation was 2 miles wide, containing countless formation patterns. It took more than a dozen high-level formation masters to fully activate the power of the formation. After debugging, Jiang Fengwu had a clear understanding of the formation and murmured, under full activation, at least 15 scattered immortals will be needed to attack continuously for 2 hours to break the formation, and if the formation is connected to the spirit vein and activated with overload, it can last for more than an hour. As for whether it can resist the human immortal, Jiang Fengwu didn't know, because she didn't know the means and strength of the human immortal. Without a clear understanding, how could she draw a conclusion? This still imperfect Zhaoshan Xingdao formation can continuously absorb the power of the stars on weekdays, and can control it to be stored in the formation as a starting energy source, and can also be converted into spiritual energy to increase the spiritual energy of Wangsun Mountain. At the same time, it is not a simple defensive formation, it can launch an attack, and the attack power is not weak, even the scattered immortals dare not resist it. Although Jiang Fengwu is still a little dissatisfied, this is mainly limited by her own realm and the fact that there are still many spiritual objects that the family has not been able to collect. Another point is that the spiritual vein of Wangsun Mountain is a bit low in grade and cannot provide sufficient spiritual energy. Thank you for your hard work over the years, ancestor. Li Yanchen came with a group of elders to express his gratitude. Zhang Fengwu shook her head. This was a very important practice for her. Not only did her realm become completely consolidated, but her formation cultivation also improved greatly. Patriarch, the grade of the family's spiritual vein is still a little low, and it can't keep up with the development of the family. Li Yancheng heard this and a bitter smile appeared on his face. How could he not know this problem? But the problem is that if a high-level spiritual vein wants to be upgraded, it is not like a low-level spiritual vein, as long as it is filled with enough spiritual stones. Nowadays, the highest grade in Wangsan Mountain is the 8th level spiritual vein, which is largely due to the spiritual energy explosion before the catastrophe. After all, the Changli Mountains, a place with little spiritual energy, has now become quite rich in spiritual energy, and Wangsan Mountain has naturally improved a lot. But at this point, the Li family doesn't know how to make the spiritual vein advanced. Continue to add spiritual stones? Maybe it's feasible, but it will definitely take a very long time and countless spiritual stones. Ask the geomancer to help plan and detect. The spiritual vein is the foundation of all cultivation forces. It is not only the spiritual vein itself, but also includes the topography of the entire Wangsan Mountain, mountains, rivers, and so on. You let outsiders know so many things. If the other party has any bad intentions, the Li family will not know how heavy the price will be. So how can such an important thing be observed by outsiders? The Li family did not think of training Earth Masters themselves, but this is a very unpopular and difficult to learn art of cultivation. It is rare to pass it on, and almost all of them are monopolized by major forces. Without inheritance, you can only explore on your own, but how difficult is this? Which of the arts of cultivation that have been passed down today has not experienced countless predecessors and spent countless years of time and energy to reach the current level? How could the Li family, a mere 100 or 200 years, deduce the method of Earth Masters with a dozen or so unskilled clansmen? Seeing this, Zhang Fengwu immediately reacted and realized that her words were a bit too much. Forget it, let's take our time with this spiritual vein upgrade. With the supplement of the power of the stars, it's barely enough. In order to make up for the problem of insufficient spiritual veins, the Li family upgraded other spiritual veins in the mountain, and used some spiritual stones as supplements, so they could still maintain it. However, this is not a long-term solution, and they still have to find a way to solve the problem of insufficient spiritual energy. If the breakthrough from the mortal realm to the scattered immortal is the promotion from the cave heaven to the small world, then if you want to break through to the human immortal, do you have to continue to upgrade the small world? Li Zhirui asked himself and answered, it shouldn't be like this. If you follow this method, I'm afraid you won't be able to break through to the human immortal. Even if you exhaust your lifespan, the middle world is a world with complete laws. The gap between it and the small world is greater than that between key training and human immortal. How could it be possible to have such difficult conditions for breakthrough? If not, how should the path of cultivation in the scattered immortal realm be walked? Li Zhirui's wisdom began to burn. Countless thoughts and ideas floated and disappeared, and his thoughts seemed to be accelerated thousands of times, constantly selecting until he found the right method. In this situation, he has lost the concept of time. After an unknown amount of time, Li Zhirui finally found a method that seemed feasible, difficult but not impossible to accomplish. That is to upgrade the law of purification to the level of human immortals, and then use one's own heart to replace the heart of heaven, leading a newborn small world to take a step towards the middle world. And this is enough. Even if this path can be followed, Li Zhirui has already had some ideas for the subsequent methods. In the end, he should become a celestial immortal, and then when he transcends the Yuanling realm, the small world in his body will be upgraded synchronously and promoted to the middle world. That's right. Because the span from the small world to the middle world is too large and too difficult, Li Zhirui directly corresponds it to the entire fairyland. And he is not making this up. When the cave was upgraded to the small world, wasn't it Li Zhirui himself who went from mortal to immortal, and there was also a huge, even essential change? Then if the small world to the middle world also needs an essential change, that is, after transcendence, after all, no matter how powerful the strength of the celestial immortal is, it is still the same as the scattered immortal, and cannot transcend. Of course, these are just Li Zhirui's ideas now. Whether they are feasible or not, we have to go through experiments to know. As for the experimenter? Of course, it's him. If you want to deduce and perfect the skills and methods after the fairyland, it is impossible to capture some creatures alive and force them to do it like in the mortal realm. First of all, the strength of any fairyland is quite strong, and it is very difficult to capture them alive. Secondly, if you want to experiment, you have to let them disperse their previous cultivation and start practicing from scratch. Although the realm is still there and there will be no thunder tribulation, even so, it will take many years. But Li Zhirui is most short of time now. It is impossible to wait for an experiment for 100 or 200 years, so he just goes into battle himself. As for the risk? What is without risk? It is impossible to take a risk if you want to take a path. After having a feasible idea, Li Zhirui put all his mind into it, combining the Earth Spirit Ale record to deduce the subsequent cultivation methods. This is not something that can be completed in an instant, and he himself does not know how long it will take. Fortunately, Li Zhirui has already broken through the level of sanction, and his lifespan has been greatly improved. In addition, he is still very young and has enough lifespan for him to try and wait. The moon is in the sky, and the moonlight is all over the world. At this time, Li Chengshuo also wanted to return to Wangsan Mountain. But there was a little surprise in the process, that is, she found that she could not enter the mountain protection formation. Li Chengshuo took a look and said in surprise, the formation has become an immortal level, and if this is the case, there is only one possibility. Mother has become a sanction, but how did Mother do it, crossing two major realms, and then successfully transcending the tribulation to become an immortal? When someone mobilized the power of the formation, the Li family sensed it at the first time and immediately sent a large number of clansmen to investigate who was so bold. It was this misunderstanding that allowed Li Chengshuo to enter Wangsan Mountain smoothly. Where is Mother and Father? Is he still in seclusion? Zhang Fengwu handed over 2 new identity jade cards and explained, he is perfecting his skills, so he hasn't shown up for a long time. After chatting for a while, it was time to discuss business. I came back this time to see how much the family has changed after the catastrophe, and whether it needs help. Now it seems, there is no place for me to use my skills. However, Li Chengshuo did not feel frustrated or dissatisfied because of this. Instead, he was very happy because it meant that the family had made great progress. Sure, you just saw that the mountain protection formation has a great relationship with the stars, so I need to trouble you and Shenzher to collect more spiritual objects in the starry sky. Okay, I'll remember it. After finishing the discussion, Zhang Fengwu asked, you and Shenzher have both broken through to the middle stage of the scattered immortal. Seeing her nod, he immediately understood. No wonder Li Chengshuo did not come back to check the situation for so long after the catastrophe. After everything was arranged, Li Chengshuo returned to Taiyin Star and discussed many things about tonight with Li Chengshen. The family is developing faster and faster. Yeah, it's only been a few years since we last met, and Mom has become an immortal. Li Chengshen sighed, saying, I have collected a lot of star spirits. Remember to bring them with you next time you go home. Brother, why don't you go back? After so many years, don't you want to go home? Li Chengshuo asked the question that had been in her mind for a long time. If at the beginning, it was because she was worried about exposing the family and bringing danger to the family in the mortal realm, but now there is no such problem. Could it be that there is a problem with your sun god position? Apart from this reason, Li Chengshuo really couldn't think of anything else. Aang and the others are in a critical period of transformation and becoming immortals. I have to take good care of them to prevent them from affecting the operation of the Sun Star. During the breakthrough process, the 3 spirit beasts brought by Li Chengshen, although not like Li Chengshuo's Moon Snake and Howling Moon, are also star gods, but relying on their more or less connection with the Sun Star, plus his own intention. Up to now, Aang and the other 2 have had a very close connection with the Sun Star. Although they have not yet achieved the status of the Sun Star God, it will not take long if the trend continues. So at this critical period, Li Chengshen did not dare to leave the Sun Star for too long. If they caused a riot on the Sun Star during the breakthrough, then there would be something wrong with him, the Star God. Li Chengshen was not worried that the Heavenly Court would strip him of his status, and the Heavenly Court could not do it. He was just worried that after something happened, Aang and the others would be disliked and rejected by the Sun and the Heavenly Dao, and would not be able to become the Sun Star God. And if it implicated the entire Yuanling realm, then he and Aang would be really guilty of a heinous crime. Hearing this, Li Chengshuo stopped talking. This reason was fine, but it could not perfectly explain her question. Because there was still a period of time in between, he had no way to answer, But since he didn't want to say it, there was no need to ask. Time was like the acceleration key was pressed, and it moved forward rapidly. Soon, 100 years had passed. 100 years is the life of a mortal, but for a high-level cultivator, 100 years is nothing. Especially for Li Zhirui, who was immersed in deduction, he seemed to have lost his sense of time. He had been deducing the subsequent skills for 100 years. So far, there have been some beginnings. Everything is difficult at the beginning. Since there is a beginning, it will be easier to deduce the subsequent skills. By then, Li Zhirui will no longer be troubled by the lack of skills and the problem of not being able to improve his cultivation. During the 100 years when he was in seclusion to deduce the skills, Zhang Fengwu, Li Zhixun and many other clansmen were not so peaceful. When the catastrophe broke out, the many territories abandoned by the Li family must now all return to the rule of the Li family. But some forces were unwilling. For them, the Li family just asked them to think more and make the right decision at the beginning, but they seemed to have found a backer and were still unwilling. Naturally, the Li family would not be polite. That's why many clansmen ran around and couldn't stay in the clan to practice. When Li Zhixun and Zhang Fengwu took action, they were quite worried that the Dongyuan sect would intervene. After all, there was only the Dongyuan sect, a fairyland force near the Li family. As a result, there was no such thing at all. Those forces that were unwilling to surrender just felt that their strength had been greatly improved, and with a large number of people who resisted, and with a non-existent banner, they felt that they could maintain their special free and unrestrained status. I really don't understand how they thought that a scattered immortal family would give special existences in their territory. So when the Li family really took action, they crushed their fantasy and cried and wanted to bow their heads and surrender, willing to offer all spiritual objects, just to save their lives. Unfortunately, the opportunity was missed, and there would be no second time. Of course, there were many people, and the Li family was not a bloodthirsty demon cultivator. It was impossible to kill them all. They just drove them out of Shanhaizhao and let them fend for themselves, and took their original spiritual mountain for themselves. If the spiritual vein is of a higher grade, some clansmen will be arranged to garrison, and if the location is also good, a fairy city will be built. Otherwise, it will be rented out to those scattered cultivators and small families and sects who have no place to stay, so that they can create more value for the Li family. Chapter 1117 Impact. The Li family is quite welcoming to these small families and sects of independent cultivators. First, their power is not strong, so they can only actively approach the Li family. Second, they have roots and concerns, which makes them easier to manage than independent cultivators. However, these are all trivial matters. The Li family is now facing a serious problem. The Sea clan is restless again. Remember the giant swan of the water god that Li Zhirui and Li Zhixun controlled at the beginning? At the beginning, the two of them kept its life, thinking that when the Sea clan had any big movements, they could inform it in advance, so that the Li family would have enough time to prepare. But I didn't expect it to be used so soon. Only more than 100 years have passed, and the bloody smell brought by the catastrophe has not completely dissipated, and the Sea clan plans to start a war again. Want to expand the territory. To be more precise, they still want to control the waters of Dongzhao. Although it is impossible to take down all the water systems in the entire continent like the South region, at least they can take down a few footholds to facilitate future expansion. Although the power of conferring gods in various places is now in the hands of the Heavenly Court, there is no way to circumvent this restriction. First of all, the path of heaven's conferment is not closed, it's just very difficult. Secondly, if the water monsters sent by the Sea clan are strong enough, then even if there is a water god, the control of this water area is still in their hands. The Sea clan is really thief-like, always thinking about the water area between heaven and earth. After receiving the news, Li Zhixun looked a little restless. She was looking forward to how many scattered fairyland water monsters the Sea clan could send to attack Shanhaizhao. This is a clear and bright road, and the Sea clan is naturally unwilling to give up. Zhang Fengwu said softly, if the Sea clan can really take over the water areas of various places, not to mention the protection of the heavenly way, at least it can bring them several celestial fairies. With such a bright future, the Sea clan is naturally unwilling to give up. Of course, this road is very difficult to take, and the Sea clan will offend various forces between heaven and earth, even including the Shinto. After all, the water god system born from the Sea clan is very powerful. At present, Only the star god system can compete with it, and other Shinto factions are not opponents at all. If the water god or the sea clan becomes stronger, there will be no room for others to speak in the heavenly court. So this battle must be fought beautifully, and the sea clan must not be given any chance to enter the waters of Shanhaizhou. As for other places, the Li family can control it. At most, they will remind them. It's their business whether they listen or not. Let the Fengxi clan monitor the movements on the sea at all times these days, and the various spiritual objects of the family must be prepared secretly. Zhang Fengwu thought for a while and said, I'll go to the seaside first to see if I can set up a formation. When the Li family was not strong enough, in order to resist the invasion of the Sea clan, Li Zhirui led a group of clansmen to use their magical powers to move many small hills in Shanhaizhou to the seaside, piling them up into high cliffs, leaving only 2 extremely narrow canyons. This is not only the estuary of many rivers in Shanhaizhou, but also the best defense for the Li family to resist the beast tide. However, with the construction of Banyan Island, these 2 canyons have been abandoned for many years, and they were only re-emphasized in the past 10 years. However, due to the numerous internal affairs of the family, and the feeling that the Sea clan had just recovered the offshore area, and the water god of the southern region, it was impossible to launch an invasion in a short time, so the 2 strategic locations were left as they were. It was not until now, when the undercover heard the news of the Sea clan's invasion, that the Li family remembered the 2 canyons. While the Sea clan has not arrived yet, they should hurry up to start the construction and layout. With the current resources and strength of the Li family, if they slightly transfer some of them, they can build 2 towering and tall cities in a short time. The city is built on the mountain, spanning the river flowing through the canyon, and blocking the center tightly. If the Sea clan wants to invade, they can only smash the entire city. But Zhang Fengwu participated in it from the beginning of the city's construction, perfectly integrating the formation and the city, without distinction between you and me. At the same time, she also put a large formation outside the city, connecting the mountains and rivers, borrowing the power of the mountains and rivers, and greatly strengthening the defense of the city. Although they are only 9th-level formations, under Zhang Fengwu's super-standard arrangement, the power of the formation is much stronger than that of ordinary formations of the same level. At that time, Zhang Fengwu will be in the middle of the 2 cities, controlling 2 large formations and exerting the full power of the formations. With Li Zhirui and Li Zhixun in charge, unless the Sea clan sends more than 3 times the number of scattered immortals and water monsters, and the number of beasts exceeds 2 million, it will be difficult to break through the defense carefully prepared by the Li family. Walks in Mountain, the family hall. Patriarch, do we need to recruit all vassals and scattered cultivators for this beast tide? An elder asked. No, when the time comes, we will spread the news of the attack of water monsters. If they want to join the battle, they can come on their own. Li Yancheng did this for no other reason than to save a batch of spirit stones and spiritual objects. This is a very large expenditure. If it can be saved, it can do a lot of things. Many elders hesitated and said, will they agree? Don't worry, they will agree, and they will even participate enthusiastically and actively. Li Yancheng smiled lightly and said confidently. Resisting the beast tide in a safe place can no longer be said to be resisting, but killing. The cultivators have an excellent geographical advantage, and with the help of the cultivators who are working hard for resources, the cultivators have 2 advantages, the right time, the right place, and the right people. Apart from other things, this alone gives the Li family, or the cultivators, a huge advantage, and can even be said to have a great impact on the outcome of the beast tide. It has been more than a year since the Li family began to prepare for the beast tide, but the Sea clan has not made any move, as if the news of the beast tide was false. And there were no rumors at all. The information that the Li family had secretly passed on was thrown away by various forces, and they even mocked the Li family for being timid, and believed what they heard from somewhere. The Li family did not care about this, anyway, it was just a casual move, and if they believed it, they would naturally owe the Li family a favor, and if they did not believe it, it would not affect the Li family. However, as time went by, the Sea clan did not make any move, and even many voices appeared privately within the Li family, thinking that the family's tension and preparation for more than a year were in vain. But Li Yancheng and a group of elders still chose to believe in Li Zhixun. It was nothing more than waiting for a while. During this period, Li Zhirui, who had been in seclusion for many years and deduced the method, finally came out. Deducing the method is not just about deducing it, but also about trying whether the method is feasible, so he stayed in seclusion for a while longer. Practicing the dealing Daolu deduced by Li Zhirui himself, his strength has improved a little, and even the small world has expanded a little. It can be seen that his deduction is still very successful, otherwise it would be impossible to have such a benign improvement. What happened to the family during my seclusion? While talking, he activated the many communication talismans outside the door and listened to them one by one. For more than 100 years, nothing major has happened in the family, and there are only a few things worth noting. The first thing is that the family originally obtained the 20 characters, which have actually been used up long ago, and then took 8 more characters, namely, Xing de Mingguang, Xiu Chongdexin. However, the 8 generations that were subsequently said have also been extended to the next generation of the Xian generation. After all, the secular members of the Li family have a very fast reproduction rate, and a generation is about 20 years. Although they will not be given a generation name, if their descendants have spiritual roots, they still need to have a generation name. In order to use the generation name for a longer time, 20 more generations were set, namely, Lian King Mao Idun, Benchuan Xiangsheng, Shanqi Yingjin, Fangyong Xiaohu, Hongzhao Guangting. The second thing is that over the past 100 years, several people with heavenly spiritual roots have appeared in the family. Their identities have been kept secret, but Li Zhirui, as the ancestor of the family, must know. The third is that a medium-sized spiritual stone vein was discovered in the northeast of Shanhaizhao, accompanied by a 7th-level thunder pattern blue iron ore, which opened up a new source of wealth for the family. Fourth, the Kayangazhao monsters, which occupied a long section of the boundary mountain range, were defeated by the forces in the west and lost a lot of territory. In the future, they will no longer send high-level monsters to invade the Changli Mountains. The overall strength of the 5 families has been greatly improved. Except for the birth of the 4th immortal, there are several more family members in the realms of refining emptiness, fusion, and Mahayana. Those who are closely related to Li Zhirui are Deking, Asan and Amu. They all successfully broke through the Mahayana. As for Zhaoqing and Xiaokeng, their cultivation is a little slower. But they have also reached the late stage of fusion. I didn't expect Asan to catch up later. It seems that the Earth Spirit Dao record is very compatible with him. Li Zhirui couldn't help but say something when he saw this. His 5 spirit beasts at the beginning each had their own advantages and disadvantages. Asan's original lazy temperament was stimulated by Amu and changed a lot. However, because his body is a spirit ginseng, although he doesn't need to consider blood, he also needs to accumulate a lot of mana to improve his grade. Therefore, Asan's cultivation speed has always been relatively slow. I didn't expect that he would catch up now. The last thing, which happened recently, is that the giant swan sent news that the Sea clan was ready to move and launch a beast tide again, and the family was actively preparing for war. At the same time, he also asked Li Zhirui when he would come out of retreat. The 2 canyon cities rebuilt by the family needed him to be in charge. The Sea clan is really greedy. They have recovered the offshore area and the southern waters. It has been less than 100 years. I am afraid they have not yet fully digested it. Now they are going to fight again. Li Zhirui was very emotional. The Sea clan relied on their huge numbers to support several battlefields and did not care about the dead water monsters at all, but they could not do so. There is also a very important point, that is, the initiative to start a war. The initiative is not on the hands of the cultivators, but in the hands of the Sea clan. They can start a war whenever they want, and they can only fight passively. This also led to a lot of problems in a hurry. After Li Zhirui came out of retreat, he said something to the clan leader Li Yunsheng, and flew straight to the canyon city. He had a vague feeling in his heart that the beast tide would soon break out. Coming to the front line of the family's defense against the water monsters, it is natural to meet with Zhang Fengwu and Li Zhixun to discuss countermeasures. No matter what, we must keep the water monsters out of Shanhaizhao and not let them in, otherwise those mortals will suffer. Not only mortals, but also the spiritual fields near the river opened up by the Li family. If the water monsters are allowed to come in, the damage they will cause to the Li family is unknown. At the same time, in the dark and gloomy seabed, there is an innumerable number of water monsters advancing rapidly. Because in the seabed, no matter how many there is no need to worry about raising huge waves and being detected by the monks in advance. This time, the Sea clan intends to take them by surprise. If possible, it would be best to take down several river mouths as quickly as lightning, and use them as a foundation to continue expanding to inland waters. But what these water monsters don't know is that the Li family has the Fengxi clan. Unless they don't make any sound while walking, even on the seabed, they will be discovered in advance by Feng Mingming. Ding ding ding. After receiving the news, the Li family instantly entered an emergency combat readiness state. Wangsan Mountain is covered by a thin layer of star gauze. Although it can be pierced with a hand, its defense is extremely strong. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is as solid as a rock. At the same time, the two canyon cities also began to prepare for the defense. Because the Li family did not recruit independent cultivators and vassal cultivators, most of the people in the two cities were Li family members. It would take some time for them to arrive, so some forces that were closer quickly sent their clansmen to support them. Finally, when the Xi clan arrived, there were already tens of thousands of cultivators in the two cities. Although the number was far less than that of the water monsters, the special terrain of the canyon meant that the Xi clan could not deploy all the formations and could only launch attacks in waves. But in this way, they were completely sending themselves to death. Or rather, the Xi clan also knew that they were sending themselves to death, but they still drove them away without hesitation. Anyway, they were just a group of low-level water monsters and were not worth anything at all. The only goal of these water monsters was to continuously launch attacks, consume the mana of the cultivators in the city, and lay a good foundation for the water monsters behind. Really, although Li Zhirui had seen similar scenes many times, he was shocked from the bottom of his heart every time. Tens of thousands of water monsters charged fearlessly, but before they even got close to the city gate, they were hit by a torrent of magic. The lucky ones could still save their lives, but they were temporarily unable to move, while the unlucky ones died directly. Save some mana. The Xi clan wants to consume your mana. Everyone rotate and give yourself some time to recover your mana. Li Zhirui's voice echoed in the city, but it didn't get out at all. As for him, now is not the time for him to take action. The water monsters attacked wave after wave, and the originally wide water surface was already filled with corpses, and the blocked water flow became much smaller. But there was still no effect. The two big cities were still standing there, and even the city walls did not see any signs of being attacked. Chapter 1118 Danger. Damn it. This family was prepared. A water demon from the Sancson realm who was driving away the beasts in the back said angrily. Whether it was the steep and lonely cliffs along the coast, or the cities with only 2 water outlets in the canyon, and the tens of thousands of monks stationed in the cities, all of them showed that the Li family was prepared. Because the canyon waterway was narrow, it could not accommodate too many water demons to attack at one time, so that now more than 100,000 water demons have died, but they have not even touched the city wall. Although these low-level water demons are consumables and cannon fodder, no one will feel sorry for them no matter how many die, but they are most angry because they can't see the hope of breaking through the defense line here. What do you think we should do in this situation? Mochu, a water demon in the late Sancson realm who is the leader, asked with a very ugly face. If we rely on those rubbish, even if they all die, it's probably impossible to break through the two cities. According to intelligence, the Li family, a cultivation family here, only has 3 scattered immortals, and their cultivation is only in the middle stage of scattered immortals. If we work together to suppress one of the cities, it won't take long for us to take it down, the water monster continued. As long as we break through the city, those cultivators will not be able to resist the beast tide without the protection of the formation. Then we can march straight in, and the Li family can't do anything to us, okay? If there is no other way, then do as you say, Lan Mu. Mochu didn't want to delay any longer. The large number of low-level water monsters that died seemed to be slapping them in the face, mocking their incompetence. Moo, a low and heavy horn sounded, and the water monsters that were driven forward stopped immediately, but the next moment, their eyes were bloodshot and red, and they rushed forward regardless of anything like crazy. Li Zhirui, who was standing behind the city wall and watching the battle, couldn't help but look a little serious when he saw this. If these water monsters disregarded their lives, it would bring great pressure to the monks defending the city. The difference in numbers was too big, and the strength of the monks was not greater than that of the water monsters. They had always had the advantage before, thanks to the Li family's geographical advantage. Zhirui, do you want to detonate the trap outside the city now? Zhang Fengwu, who was sitting in the center of the two cities, was not only responsible for presiding over the formation, but also for contacting and communicating with both parties. As the defending party for a long time, the Li family has accumulated a lot of experience in setting traps, and now they can do it without being noticed by the water monsters. Wait a little longer, the pressure brought by the Sea clan is not that great now, so don't take out these trump cards so early. Li Zhirui thought about it and decided to stay put. Zhang Fengwu said no more after hearing this, but after a moment, a voice full of anxiety suddenly sounded, "Oh no." Those scattered immortals and water monsters launched an attack at the same time and besieged Hexuan, so that's it. Li Zhirui immediately understood the reason why those low-level water monsters broke through the madness. This was to attract his attention, so that he would stay here, and could not go to support Li's Hexuan. How strong are those water monsters? 1 scattered immortal in the late stage, 2 scattered immortals in the middle stage, and 3 scattered immortals in the early stage? Hearing this number, Li Zhirui sneered. It seems that the Sea clan really spent a lot of money on this operation. The Li family's Shen Haizhao alone sent 6 scattered immortals, so how many would there be in other territories? The coastline of Dongzhou stretches for hundreds of millions of miles, and there are countless coastal forces, including the 2 top forces of Dongzhou Xiandao, Donggyuan sect and Yumenhe family. Even if the territories of these major forces are not the areas that the Sea clan wants to capture, they have to send strong enough Sea clans to contain them to prevent them from helping. If their number can be reduced by half, I dare not say that Zhixuan can win, but she can definitely drag the battle. But who said that the Li family has no other scattered immortals? Li Zhirui immediately contacted Feng Mingming and asked him and another scattered immortal in the clan to help Li's Hixuan contain the 2 scattered immortals. At the same time, Zhang Fengwu would also help to sweep the formation through the formation to relieve her pressure. Of course, this situation cannot last too long. But Li Zhirui believes that Li's Hixuan, who is under much less pressure, will seize the opportunity to break the situation. Whoosh! 2 sharp wind blades suddenly shot out from the side, so fast that the 2 water monsters Lan Mu and Wang Wan had to dodge. Then, weapons condensed from the strong wind attacked them again, forcing the 2 water monsters further away, and it can be said that they left the battlefield. Feng Mingming and Feng Changqing appeared at the same time and fought with Lan Mu and Wang Wan, not giving them the opportunity to return to Li's Hixuan's battlefield. At the same time, Zhang Fengwu also swept the formation through the formation and led away a water monster in the early stage of scattered immortals. Li's Hixuan's pressure was greatly reduced. The only water monster she faced was Mochu, who was in the late stage of Sanxin, and 2 water monsters in the early stage of Sanxin. Humph! Mochu snorted coldly and said, "Don't think that finding a few helpers can change your fate of falling today. The old thing is not very strong, but he talks a lot. Let me see who will die under my sword today." Li's Hixuan replied murderously, and then mobilized the magic power in her body and slashed a sword energy at Mochu. The sword energy rushed into the sky, and the world was suddenly filled with a murderous aura. The hand raised the sword and fell, and a red and black cold light went straight to its throat. Mochu's face changed drastically. It really felt a strong sense of threat from it, and had to pour a lot of magic power into its life magic weapon. A thick black light rose and blocked it in front of it. Bang! The sword energy and the spiritual light collided, making a violent explosion. The powerful shock wave spread in all directions, and the surrounding plants and trees were immediately in trouble. But what Mochu didn't know was that Li's Hixuan's target was not it from the beginning, but the other water demon. She did attack with all her strength just now. After all, if she didn't act more realistically, Mochu, the old demon, would believe it, and it would also make the 2 water demons relax their vigilance a little. But who said that Li's Hixuan couldn't launch a second attack with all her strength in a short period of time? And this time, she was pursuing a one-hit kill. As long as she could kill or seriously injure a water demon, even if she was fighting 1 against 2, even if Mochu's cultivation was higher than Li's Hixuan, she had enough confidence to win. It's not that Li's Hixuan was arrogant, but after the fight just now, she had a clear understanding of Mochu's strength. Although his cultivation was high, his strength was average, not much stronger than her, and his combat awareness was very poor. It looked like he hadn't fought for many years. Ah! Mochu just breathed a sigh of relief, and a shrill and painful scream came from his ears. His right hand was cut off by the sudden attack of Li's Hixuan. Although he saved his life, he was unable to participate in the battle in a short time. The other immortal water monster next to it was also affected by the sword energy that Li's Hixuan casually slashed out, and suffered a slight injury. 3 swords. Li Zhirui only used 3 swords to kill an immortal and injured another immortal by surprise. The pressure she faced instantly dropped to the bottom, and it can even be said that it no longer exists. Mo Chu was shocked. He didn't expect Li Zhirui's strength to be so terrifying. He thought that he could rely on his cultivation and join forces with other water monsters to quickly solve it. But the development of reality was completely opposite to what he expected. Not only did they fail to quickly break through the defense line and allow countless water monsters to enter Shanhai's Hao, but they were blocked outside the city wall. Will this attack fail? In fact, as far as the current situation is concerned, they have already failed. Are you scared? Li Zhirui showed a hint of sarcasm at the corner of her mouth, and looked at Mo Chu with disdain in her eyes. She wanted to provoke him, so that it would be easier to find flaws at that time. Unfortunately, Mo Chu has lived for so many years, and his strength is a little worse, but he has a lot of experience. Although it was very embarrassing to retreat now, there would be no result if they continued to fight, and they might even lose here. So Mo Chu made a very wise decision: retreat. Idiot. Li Zhirui looked at the other party's spiritual light that was running away, and spit out 2 words coldly. If it retreated now, I don't know how much negative impact it would bring to the Sea Clan, which might even be worse than its death under Li Zhirui's sword. The other 4 water monsters also fled when they saw this. As for those mortal water monsters, without being driven and controlled, their minds also recovered, and they were eager to escape, unwilling to stay and die. This kind of unorganized escape was no different from a moving spiritual creature in the eyes of the cultivators. Seeing this scene, many cultivators in the city were very excited, and they didn't care whether there was any danger or ambush, and they rushed out directly, slaughtering those water monsters who were only concerned with escaping. Li Zhirui didn't chase after them. First, she consumed too much mana. After all, she had used her ultimate killer moves twice in a row. Second, even if she caught up, it would be difficult to catch another one, so she simply gave up. Why did the Sea Clan send such a fool to lead the army? After listening to the retelling, Li Zhirui said with a smile, but this is also a good thing for us. At least it has greatly reduced the pressure on the family, and there are no casualties among the clan members, although the beast tide is still there. Without the control and expulsion of Mo Chu and others, a large number of water monsters have regained their sanity and began to evacuate frantically. Obviously, if this continues, it won't take long before the beast tide disappears completely, and the challenge faced by the Li family will end in a whimper. However, the water monster named Mo Chu was unwilling to give up. After all, if they went back in such a mess, let alone whether there would be punishment, there would definitely be ridicule, and it would be a long-term companion. This is absolutely unacceptable to the arrogant Mo Chu. So it wants the Li family to pay a painful price as a lesson, but also to save its own face. Do you have any plan? If we go back in such a mess, we will definitely become the object of ridicule of many sea creatures, and we may even be punished. As soon as he opened his mouth, Mo Chu expressed his attitude and the consequences of running back. The monsters had bitter faces and could not think of any good solution for a while. The strength of the Li family was beyond their expectations, which completely shattered their expectations. How about we use the same trick again, but this time the target is set on another city? Is it possible that the cultivators in this city are also so powerful? Lan Mu said carefully, and this time we will attack suddenly and catch the other party off guard. They will definitely not expect it, then I will trust you again. If there's any mistake again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Mo Chu's face was still ugly, but a little softer. After resting for a few days, the 5 scattered fairyland water monsters came to the city quietly one night. Boom! The 5 water monsters attacked each other. With a muffled groan, the formation of the city was broken in an instant, the city wall collapsed, and a large number of monks used various means to save their lives. Just when they were about to take action, Li Zhirui appeared at the first time and barely calmed the panicked people, allowing them to regain their composure. Then he looked at the 5 monsters of Mo Chu and said in a cold voice, I was originally thinking about when to deal with you, but now you are all here. Since you are here, don't leave. As he spoke, countless vines and giant trees rose from the ground, trapping them in the blink of an eye. At the same time, countless water vapors gathered to form a glacier, splitting various weapons to attack them. You dare to use such a trick? As he said, Mo Chu attacked the cage, wanting to get out of here first, and then talk about other things. But to its surprise, his attack fell on the vines and did not cut them off. How is this possible? Could it be that these spiritual vines are all immortal spiritual creatures? Mochu thought to himself that it was not good, and a sense of urgency followed. He hurriedly urged, "Quick! Hurry up and do it, target this place together, and we must escape from this cage." These spiritual vines are of course not immortal spiritual creatures. Even if Li Zhirui has space in his hands, it is extremely difficult to cultivate immortal spiritual creatures. It takes a long time and energy to do it. In fact, they are actually the same as the original purification white lotus. They are essentially a special magical power. They look no different from the real thing, but they are actually transformed by magic power. There is no way. After Li Zhirui broke through the fairyland, the spiritual seeds required for some commonly used magical powers could not keep up, and he could not wait for a long time to cultivate them. So he took another approach and created some similar magical powers. However, this magical power has a big disadvantage, that is, it consumes a lot of mana, but this is not a disadvantage for those who practice Earth Spirit Deo record. Don't struggle, you can't escape. Having said that, Li Zhirui still did not stop attacking them. He is stalling for time, waiting for Feng Mingming and Feng Changqing to come to support. As long as they come, they can't say that they can keep all 5 scattered immortal water monsters, but at least they can deal with 1 or 2. By then, the beast tide set off by the Sea Clan this time will not be a big threat to the Li family. Damn it. He is stalling for time, waiting for support. Mochu immediately saw Li Zhirui's plan. It's not too stupid, but it's too late. The distance between the two cities is only a dozen miles. Such a short distance is only a few breaths of time for the Fengxi clan. If they hadn't practiced before, Li Zhirui wouldn't have needed to persist for so long. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1119 Breakthrough. 2 familiar wind sounds came, and when they heard the sound, the wind blades had appeared behind them. If they had not been protected by spiritual light, this sudden attack alone would have been enough to injure them. You again, what is your relationship with the Li family? You are fighting so desperately. Aren't you afraid that the Sea Clan will raise a large army in the future and slaughter all of you? Mochu threatened in a stern voice. Although Feng Mingming and Feng Changqing are human, the aura they exude is not human. It's just that the Fengxi clan has been in seclusion for not too many years. Except for the ancient descendants who were in the North Territory at the beginning, I'm afraid that no creatures in the outside world know them. Mochu knew that it was not appropriate to win them over with a gentle attitude at this time, and the other party would not switch to the sect because of this, so he simply forced them with coercion to make them worried. Ha! Feng Mingming sneered and said, "You can come and look for me, but I'm afraid you will die halfway before you enter the hinterland, and your body and head will be separated." The Fengxia where their clan lives is in the mountains and valleys, not adjacent to the sea, and not even connected by water, so it is impossible to mobilize a large army. Moreover, the great elder of the clan is good at deducing the heavenly secrets and concealing the secrets, hiding the luck in the Li family. Unless the great immortals take action, it is impossible to deduce their identities and the location of the clan. The most important thing is that after the previous catastrophe, the Fengxi clan cooperated with the Li family in many actions, and the catastrophe was eliminated by 80%, and some members of the clan even had merits. And these merits resolved the cause and effect that had been contaminated countless years ago. Although only a part of it, from then on, the Fengxi clan was no longer rejected by the heaven. The road to seeking the Tao is not to say that it is like ordinary people. At least there will no longer be 1,000 members of the Liangxia clan who can't pass the catastrophe and merge. All these benefits further strengthened the Fengxi clan's idea of joining the Li family. Mochu was furious when he heard this. How dare a small clan whose name he didn't know dare to speak so arrogantly? Unfortunately, their current situation is very bad. If they are not careful, they will fall again. Speaking of which, the 5 scattered immortals and water monsters were surprised at the strength of the Li family. The 3 scattered immortals, Li Zhirui and Li Zhixuan, who had fought head-on, were both able to fight against many. Any one of them could not be sure of saving his life if they fought alone. And the one who didn't make a move could also be seen from his formation methods. His combat power was extraordinary. Many opportunities, but in an instant. The arrival of Feng Mingzi and the other two helped Li Zhirui to contain the two water monsters. Zhang Fengwu, who had been hiding, also made a move at the same time, and forced a water monster away from the main battlefield again through the formation. Li Zhirui fought against the two scattered immortals and water monsters, Mo Chu and Lan Mu, by himself. Blessing the small world to himself, the magic power was instantly filled, and the strength was greatly improved. As soon as he made a move, the two monsters were shocked and spent a lot of means to protect themselves. How is this possible? You are only in the middle stage of the scattered immortal, how can your combat power be so strong? Mo Chu shouted in horror. It can feel the threat brought to it by the man in front of it, which is even higher than that of the sword cultivator a few days ago. You are just a frog in the well, and you are surprised by everything you see, Li Zhirui sneered and said, haven't you seen the Xianjiao among the Sea clan? Which of them is not stronger than their own cultivation? Impossible. Your family is just a small scattered immortal clan, with a shallow heritage. How can you cultivate a Xianjiao? Mo Chu denied it immediately. It is possible to cultivate one by chance, but how can there be several people in a row? Hearing this, Li Zhirui naturally knew the deep meaning of his words, but he was unwilling to say more. After all, he could not reveal his own trump card. Then he turned to attack, looking for an opportunity to kill the water monster in the middle stage of the scattered immortal. Li Zhirui made hand gestures, and the world seemed to be occupied by green and blue light. A vast ocean appeared below the two monsters, but the cold sea surface and the sharp black ice made them dare not escape into it. Two blue dragons appeared in the air, accompanied by several dragons, howling to the sky, lifelike, and the dragon power that burst out while wandering made them feel timid. Real dragon power, Mo Chu said in disbelief. You know, this dragon power is the innate magical power of the real dragon. Even if those dragon-type water monsters are at a high level, as long as their blood is impure, they still cannot use such means. And Li Zhirui is a human, without a trace of dragon blood, how can he use dragon power? There's only one reason, he has been in contact with real dragons for a long time, and the real dragon is willing to teach him dragon power. As a magical power, it can naturally be learned. And Li Zhirui's learning object is naturally Yush, the Taiyin star god. She is the Taiyin divine dragon, an extremely rare real dragon. But how could Mo Chu, who is at a disadvantage in the battlefield, dare to be distracted? The blue dragon in the sky led the crowd to attack, with extraordinary combat power, and either spit out green thunder or summon strong winds, forcing the two monsters to be stretched to the limit and embarrassed. The cold air in the sea below became thicker and thicker, and the sea surface was completely frozen. Countless sharp ice blades broke away from the ice and rushed straight into the sky, stretching endlessly. The more they fought, the more frightened Mo Chu was. Obviously, its cultivation was higher, and there was Lan Mu, a middle-stage scattered immortal, on the side, but it was still suppressed by Li Zhirui and could hardly breathe. Moreover, after such a long time, this person has successively performed many great magical powers that consume a lot of mana, but he has not shown any signs of fatigue. Mo Chu, who has a higher cultivation, can still barely resist, but Lan Mu does not have this strength, especially since he is also targeted by Li Zhirui. After all, compared with the two monsters, Lan Mu, who is weaker in strength, is easier to be killed. So it was targeted and had been injured for the nth time. Although it was not covered with wounds, it was covered with blood and its breath was gradually weakening. In less than half an hour, Lan Mu would die here. Li Zhirui and the two monsters knew this very well. So in order to survive, Lan Mu could only desperately seek survival at all costs, even if the foundation was damaged. After all, if people were dead, even the most perfect foundation would be useless. So Lan Mu began to squeeze its own mana, which was a self-harming and self-mutilation method, but it could burst out powerful power in a short period of time. No creature would do this unless it was a real life and death moment. Unfortunately, even if Lan Mu risked his life, he was still no match for Li Zhirui. And this was when Mo Chu was helping on the side. God has killed me. Lan Mu was smashed onto the ice by a giant tree, and the countless sharp blades pierced directly into its body. The rolling hot blood flowed out and melted the ice on the surface. Mo Chu, who witnessed all this, was silent. He was quite sad, but more of it was fear and terror. He was worried that he would end up like this. But he didn't know that Li Zhirui couldn't take him down at this time. So in order to avoid following in Lan Mu's footsteps, he took out a shell very solemnly and smashed it towards the cage that trapped them. Boom boom, a burst of explosions resounded through the world, countless thunders burst out and spread rapidly, and the powerful destructive force of the initial explosion had already blown a hole in the cage. The gap was charred around, and it was attached to thunder, as if it wanted to expand the gap. However, as long as there was a loophole, it was enough for Mochu, because he could finally escape from this dangerous place. As for the remaining 3 water monsters, whether they lived or died had nothing to do with it, not to mention that it had already used up the human fairy level Kishu Yinli pearl that it had obtained, and found a way for them to survive. When Mochu took out the shell, Li Zhirui's heart was beating wildly, and his spiritual sense was also frantically reminding him to stay away from it. This seemingly extraordinary shell actually hides the terrifying power that can kill him. If he hadn't seen Mochu throwing this thing to the other end, Li Zhirui would have planned to hide in the space for refuge. It fled along the gap and flew towards the East China Sea regardless of everything. As long as it reached the East China Sea, it would be safe. Li Zhirui didn't chase it, because there was no need. If he had that time, he might as well find a way to deal with the remaining 3 water monsters and find an opportunity to solve them. But who would have thought that the 3 monsters who had seen Li Zhirui's powerful strength would actually ask for surrender? Whether it was to be slaves or servants, or to be mountain guardian beasts, etc., they were willing to do so, just to save their own lives, nothing else. But it was normal, because between the Monster Clan and the Sea Clan, the strong have always been respected. It's just that most of these actions are carried out internally. Like now, the situation where the 3 scattered fairy water monsters ask for surrender to Li Zhirui is rare. Zhang Fengwu, Feng Mingming and the other 2 could not help but stop to see what Li Zhirui was going to do. Since you are willing to submit, I will naturally not reject you. You can be my slaves and servants, but if you are willing, you can be the guardian spirit beasts of Wongsun Mountain in the future. How about that? Li Zhirui thought about it and finally agreed. Whether they surrendered to save their lives or had other thoughts, he didn't care. When the time came, the restrictions would fall into their spirits and be integrated into the family jade book and seal. Life and death would only be a matter of thought. With their weak and cowardly nature now, it is unlikely that they would do anything to seek death. Yes, the 3 water monsters looked at each other sadly, then wisely handed over a wisp of their spirits, and at the same time let go of their minds, allowing Li Zhirui to place restrictions in their spirits. Fellow Taoist Feng, please take them back to Wongsun Mountain and give this jade slip to the clan leader, and he will know what to do. He also needed to stay here to guard against the Sea Clan sending a large army to attack again. Li Zhirui said again, thank you 2 for your help in this battle. Now that the matter is over, you can decide whether to stay or go. Okay, Feng Mingming agreed. I won't bother you anymore. Feng Changqing said goodbye and left. Time passed quickly. Today is the 5th day after receiving the 3 mountain guardian beasts. In front of the 2 canyon cities, except for the countless dark red blood that penetrated into the soil and rocks, nothing else can show that a tragic battle had broken out here a few days ago. It has been even quieter in the past few days. The Sea Clan does not seem to have any plans to raise troops again. I don't know if other lands are also caught in war and don't have too many people, or if they hope to take over a certain water area and are concentrating all their efforts to attack this place. In short, after this battle, everyone's body is faintly emitting evil spirits and murderous intent. It's just right to take advantage of the fact that there is no war now to clean up oneself, not leaving hidden dangers, and avoid hindering the future path. Brother Jiu, it looks like the Sea Tribe won't attack. Li Zhixun was very disappointed. She hadn't even had enough fun fighting, but such a grand beast tide ended in a whimper. Well, I just don't know what will happen to other places after the Sea Tribe's defeat here, and whether it will affect Shanhaizhou. Today's Shanhaizhou is no longer the 3,000 miles of mountains and rivers during the catastrophe, but from the coast of the East China Sea in the east to the old land of Dafeng in the west, the Changli Mountains in the north, and the Wanli Plain in the south, with an area of more than tens of thousands of miles square. Of course, many territories in the west and south belong to the Li family in name only, and there is no garrison established by the Li family in the local area. Because the distance is too far, there is no scattered immortals to suppress it. Once something happens, there is no time to support it. The only thing to do is to adopt a policy of restraint, and wait until the family is stronger in the future and has enough scattered immortals, and then go to govern all those territories. It is precisely because of the vast area that Li Zhirui said that other places were in trouble and implicated the Li family. Brother Jiu, after this battle, I want to go to the immortal demon battle to train for a while. Suddenly, Li Zhirui talked about something else. Li Zhirui knew about the immortal demon battlefield that she had been thinking about, but you just broke through not long ago? You shouldn't be so anxious. The way of killing that I practice is not an ordinary law that can be greatly improved by sitting in seclusion and comprehending the way of heaven. Killing is the best practice for me. Hearing this, Li Zhirui knew that Li Zhirui had made up her mind, so he stopped persuading her and only reminded her, be careful. If you can't trust your teammates on the battlefield, it's better to act alone. Brother Jiu, don't worry. This training will only take 1 or 200 years. Li Zhirui smiled. 1 or 200 years is indeed very short for them, these scattered immortals. Because they can now be called immortals, of course, it is only a limited immortality. After the spiritual light transformation during the immortal thunder tribulation, their bodies and souls have undergone some transformation, and there is no specific number for their lifespan. The reason why it is called limited immortality is that every time they fight, absorb, consume mana, etc., they hurt their body and soul to varying degrees. To truly have real immortality, one needs to continuously improve their cultivation until they reach the heavenly immortal realm. The body and soul are both perfect, harmonious and unobstructed, and will no longer be harmed. Naturally, the lifespan will not be reduced, and immortality is achieved. However, Li Zhirui and others who have just broken through to the level of scattered immortals have not yet developed the consciousness of immortals. But they have gradually realized it and gradually changed their behavior. Just as they were chatting, the family suddenly received news that several immortal forces tens of thousands of miles south of the Dongyun sect were broken by the Sea Clan, and all the waters here fell into the hands of the Sea Clan. In a very short time, they connected all the waters and widened several rivers entering the sea. At the same time, a large number of high-level mortal realm and scattered immortal realm water monsters were sent to settle in. Chapter 1120 Accident. So that's it. Li Zhirui and others who heard the news couldn't help but say it in their hearts. No wonder the Sea Clan raised a large army to attack Shanghai's How this time. Countless mortal water monsters died, and 5 scattered fairyland water monsters either died or surrendered, but there was no other reaction. It turned out that the Sea Clan had already taken over a piece of water and planned to do their best to defend this place, hoping to plot other places in Dongzhou in the future. Naturally, they would not send a large army to attack Shanghai's How, which is easy to defend and difficult to attack. However, whether the Sea Clan will retaliate afterwards depends on the casualties after this battle. If they can defend this place and the casualties are not too many, Shanghai's How and the Li family, which have caused the Sea Clan to fail, will probably immediately face a large number of water monsters. Li Zhirui pondered for a moment, took out the map of Dongzhou, found the territories of the forces that were breached, and then smiled and said, after this battle of the Sea Clan, whether it wins or loses, the family does not have to worry for a short time. After that, he projected the map into the air and marked the territory now occupied by the Sea Clan. As luck would have it, that place is located between the 2 top forces of the Dongyun school and the human He family Xiandao. In order to prevent the disaster of the Sea Clan, many great powers of the Xiandao spread a large number of inheritances on the coast of the East China Sea. Among them, the Dongyun school and the human He family were the best. Therefore, the 2 families are very close, only 80,000 miles apart, which is completely different from other top forces, which are hundreds of thousands or even millions of miles apart. Moreover, these 80,000 miles were deliberately separated and given up by the 2 families after they became powerful. Of course, this huge territory claimed to not belong to the 2 families, but in fact it had long been a vassal of the 2 families, but they did not personally participate. Only the most central 10,000 miles of land was left for some irrelevant forces to occupy as a buffer zone between the 2 forces. The waters captured by the Sea Clan are the 10,000 miles of scattered land, called the territory of Wanjiazhao. After all, there are many weak forces here, and they are all in their own camps. Naturally, the Sea Clan can easily take them down. But this move is a taboo. Because the reason why Wanjiazhao can exist is entirely because of the deliberate actions of Dongyun sect and human He family. Zhixun, don't you want to experience war? If you are anxious, why not go south to gain some experience first? Li Zhirui said jokingly with a smile. Li Zhixun shook her head and said, if I show my power on the battlefield and kill too many people, the Sea Clan will definitely take revenge on my family in the future. It is better to go west and participate in the battle between immortals and demons. There are countless people in the Sea Clan who have seen Li Zhirui's methods, and her swordsmanship is sharp. Unlike Li Zhirui, she can hide her own methods and her identity will be exposed as soon as she makes a move. Unless she abandons the sword, Li Zhirui has only learned a 3-foot-long green sword in her hand throughout her life. If she is asked to give it up, what can she use to fight and kill the enemy? There is no such concern in the distant battlefield of immortals and demons. Not to mention whether the demons know Li Zhirui. Even if they know her, it is impossible for them to rush millions of miles away to seek revenge on the Li family. Moreover, given the cold and indifferent nature of the demons, those who are willing to avenge their fellow disciples are probably unique and rare. Well, Zhirui is right. I was negligent. Zhang Fengwu, who had never spoken, suddenly said, "You say, the loss of Wan Jiazhao this time was really the result of the attack of the Sea Clan? Is it possible that the two major forces deliberately set a trap to track all the Sea Clans here and try to catch them all in one fell swoop? After all, the number of the Sea Clan is huge, and their war potential is deep, far exceeding the sum of the two families. Instead of letting them attack everywhere and causing wars everywhere, it is better to lure them together in one place and then find ways to annihilate them. Although the Sea Clans are mostly dull and stupid, they should not be unable to see through such a scheme, right?" Li Zhirui couldn't believe that the situation Zhang Fengwu said would happen. "Wasn't I deceived?" Li Zhirui narrowed his eyes and thought about the possibility of Zhang Fengwu's words. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it made sense. The Human He family and the Donggyun sect would definitely not let the Sea Clan invade everywhere, so the best way was to lead them all to one place and surround and destroy them. He thought so much, mainly because the outcome of this battle was related to the future of Zhao and the Li family. If the Sea Clan could gain a foothold, they could travel around along the water systems of various places. Although they could not ask for the title of god as before, they also expanded their territory. Sooner or later, the Li family would be involved, even if Zhao was in a remote corner. If the Sea Clan was driven into the East China Sea again, they would inevitably suffer countless casualties and need time to recuperate. The Li family would not be disturbed by them in a short time. Li Zhirui naturally hoped that it would be the latter, so that the Li family would have time to rest. Unfortunately, the Li family was very far away from Wan Jiazhao, and it was difficult to get news from the battlefield. They had no idea what the situation was now, whether the Sea Clan had more advantages or the cultivators had the upper hand. Therefore, we cannot bring back all the clansmen stationed in the two canyon cities now, and we still need to be on guard against the Sea Clan's attack again. However, those scattered cultivators and children of small forces who were attracted by the spiritual objects left one after another when they saw that the war was over. They came for profit, and now that there is no profit, they will naturally return. Li Zhirui and others did not care, and just let them go. In the following days, they will wait for the outcome of the war to come, and then make a decision. So unlike the previous difficult and dangerous wars, everyone is very relaxed. Two flowers bloom, each showing its own beauty. However, in the distant Wan Jiazhao, in the depths of a small mountain in the west, there are dozens of cultivators hiding here. They were all a small family in the past, but because of the massive attack of the Sea Clan, they all became rootless duckweed and could only hide. They are all looking forward to the distant battlefield to bring them a glimmer of good news. Before that, each department needs to hold on to prevent the enemy from attacking again. In the huge Wan Jiazhao, there are countless forces like them who have fled after being attacked by the Sea Clan, or who have fled after seeing the Sea Clan. Boom boom, a dozen people hiding in the cave suddenly heard a violent roar. Immediately, someone flew to the sky and tried to look far away at the battlefield where countless monks and water monsters were fighting. Unfortunately, they could not see anything. At the same time, on the battlefield, kill all the water monsters, countless monks roared, and the spells in their hands flew. A large amount of spiritual light gathered, and the next moment countless magical powers burst out. The low-level water monsters in front of them were completely unstoppable. The magical powers flew, countless heads fell to the ground, and blood splattered. But this time, the Sea Clan didn't know how many water monsters they had summoned. Not to mention that only a few thousand cannon fodders died. Even if they all died here, as long as they defended Wan Jiazhao, they would be victorious. At the same time, the stronger ones among the Sea Clan also launched an attack. Although the monks had already arranged a defensive camp, They were already wounded by the fearlessness of the sea people and the continuous attacks, and they could not hold on for long. The battlefield of the mortal world was like a huge meat grinder. The ground was full of broken limbs and flesh, blood gathered into streams, and corpses piled up into hills, a scene of hell on earth with mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The two sides had only been fighting for a day, and the heavy casualties were shocking. Even those monks and sea people who had experienced wars for a long time and were accustomed to life and death had a crack in their cold hearts. It can be seen how fierce and tragic the battle here is. Wisps of green smoke rose from the ground, and the strong smell of blood was pungent even dozens of miles away. All living beings, even beasts and birds without intelligence, avoided the battlefield from a distance. The battlefield of the mortal world was extremely tragic, and the battlefield of the fairyland in the air was no less tragic. The Sea Clan dispatched hundreds of scattered immortals, dozens of human immortals, and even 2 earthly immortals. Such a large formation shows how determined they are to take down Wanjiazhao. The Dongyun sect and the Human He family, who set up an ambush in Wanjiazhao, each dispatched 30 or 40 scattered immortals and several human immortals. Later, the earthly immortals also came to confront the Sea Clan, but because the earthly immortals were too powerful, both sides tacitly did not take action, but just let the scattered immortals and human immortals fight. No one would have thought that only 100 years after the end of the catastrophe, such a high-end war would break out again. On the battlefield, both sides had their wins and losses, and they had not yet gained an overwhelming advantage. They could only continue to fill the gap with their lives and fight with all their strength. I saw a giant with a body of 100 feet and skin like black iron, holding a giant axe and swinging it hard. The water demon immortal who was fighting with it seemed to be fixed in place. It was not until the axe blade hit it and the severe pain swept through its body that it suddenly woke up. Unfortunately, it was too late and could only die unwillingly. There are also capable people in the Sea Clan who frequently attack. Even if they cannot kill it, they can injure it and weaken its strength. If several battles cannot show the advantage and lay the foundation for victory or defeat, then both sides will turn into a stalemate and protracted war. And this cannot be accomplished in a short time. However, whether it is the Dongyun school, the Human He family, or the Sea Clan, there is no plan to retreat and evacuate, because no matter who it is, they all know the importance of Wanjiazhao. In fact, the Dongyun school and the Human He family now regret their layout and design, using Wanjiazhao as bait. Because the two families did not expect the Sea Clan to be so decisive at the beginning, they directly sent hundreds of scattered immortals, dozens of human immortals, and even 2 earth immortals to guard. The reason why they sent so many cultivators was to take advantage of the new arrival of the Sea Clan, wait for them to tire themselves out, and then kill as many water monsters as possible in the fairyland. But in this situation, the original plan naturally could not be implemented. The distant Shanhaizhao did not know the situation on the battlefield, and Li Zhirui was already thinking about his own path. After all, such a distant thing, the Li family could not take care of it at all. With these thoughts, it is better to pay more attention to their own future cultivation path. The subsequent practice method deduced by Li Zhirui after 100 years of seclusion is quite consistent with the Earth Spirit Deo record. To be precise, it is the subsequent practice method he deduced that feels round and consistent. Because that was the practice method deduced by Li Zhirui with reference to himself. If other clansmen were allowed to learn, I am afraid it would be twice as effective. Ruizu. It's bad. A large number of monsters have appeared in the south of Shanhaizhao, killing and looting everywhere, and approaching Wangxin Mountain. At this time, a sharp voice sounded. High Clan and Monster Clan have joined forces. This was the first thought in Li Zhirui's mind, but he soon felt something was wrong. If the two sides joined forces, why would the monsters attack the Li family instead of rushing directly to the battlefield and attacking the Sea Clan from front and back? I dare not say that they will completely wipe out the cultivators, but under the unexpected situation, they will definitely cause heavy losses to the cultivators and make it difficult to continue to compete with the water monsters. If not, then this group of Huns took advantage of the situation and wanted to take advantage of the fire to rob. Li Zhirui raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a hint of sarcasm and sneer. When did the monsters near Shanhaizhao become so bold? The monsters near Shanhaizhao are not only in Shangli Mountains, but also in some barren areas of the mountains. This place was originally the trial place for the Li family, but later there was an opportunity in Shangli Mountains, and the area became larger, so the Li family gave up the original territory. There must be someone behind this, but we don't know which force it is, but there are only a few. How strong are those monsters? There are many of them. And the most powerful one is only a 7th level monster. No, Li Zhirui said suddenly, if that's the case, the family would not send you here for help. The clan leader didn't say much to me, but just asked me to urge Ruzu to return to Wangxin Mountain as soon as possible. Well, Li Zhirui pondered for a while, said something to Li Zhixun and Zhang Fengwu, and then set off to fly to the clan. Not long after, they saw the towering mountain, Wangxin Mountain, where countless clansmen live. And the always steady Li Yuncheng was anxiously waiting for Li Zhirui outside the clan. As soon as he saw him, he immediately came up to him and said in a voice transmission, Ruizu. A group of strange and bizarre creatures appeared in the Changli Mountains. They are full of cold and gloomy air, afraid of the sun, but their strength increases greatly at night. Because we don't know them, our family suffered a lot of casualties in the early stage of the confrontation with them. As he said this, Li Yuncheng's face became very solemn, and even in the voice transmission, one could hear the heaviness in it. The most surprising thing is that they seem to be endless. They were clearly killed yesterday, but they resurrected the next night. There is such a strange thing. After listening, Li Zhirui also felt very strange. After thinking for a while, he said, I will leave for the Changli Mountains immediately. After seeing it with my own eyes tonight and understanding it, I will find a way to solve it. Thank you for your hard work, Ruizu. Li Yuncheng hurriedly greeted him. Li Zhirui hurried back and didn't even enter the clan land before he set off north again. No problem. Li Zhirui waved his hand and immediately turned into a spiritual light and flew away. In just a moment, he arrived at the fairy city outside the mountains. When the many tribesmen stationed in the city saw Li Zhirui, they couldn't help but burst into cheers, as if they didn't have to worry about anything with him around. Everyone take a rest first, and then fight that unknown creature at night. In fact, when he heard Li Yuncheng's description, he felt that those things were very similar to the creatures in the legend of his previous life. Chapter 1121 Going Out. There are ghosts in the Yuanling realm, but they cannot be called a race. Because they have no intelligence. And because of the strong yin qi and easy collection, they are often used as materials for refining by the demon Dao. For example, the demon Dao has a tradition of mastering ghost refining and controlling ghosts. However, from Li Yuncheng's mouth, it is not difficult to know that the ghosts in the Changli Mountains are not the wealth of the world's impression. They not only have intelligence, but also can cast spells and magical powers. As for why they will be resurrected tomorrow night after being killed tonight, Li Zhirui does not know the reason for the time being. The golden crow sets in the west and the jade rabbit rises in the east. The sky is as dark as ink, without any starlight, and even the moon is just a waning moon, which can't emit much light even if it tries its best. Rust. When the Li family discovered those ghosts, it was after nightfall that the monsters roared and the wild beasts wailed. This was unusual, so they arranged a team of dozens of people to go into the forest to investigate the cause. You stay in the city, I'll go investigate first. After saying that, Li Zhirui disappeared. He followed the howling of wild beasts and saw several dim, non-substantial people hanging in the air, attacking the tiger in front of them with their teeth and claws. The beasts' attacks could not fall on them at all, but every time they attacked, they could take something from the tiger's body. Life. After a little observation, Li Zhirui had the answer in his mind. In just a moment, they devoured the life of a 10-foot-tall tiger, and their momentum became a little stronger, but they were only in the middle stage of key training. It really looks like the ghosts in the legend of the previous life. Thinking of this, Li Zhirui carefully captured them. The reason for being careful is not because he is afraid of them or the existence behind them, but because he is worried that if he exerts a little force, he will crush these weak ghosts. After observing them with his spiritual sense, he found that they do have intelligence, but they are very weak, about the same as a 3 or 4-year-old child. Naturally, it is impossible to get any useful information from them. With a little force, they become a lot of yin qi and dissipate in the air. Li Zhirui, who was leaving, suddenly saw a little spiritual light in his peripheral vision, and he fixed it with a thought. Is this a true spirit? Only with a true spirit can intelligence be born, otherwise it is a dead thing. At the same time, Li Zhirui also understood why these ghosts can resurrect from the dead. In addition to the true spirit, there is also a little unique yin qi attached to it. If it is compared with a cultivator, it can be called a spirit. Just as a cultivator dies, but the spirit is immortal, He can take over another body and be resurrected, and these ghosts should be the same. However, their resurrection is much simpler, because their bodies are all transformed by yin qi. As long as the yin qi is strong, they can be resurrected in a short time. Is this clan born because of the promotion of the heavenly Dao, or is there another reason? Li Zhirui frowned. His knowledge told him that the latter was unlikely, because the means of creating living beings could not be mastered even by the great celestial beings. But there was a voice in his heart telling him that the latter was the real reason. Because if it was born from the birth of heaven and earth, its number could not have increased to this level in a short period of time. Li Zhirui had just used his divine sense to explore the surrounding 10 miles, and there were thousands of ghosts here. And with the vastness of the Changli Mountains, even if the number was slightly smaller in other places, there were hundreds of thousands of ghosts here alone. Although ghosts have not appeared in other areas of Shanhai's How, is it only here that ghosts exist in such a large Yuanling realm? Moreover, the appearance of the ghost was too abrupt, and there was no sign before, which was really too weird. Li Zhirui gathered all his thoughts and found the most powerful ghost around, whose cultivation was equivalent to the late Yuanying period, and his spiritual intelligence was already complete. Where did you come from? What is your purpose? How were you born? Even though Li Zhirui had not released his own aura, the pressure he brought made his body tremble. I don't know anything. I just woke up and appeared here with other people of the same clan. It's called the Ghost Clan. This statement made Li Zhirui frown. Because this is more in line with his previous guess, these ghosts are not created by heaven, but by man. But how can the Yuanling realm, which does not allow the existence of immortals, have the means to create living beings? Alice. Thinking about it, Li Zhirui still couldn't figure it out. He just felt that the Yuanling realm was in chaos and troubled times. The catastrophe that would not be seen in 1,000 years had just ended for only 100 years, and such a strange thing happened again. Who is the strongest in your clan? Who leads it? In the face of life and death, it naturally did not dare to hide anything and told everything it knew. There are more than 500,000 ghosts in Changli Mountain. The 5 strongest ones have the cultivation of refining emptiness. They jointly govern the ghosts here and call themselves the 5 Ghost Kings. Moreover, the 5 Ghost Kings will not go out to find food, but let many ghosts under their command offer them. Therefore, all ghosts know where the Ghost Kings are. Li Zhirui took it to the Ghost King cave and captured them alive. The strength of these Ghost Kings is very weak. Even if they have the cultivation of refining emptiness, their strength is far inferior. Moreover, because they are formed by the gathering of yin energy, they are very afraid of yang energy, fire energy, and anger energy. That's right. The ghosts feed on anger, but if the anger is prosperous, they dare not approach at all. Spare my life. Please spare my life, Senior. The Ghost Kings did not dare to resist at all. Once they were captured, they begged for mercy one after another, appearing very timid and cowardly. And Li Zhirui did not intend to kill them all. The reason is that the origin of the Ghost Clan is too mysterious. He is worried that there is a powerful person behind it, and the Ghost Clan is the chess piece of this powerful person's layout. If he takes action now to destroy them all, if he destroys the other party's plan, the Li family may suffer a huge disaster. Maybe they will be wiped out directly from Shanhai's How. Maybe Li Zhirui thought too much, but for such things, it is better to believe it than not to believe it. Everything should be done with caution. So his idea is very simple, that is, to drive all these hundreds of thousands of ghosts out of Changli Mountains. The Li family not only solved the disaster of the Ghost Clan, but also did not kill too many ghosts, leaving them alive. He told his idea to the 5 Ghost Kings, asking them to act quickly and drive the clansmen away. As for the destination, Li Zhirui also helped them choose it, going west along the Changli Mountains. Perhaps for others, this bumpy and rugged road is difficult to move, but for ghosts with yin energy all over their bodies and no entity, it can't stop them from going west at all. There was no commotion or unrest. The ghosts obeyed the orders of the Ghost King and left the place quickly, as if something was chasing them. Watching the 500,000 ghosts leave, countless yin energy rolled out and formed a dark cloud, moving with them. Li Zhirui watched them gradually leave from a distance, and his heart was not only not relaxed, but more solemn. Because he was worried that the Li family would also become a chess piece. Alice, forget it, don't think too much. Li Zhirui didn't think that his plans and calculations could be on par with those great powers, so let's talk about it later. When he returned to the family and told Li Yuncheng about this, he didn't say his guess, but only said that he drove them all out of the family's territory. Then he reminded him to collect information from all over the place to see if there was a similar situation. Ruizu, I wonder how the ghosts were resurrected. Seeing that Li Zhirui had not mentioned this matter for a long time, Li Yanshan couldn't help but ask. The ghosts rely on their true spirits to survive. Their so-called flesh bodies are nothing but a large amount of yin qi. As long as their true spirits and fundamental yin qi are intact, they can be resurrected with enough yin qi. After a pause, Li Zhirui said, if you encounter ghosts in the future, you can focus on attacking important places such as the head and heart, because the ghost's vital points, the source yin qi and true spirits are likely to be hidden in these places, and as long as the ghost's lives are fundamentally destroyed, they will not be able to resurrect. Wanjiazhao. The place where the Donggyun sect and the Human He family fought against the Sea clan. The shouts and screams still resounded through the sky, and a large number of cultivators and water monsters once again used their magical powers to attack each other. For a time, the casualties on both sides reached thousands. The black and red blood, the meat that had been trampled and smashed, and the white bones were piled up layer by layer on the ground, as if there was no day to stop. And it has been more than 2 months since the outbreak of the war. Whether it was the monks or the Sea clan, they were all exhausted and inevitably had the idea of fearing and avoiding fighting. Many monks or water monsters no longer pursued killing each other, but focused on saving effort and self-protection. So the war still looked fierce and cruel, but it was already a bit unworthy of the name. Unfortunately, the top leaders of both sides still had no intention of ordering a stop. The reason was that they all knew how important this battle was to them. If the monks won, they could drive away all the Sea clans, and they would not be able to raise such a large army to invade Dongzhou in a short period of time. And if the Sea clan won, they could use this place as a foundation, along the connected water system, and continuously expand the sphere of influence of the Sea clan, and actually control a large number of water systems. And hundreds of miles behind the west of the battlefield, there were dozens of huge ships across the sky, shuttling through the clouds. They were all immortal forces near Wanjiazhao and places with connected water systems. After receiving the request for help from the Donggyun school and the He family, they argued for several days and decided to join the battle to help. No one doesn't know the truth that if the skin is gone, the hair will not be attached. The reason for the debate was only the number and strength of the monks to be sent, and there was no plan not to send support. After all, even if the two major forces were defeated and retreated, with their strength and background, they could at least ensure that their own territory would not be disturbed, but these rabble did not have such strong confidence and strength. The building ship was extremely fast, but before the range of 100 miles, the huge building ship disappeared, and it did not reappear until it was 50 miles away from the battlefield. In other words, it was no longer necessary to hide its whereabouts at this distance, and it could not be hidden. In a few breaths, the huge building ship entered the battlefield, and tens of thousands of monks in good condition and high morale suddenly joined the battlefield like a fresh force, instantly making the battlefield lose balance. The water monsters were beaten back step by step. After all, after such a long battle, except for those earthly immortals, there was no living creature that was not injured. In this case, how could those water monsters be the opponent of these tens of thousands of monks? Alice, the sea immortal who had not taken action, opened his eyes and looked at the battlefields below, sighing. It did not expect that this battle would fail. In fact, since the two major immortal forces set up a trap in Wanjiazhao, the Sea clan knew the plan. But they still chose this place as a breakthrough point. One is to turn the tables, and the other is that the power of the Sea clan itself is not the opponent of the two major forces. But the ending is completely opposite to what it thought. Retreat. It seems that it only uttered a few words lightly, but it was like a spring thunder, falling into the ears of all the water monsters, and there was no outside transmission. This shows how terrible its control of mana is. After hearing the voice, most of the water monsters breathed a sigh of relief, gave up their opponents without hesitation, and turned to run for their lives. No one wants to die. So in order to fight for a way to survive, the Sea clan, which had no formation to speak of, instantly became a mess, and severe crowding and trampling broke out. About tens of thousands of water monsters died in this chaos. The pursuit of the monks later also caused heavy casualties to the Sea clan. The monks did not return until they saw all the water monsters escape into the sea. The monks won this battle, but no one was happy because the casualties were too heavy. Even with the foundation of the Donggyun sect and the Human He family, They would have to lick their wounds and recuperate for many years after this battle. Alice, several earthly immortals looked at each other and couldn't help but sigh. With such a result, they didn't know whether the plan to lure the Sea Tribe and defeat them in one battle was really a good strategy. Forget it, let's go back. A certain earthly immortal waved his hand with boredom and left. About half a month later, Li Zhirui learned about the battle in Wanjiazhou. Although the immortals won this battle, it was just a miserable victory, and both sides suffered losses. Of course he was happy, because the Dongyun sect was always a big danger to the Li family, and as long as they were serious enough, they didn't need to use all their strength. That 1 or 2% of their strength could destroy the Li family. Even though the Dongyun faction was quite friendly to the Li family, it did not make Li Zhirui let down his guard. This battle is over, and it's time for me to go out and gain experience. Li Zhirui finally waited for today, and for a moment, the sword was unsheathed, and the sword energy burst out. Li Zhirui couldn't help shaking his head and smiled. I know you can't wait, and now I won't stop you. When do you plan to leave? Let's go now. Li Zhirui was stunned, and then smiled. Well, since you are so anxious, I won't keep you. It's not that Li Zhirui doesn't care about the safety of the family. If she didn't care, how could she suppress her expectations for so many years? Chapter 1122 Taking Risks. Li Zhirui left Wangsan Mountain, and walked very decisively and quickly, without any drag. However, her departure did not reduce the strength of the Li family. First of all, Zhang Fengwu achieved the status of a scattered immortal. If it was a field battle, her strength was far inferior to Li Zhirui, but if she relied on the places that had been arranged in advance, Li Zhirui was not her opponent. Secondly, when the Sea clan attacked Shanhaizhou before, they were shocked by the strength of the 3 scattered immortals of the Li family. Only one of the 6 water monsters escaped, 2 were killed, and 3 were imprisoned. They could only bow their heads and surrender, which gave the family 3 more guardian beasts of the scattered immortal realm. With them guarding Wangsan Mountain, plus Li Zhirui and Zhang Fengwu, even if several times the scattered immortals came to attack, there would be no need to worry about being broken within a few months. Yes, neither of them planned to go out for training. Zhang Fengwu had just broken through to the level of a scattered immortal not long ago, so she was not in a hurry to break through, and there was no bottleneck at present. She could just retreat in the mountains. The same was true for Li Zhirui. Moreover, although he had not been out for many years, he had frequent training. After all, wars had been fought one after another in recent years, and no less than 20 scattered immortals had died in his hands. Another point was that Amu was about to break through, and he had to stay in the family to take care of 1 or 2. Among the 5 spirit beasts contracted by Li Zhirui, although Amu was born the latest and the youngest, he had excellent qualifications, so his training speed was extremely fast. In the previous Great Calamity, Amu had gained a lot of merit, which he used to improve the grade of his bloodline. After years of continuous accumulation, he had already had a 9th grade bloodline, and naturally jumped to become a pure-blooded Qilin. With a breakthrough in bloodline and a Qilin body, Amu was not afraid of the power of thunder tribulation at all. So when his bloodline evolution was successful, he would take the initiative to receive the immortal thunder tribulation and achieve the realm of scattered immortals after a little adjustment. In addition to Asan, Daking, Zhaoking, and Xiaokan could also follow Amu's approach if the bloodlines were promoted and their bodies were strengthened. This is the advantage of monsters and spirit beasts, but it is also a disadvantage. After all, it is not easy to upgrade the bloodline to the fairy level. Amu was able to do it. First, he was born with the bloodline of the 8th level wood unicorn. The starting point is very high, which can save him a lot of time to improve his bloodline. The second reason may be related to the fact that the unicorn is an auspicious beast, so after the merits are added, it helps him take the last step. The reason why Asan can't imitate is that his true body is a spiritual ginseng, which is naturally afraid of things with thunder and fire, and his physical strength is far inferior to that of Daking and others. 2 flowers bloom, each showing its own branch. I saw a female cultivator carrying a black sword and flying away in black clothes. Her appearance is ordinary, but her cold and indifferent expression gives her a different temperament. This person is Li Zhirui, who left the clan and wanted to go to the battlefield of immortals and demons for training. But after she left Wangsan Mountain, she rushed west all the way, but occasionally stopped on the way. And every time Li Zhirui stopped, there would be a corpse of a monster or a demon cultivator in the local area. The reason why they died under the Black Sword was because they had damaged the interests of the Li family, such as attacking the family residence and the market. There was once an 8th-level monster, who was self-righteous and powerful, and deliberately killed living beings, wanting to lure Li Zhirui and then kill her. It did as it wished, and Li Zhirui soon appeared in front of it. But after just one encounter, a flash of sword light, the monster's body was separated, and it didn't even have the chance to resist. At that time, many creatures were secretly spying. When they saw this scene, their faces were extremely pale, and they used all kinds of means to hide their own breath, for fear that Li Zhirui would swing the sword to kill them in the next moment. They didn't dare to run away until she left for a long time. So, whether it was a demon cultivator, a monster, or a casual cultivator who wanted to fish in troubled waters, they were all panicked and lurked in the dark, not daring to show up again. Gradually, in the vast territory to the west of Shanhaizhou, there was a rumor that a woman in black clothes and a black sword slayed demons and protected the human race with a sword. The rumor lasted for a long time, and even statues of gods were worshipped in some areas. Li Zhirui still didn't know about this. After leaving the territory of the Li family, she still didn't speed up, but walked slowly. Because this time she went out to experience, it was not just to fight on the battlefield, but also to increase her knowledge and broaden her horizons. In this way, she would naturally not rush to travel. In this case, it took Li Zhirui 20 years to come to the second line of defense of the battlefield of immortals and demons, a wall that stretched for millions of miles based on the situation of mountains and rivers. Li Zhirui looked far away and couldn't see the limit at all. Under the city wall, the bricks and stones full of the breath of time were all engraved with array patterns, superimposed and intertwined with each other, forming a large array of arrays such as the Great Array of Demon Identification, the Great Array of Forbidden Sky, and the Great Array of 10,000 Thunders. However, Li Zhirui's luck was not very good. The immortal cities near her were all allowed to enter but not to leave. Because the defense line is too long, even if the immortal sages used various means, it is impossible to keep the demon cultivators out of the battle line that stretches for millions of miles. So they can only rely on the mountain and river walls to build 365 immortal cities, and there are some small cities and markets in the middle. And most of the immortal cities and markets, facing the wall on the side of Zhizhou, have no gates. It is to make it difficult for the demon cultivators to enter the city. Therefore, if you want to walk out of the city wall and go to the battlefield, only 100 of the immortal cities are open. Li Zhirui did not enter the city, because it would be more troublesome to go to the battlefield if she entered the city from here. After all, flying is not allowed in the city. She can only walk on her feet. It is better to gallop outside, which is faster. After all the formalities were handled, Li Zhirui rested for a night and rushed to the battlefield the next day. She had longed for this place of killing for a long time, and now she can finally find out. Li Zhirui's combat power is extraordinary. There are few opponents for the creatures in the middle stage of scattered immortals, and they are ruthless, so even if she just entered the battlefield of immortals and demons, she will soon become famous. But it was also because of this that many demon cultivators came up with the idea of setting an ambush to kill him, and soon some demon cultivators began to lay out their plans. After several months, their plans finally worked. Li Zhirui was trapped in the battlefield. This was a wilderness. The land, which had originally changed color due to swallowing a lot of blood and corpses, had a dark color after being washed away by time. Even the weeds that stubbornly grew in this dead land did not have any green vitality, but gray and black. In the vast battlefield of immortals and demons, many places have become deserted wilderness for various reasons. In other words, it is almost impossible for Li Zhirui to encounter cultivators and demon cultivators other than them in the place where he is trapped now. Humph! What Zhuangjian fairy? Now she is trapped here by us, and her life and death are not up to her, a demon cultivator said arrogantly. Beside him, there were 4 scattered demon cultivators in the immortal realm, 3 men and 1 woman. Brother Zhang is really amazing. If it weren't for his extraordinary strategy, how could we have trapped this person? A white-clothed demon cultivator with a white face and a suave manner smiled and complimented, and then said flatteringly, "Brother, I have never tasted a female sword cultivator. Can you give me an hour or 2 so that I can taste her well? By G, if you are allowed to collect the essence of this female fairy, I am afraid that her essence and blood will be depleted, and her soul will be damaged. The quality of the spiritual materials in our hands will drop sharply, and what's the use, A demon cultivator immediately objected. The others immediately echoed. Let a demon who practices the evil method of collecting essence for 1 or 2 hours? I am afraid that this person's realm will be shaky. Li Zhirui expression did not fluctuate at all when she heard this, as if these clamoring demon cultivators did not exist at all. Her face was indifferent, her eyes were slightly narrowed, and she tightly grasped the black sword in her hand. She was not careless this time and accidentally fell into the trap, but did it on purpose. Because Li Zhirui wanted to use these 5 demon cultivators to force herself, to fight for life and death, and to push her swordsmanship to a higher level. Kill. When the 5 demon cultivators all entered the trap that trapped her, Li Zhirui suddenly jumped up, holding the black sword and killing Bai Ji, who had been so shameless and wanted to take her essence. The sword energy was restrained, with only a little cold light shooting out, and the speed was so fast that the 5 demon cultivators could not react at all. Swish, the sword energy went from top to bottom, directly splitting Bai Ji's body in the middle, but there was no scene of blood and flesh flying, but a light piece of paper cut in half. Bai Ji appeared again, 2 miles away, gasping for breath, like a stranded fish. He had never expected that the opponent's means would be so powerful. The sudden killing move directly made him lose his most precious means of saving his life, the substitute paper man. The reason why Bai Ji looked like this was because he personally faced the sword energy, containing surging waves, at the extreme distance. Even with his determination, he felt a touch of fear and despair. You know, Bai Ji had gone through countless battles in the Heron sect before he could get to this point. His hands were covered in blood, and he was used to life and death, but when death really came, he found that he could not accept death at all. The courage in Bai Ji's heart collapsed, and cowardice occupied his mind. He no longer thought about the mystery of resurrection from the dead, but only thought that he should survive. Yes. After Bai Ji escaped from Li Zhirui's sword, he knew that the 5 of them had been tricked. So if he wanted to survive, he could only retreat by advancing. Kill. The second killing cry sounded, and the black sword in Li Zhirui's hand slashed directly. The blow containing the monstrous anger almost shattered all the defenses around the demon cultivator. Under the collision of sword energy and defensive aura, a strong gust of wind blew in all directions, forming small storms. Unfortunately, this sneak attack did not succeed. Reminded by the fact that Bai Ji was killed by a sword, how dare these demon cultivators not use all means to resist Li Zhirui's attack? Even if he was lucky. Li Zhirui shook her head, without any regrets, because in her opinion, they would all die here, it was just a matter of time. At this time, the panicked demon cultivators finally stabilized their minds and began to counterattack. It must be said that these 5 demon cultivators, who were able to cultivate to the middle stage of sanction, were still quite powerful, but for a moment, they were shocked by Li Zhirui's fierce means and the mighty sword that killed Bai Ji. Now that she reacted, she immediately fell into a fierce battle. But this is exactly what Li Zhirui wanted. The battle was very fierce, and Li Zhirui's combat power was amazing, but after all, she was only one person. The 5 demon cultivators could wait, take turns, and always maintain a force, constantly consuming her strength. But Li Zhirui remained unmoved and her attack was still fierce. In this way, she fought against 5 demon cultivators of the same level with her own strength. After fighting for several hours, there was no winner, but Li Zhirui was in a very bad state now. She was ragged, pale, and had a wound on her face, which was oozing blood, but her eyes were extremely bright. Ho ha, kneel down and beg for mercy from us. I can let you die more easily. Otherwise, I believe you also know our methods. The 5 demon cultivators laughed, especially Bai Ji, who had been threatened with his life before, and wanted to humiliate Li Zhirui severely. As for the words of mercy, both sides knew that it was a lie, so there was no need to talk about it again. Thank you all for this, Li Zhirui said weakly. Her current state is really very bad, because she forced herself into a desperate situation and wanted to take risks to speed up her own realm and swordsmanship. Fortunately, Li Zhirui did it. But her state is extremely bad and it is true that her life is in danger. However, Li Zhirui stood proudly. When did she not put her life at risk along the way? It's just a life-threatening situation, what's the big deal? Crack. In a trance, she seemed to hear the sound of something breaking. But with a powerful enemy in front of her, Li Zhirui didn't have time to think too much. Die. Seeing that Li Zhirui completely ignored them, the demon cultivators were furious and used their best moves to kill her. Even if you have all kinds of magical powers, I can kill you with one sword, Li Zhirui murmured, and the black sword hummed and slowly changed color. It was originally black, but now it was black and red on each side. Squeezing out the few mana in her body, there was no strange phenomenon, just an ordinary sword energy. But even so, the sword energy directly shattered the attacks of the 5 demon cultivators. How is it possible? Impossible. The faces of the 5 people changed drastically. They couldn't believe what they saw. A dying person actually had such a terrifying fighting power. If they were not careful, they might be dragged into the underworld by her. Nothing is impossible. Li Zhirui showed a rare smile on her face, but in the eyes of those demon cultivators, she looked extremely scary, as if she were some evil ghost. However, her face was now covered with blood, and she looked really scary. Afterwards, she didn't say any more nonsense, and the few precious pills she had bitten into pieces before turned into a trickle of water to moisten the meridians in her body that had long been dried up, and finally returned to the Danshan Dharma Sea. Not good. She is stalling for time. There were still smart people among those demon cultivators, and they soon discovered the problem. But what's the use of discovering it? Not to mention that it was the top-grade Huling Baodan specially refined by Li Zhirui, and the speed of restoring mana was far beyond their imagination. Li Zhirui has now recovered 30% of her mana, which is enough for her to kill the 5 demon cultivators in front of her. Chapter 1123 Earthquake. The two sides have been deadlocked for so long, and Li Zhirui is not the only one who has consumed a lot of mana. Although the 5 demon cultivators took turns to squeeze out some time to recover their mana, they had to go all out when facing Li Zhirui. The mana recovered in that little time could at most allow them to hold on for another quarter of an hour or two, or to use 1 or 2 killing moves. Swish, the long sword was across the sky, and the sword energy was rushing. The murderous aura made the 5 people's eyelids jump, and they were busy using their defensive magic. They regretted it in their hearts. Knowing that Li Zhirui was powerful, they didn't take advantage of the opportunity and kill her directly. They even thought about humiliating her to vent their anger. Looking back now, how stupid it was. Unfortunately, it was a little too late to wake up. A shrill scream made the hearts of the other demon cultivators stagnate. One of them had his left hand cut off at the root. But just now, while the 5 people were resisting the attack, Li Zhirui flashed in front of the strongest demon cultivator, seized the moment when the defense was reduced, and slashed out with a sword again. Originally, she wanted to kill him directly, but she didn't expect that the demon cultivator would react at the last moment. Seeing that there was no time to dodge, she turned sideways and blocked the attack with her arm, which saved her life. Li Zhirui frowned slightly when she saw this. After all, after a long battle, not only did her mana consumption become too great, but her spiritual awareness and energy also decreased a lot. We must hurry up and get rid of them. Li Zhirui attacked the demon cultivator in front of her again without any hesitation. If she was facing a cultivator at this time, then other companions would most likely come to her rescue. She only needed to use her magical powers behind Li Zhirui to force her back. Unfortunately, in the minds of the demon cultivators, there was no such thing as rescuing companions. Instead, they saw that Li Zhirui was targeting one person, and they were relieved, and then the 2 demon cultivators withdrew and fled. Running away is never a shame in the eyes of the demon cultivators. As long as they can survive, they will do anything. But the 2 men didn't know that Li Zhirui, who was originally attacking another demon cultivator, smiled, pulled herself out, and swung her sword at the 2 men. The sword energy was restrained, like a meteor passing by, without making any sound, but it directly pierced the backs of the 2 defenseless people. With a bang, the sword energy exploded in their bodies, and blood and flesh flew everywhere, leaving no corpses. And they never thought that Li Zhirui's original purpose was to get the demon cultivator to escape, and all the previous means were just paving the way for her real purpose. Pa pa pa, a sudden applause sounded in the wilderness. The female demon cultivator, who had always kept a low profile, smiled and said with admiration, "What a great trick. If all the cultivators had your tricks, no. Even if there were only 1/3 of them, the situation of the demon path would be even more difficult." Li Zhirui's eyes fixed. This person turned out to be a late-stage scattered immortal. He had been hiding his strength before. Did he not intend to continue hiding after seeing that the situation was set? The most important thing was that she seemed to have ignored the existence of this person before. "Your tricks are even better." Li Zhirui looked indifferent. No matter how strong the other party was, she would never feel afraid with this one sword in her hand. How the female demon cultivator smiled when she heard the words. Her laughter was as sweet as a silver bell. She said softly, "Sister, I am not your opponent. I'll leave first, but thank you for the gift from your sister this time." Before she finished speaking, the whole person disappeared with the wind. Li Zhirui's consciousness exploded, but within a radius of dozens of miles, she could not be found. As for the gift she mentioned, it was the demon cultivator whose arm was cut off. He actually left with exactly the same method. And the demon cultivator who practiced the evil method of collecting and replenishing, quietly escaped underground when they confronted each other. Li Zhirui looked at the empty wilderness, turned into a swordlight and flew away. She had to find a safe place as soon as possible to suppress her injuries, and then return to the fairy city. At the same time, hundreds of miles away, Baiji breathed heavily, his expression was full of fear, his lips kept colliding, and he muttered, "I didn't expect to run into that witch." At some point, a person appeared again in the empty wilderness, and smiled softly. "I wonder who the witch is that senior brother Bai mentioned." The magic path is essentially an extremely large sect called Shingon sect, so all demon cultivators can be called fellow disciples. It's just that the Shingon sect fell apart due to some things, splitting into one sect after another, and splitting into one family after another, each with its own interests, and no one with extremely strong strength that could dominate the magic path was born. So until now, the various forces in the magic path only called the Shangzong and the Xingjiao, but never thought about rebuilding. Baiji was like a puppet, dull and did not respond. "Huh?" The female demon cultivator let out a surprised exclamation, and with a flick of her hand, a section of the wooden arm broke off with a flash of light. Interesting. Interesting. I didn't expect that this senior brother Bai actually had so many tricks. After Li Zhirui barely suppressed her injuries in the wilderness, she immediately set off to return to the Immortal City and healed her injuries in the rented cave for several months. When she came out of retreat, the aura around her became solemn, and she would no longer reveal the slightest bit of sharpness. Even the murderous aura that she had gathered from killing countless creatures seemed to have been completely removed. But only Li Zhirui herself knew that the previous risk had greatly improved her realm and swordsmanship. If she met those 5 demon cultivators again, she would never rely on sneak attacks to kill only 2 people. Except for the female demon cultivator who was not aware of her depth and had strange means, the other 4 people would probably die under Li Zhirui's sword. 2 flowers bloom, each showing its own beauty. The sun rises and the moon sets, year after year. Time is like a river rushing into the sea, and there is no possibility of turning back. In the past 50 years, Li Zhirui rarely left the cave. He not only practiced, but also spent a lot of time to deduce the precious pill of the scattered immortal level. Unfortunately, because there is no pill formula to refer to, so far, he has only sorted out a little clue, and it is unknown how many years it will take to perfect it. As for cultivation, 50 years may be a long life for mortals, but for Li Zhirui, who has already achieved immortality, there is no feeling. He has gradually gotten used to the changes that immortality has brought him in all aspects, so the whole person has become more and more peaceful, like the drizzle in the spring night, quietly. But soon, Li Zhirui's leisurely days will come to an end. A few months later, Amu, whose bloodline had been successfully promoted and had consolidated himself, began to overcome the tribulation. Facing the fierce thunder tribulation, Amu did not show any nervousness on his face. He just grabbed the kiln true body, stepped on the ground with his limbs, and stood proudly under the center of the thunder tribulation with his head held high. Crash! The first thunder tribulation arrived as expected. The huge thunder column fell from the sky, but it could not shake Amu at all. He seemed to have digested the entire thunder tribulation. Hiss! The tribesmen who were watching made a sound of amazement and envy. I didn't expect that the physical body of this spiritual ancestor was so terrifying that he could actually withstand the thunder tribulation of becoming an immortal. Yes, but this should be the spiritual ancestor, the kiln beast, right? Daking, Zhaoking and many other spiritual beasts were also watching. After all, this was the first spiritual beast of the Li family to receive the thunder tribulation of becoming an immortal. Whether he succeeded or failed, it was a valuable experience for them. No. This is definitely not something that can be done with just the physical body and strength. Daking was always careful, and suddenly laughed. Have you forgotten that Kilin is an earth-walking beast? As the saying goes, if you step on the ground, you can continuously absorb the energy of the earth. so that thunder was completely blocked by Amu, thanks to this secret method. Although Amu is a wooden Kilin, he still has the characteristics of the Kilin clan. Li Zhirui is completely relieved. With Amu's current strength and secret method, this immortal thunder tribulation could not stop him at all. Sure enough, the next few thunders still failed to cause harm to Amu, and so far, he has only taken action once. That is, when the seventh thunder fell, he finally took action. I thought he didn't need to take action, and he could force his way through this tribulation with his physical body, Xiaoqing teased. Duckling couldn't help but shake his head. Amu is still a little too anxious about this matter. If he calms down, it will be easier for him to survive this thunder tribulation. Rumble, a sound that resounded through the heaven and earth exploded, followed by a thunder tribulation of more than 10 feet in size, which directly swallowed Amu. But long before that, he had already prepared a means to deal with it. Amu stomped his front hoof on the ground, and he became connected and associated with this land. At the same time, a bright yellow light emanated from his body. Now Amu is like driving a small boat in the sea with raging waves and storms. He has to use all his strength to ensure that the boat does not capsize. I don't know how long it has passed, but the storm finally stopped. And his boat finally didn't have to be trembling with fear, afraid that it would capsize. After the last thunder tribulation passed, a black light that seemed to have been prepared long ago flew out. But this demon didn't trap Amu for long, only half an hour, and he was crushed by his foot. Buzz, the calamity cloud began to change, and wisps of pure spiritual energy poured into Amu's body, helping it to improve its cultivation and so on. When the last trace of spiritual energy dissipated, Amu truly became a scattered immortal. Oh. All the tribesmen made a chaotic sound at first, but gradually when everyone gathered together, it became an overwhelming cheer and power. After congratulating Amu on his achievement of a scattered immortal, Li Zhirui left first. He had just watched Amu's calamity and had some insights in his heart, not in terms of cultivation, but in terms of helping to deduce the pill formula. Fusion, guidance, and strengthening. This was Li Zhirui's insight. He had a vague feeling that if he could fully understand these three words, the recipe for the scattered immortal level treasure pill he was looking forward to might be deduced. Do you think the Li family is really blessed with great fortune? Otherwise, how could they continuously produce immortals? This speed is not much slower than that of the Dongyan sect. In a restaurant in a fairy city in Shanghai's Hao, a group of cultivators drank the cheapest and lowest quality spirit wine, but they talked about all kinds of major events between heaven and earth. How? You are ignorant. How can the Li family be compared with the Dongyan sect? I don't know how much the strength of the two sides is different. Have you forgotten that the Dongyan sect gave birth to a great power above the celestial immortal? For these cultivators, immortals are already a mountain that is out of reach, let alone celestial immortals? Even above that? That's right, but we are on the Li family's territory after all, so it's better to be a little more careful when talking. Although the Li family will not get angry over such a small matter, the Li family members may not be angry. Let's not talk about it again. There was silence in the restaurant for a moment, and then another casual cultivator spoke up, saying, I wonder if you have heard about it? Thousands of miles southwest of Shanghai's Hao, an extremely violent earthquake broke out. It is said that a state area of 3,000 miles square was shattered, countless lives were buried underground, and even some void refining cultivators could not escape. Now there are still many big pits in that place, and you can faintly see the magma surging at the bottom of the pit. Hiss, the audience couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. It's not that they haven't seen earthquakes before, but this is the first time they have heard of such a terrifying earthquake. Fortunately, this disaster did not happen in Shanghai's Hao, otherwise you and I would probably die. Although there is a hint of gloating, it is indeed their inner hope that natural disasters and man-made disasters will not affect them, so that they can live a little longer. Boom. But no one expected that the next moment after that sentence was spoken, the earth seemed to be hit hard by something, and this oil and rock splashed instantly, the ground cracked, and some small hills collapsed directly, turning into a torrent of rolling stones and heading in all directions. Damn it, you crow mouth. After all the casual cultivators reacted, they couldn't help but curse, but no one dared to waste time. If they died in the earthquake, it would be too aggrieved. Dong dong dong, the bell of the Li family rang throughout the Shanghai's Hao for the first time. The order contained in it was to close the no-fly bans in various market towns and immortal cities, so that those casual cultivators could escape as soon as possible. At the same time, They must act strictly. If they encounter the kind of casual immortals who want to take advantage of the fire, needless to say, just kill them directly. The most important thing is to let all the clansmen stationed outside be careful and save their lives, because this earthquake is very violent. It can be said that it is a complete reappearance of the earthquake in the southwest. Fortunately, Wangsan Mountain is the residence of the Li family, and many spiritual veins act as rivets to rivet the entire mountain into the earth. In addition, various restrictions are in place, so although the strong vibration can be felt, there is no risk of collapse. What is going on? Li Yancheng was puzzled. This earthquake happened too frequently. It happened once half a month ago, and now it happened again, and the power seems to have increased a lot. Chapter 1124 Fall. The movement of Wangsan Mountain soon alarmed Li Zhirui and Zhang Fengwu. The two looked at each other tacitly and then went to deal with their own expertise. Zhang Fengwu stayed in the family to preside over the mountain protection formation and stabilize Wangsan Mountain. It must not be shaken by the earthquake, otherwise the family's accumulation of thousands of years would probably go to waste. Li Zhirui took Amu and ran outside, trying to reduce the power of the earthquake and reduce the losses and casualties in various parts of Shanhaizhou. Some other clansmen took action one after another, hoping to contribute their own strength. At the same time, Li Yancheng immediately summoned the mountain gods and water gods of the family and asked them if they knew the reason. But they were just some small gods. How could they know this clearly? Moreover, their divine domain was also affected. For their own safety, they did not dare to stay outside for too long. They immediately returned to the divine domain and used their own strength to stabilize the mountains and rivers. Be careful. Li Zhirui saw a group of mortals running and fleeing on the earth, and the ground under their feet suddenly cracked a huge crack, like a beast opening its bloody mouth and swallowing them all. He reminded them in time, but the group of mortals had no way to dodge and could only wail and fall into the dark underground. Fortunately, a bunch of green leaves suddenly appeared, dragging them and quickly sending them to the ground. Because the next moment, the crack began to tremble violently again, and countless oil and rocks fell one after another, and it seemed to have a tendency to close again. The movement of opening and closing suddenly made Li Zhirui frown, thinking to himself, I'm afraid this time it's not just a natural disaster. In the Yuanling realm, it is said that the earthquake was caused by the earth dragon turning over, but the so-called earth dragon is generally not a real creature, let alone a dragon, but a vein deep underground. But sometimes there are some unexpected situations. For example, the earth dragon gave birth to spiritual intelligence. It's just that this situation is very, very rare, and there are only a few records in the history of the Yuanling realm. Could it be that such a rare situation was encountered by them? Thank you, Immortal. Thank you, Immortal. The mortals who were rescued kowtowed repeatedly to express their gratitude. Li Zhirui suppressed many thoughts in his mind and said softly, run for your life quickly, try to run to the plains, there are monks sent by the Li family to protect you, although they are likely to encounter various dangers on the way, he can't escort them away. Regardless of whether they heard it clearly or not, he left quickly. He had many mortals to save and couldn't waste time here. In the following time, Li Zhirui rushed around and saved a large number of secular clansmen. After all, people are divided into close and distant, and in the face of natural disasters, he can only save as many secular clansmen as possible with his limited power, and only a part of them. Many times, before Li Zhirui arrived, those clansmen died in disasters such as landslides and cracks in the ground caused by earthquakes. Alice, Li Zhirui looked at the existence buried by rocks below and couldn't help sighing. He had just used his spiritual sense to explore, and there was no living creature below. In order to deal with this sudden disaster, countless clansmen of the Li family ran around and tried their best to save some mortals. Fortunately, in order to build the steep cliffs on the coast, the Li family moved away the mountains and hills on the original site. Most of the areas are plains, which makes it easier to save lives in the face of earthquakes. But even so, this sudden and terrifying earthquake still turned the Wangsan Mountain upside down and made a mess of thousands of miles. Among all the tribesmen, Li Mingyao worked the hardest. And in order to let more mortals survive, he did not help mortals avoid sudden disasters like other tribesmen did, but brought everyone with him. In this way, Li Mingyao naturally saved the most tribesmen, but also consumed the most. Be careful, behind you. Li Mingyao was saving a group of mortals trapped by rocks at this time, but suddenly countless people shouted behind him, full of fear. Without any hesitation, he immediately sacrificed his life magic weapon, a mountain seal that merged 36 mountains, activated behind him, and layers of mountains instantly unfolded to protect him. But what he didn't expect was that such a strong and solid defense was like a wisp of air in front of this suddenly appearing enemy, passing straight through the mountains and swallowing him in one gulp. How could it be? Li Mingao's face was sluggish. He had thought that he would die one day, but he never thought that it would end like this. Even if he had a lot of reluctance and thoughts in his heart, at this moment, all of them turned into nothingness. What Li Mingao didn't know was that it was the Earth Dragon that had borne a shallow spiritual wisdom and traveled all the way from Beihongzhou that swallowed him. As the meridians of the Earth, how could mountains and peaks stop it? If it were any other tribesman, if Li Mingao wasn't here, he might be able to block this attack, but it happened that he, the heavenly Earth spiritual root, was here. In fact, the original destination of this Earth Dragon was Changli Mountains, but when it sensed that Li Mingao was here on the way, it came here on purpose, wanting to swallow him up and use the heavenly Earth spiritual root in his body to increase its own foundation. As for the mortals who were saved by Li Mingao, they collapsed to the ground with ashen faces, feeling that they would be swallowed by the Earth Dragon in the next moment. But the Earth Dragon looked down on these mortals with turbid breath and bodies full of dirt, and went straight into the ground to digest the various benefits brought to him by swallowing Li Mingao. It was precisely because of this that the earthquake stopped suddenly without any signs. It was just that the mountains and rivers were full of wounds and destroyed in a mess, and countless mortals were sad and sitting on the ruins with no vitality in their eyes, all of which were telling how much disaster the previous earthquake brought. Finally gone. After this incident, Li Zhirui finally confirmed that the earthquake was caused by the Earth Dragon. But when he returned to Wangxin Mountain, he heard a bad news. Li Mingao was attacked by the Earth Dragon and swallowed into his stomach, and his life card was broken. Li Zhirui was slightly stunned. Over the years, many young people with heavenly spiritual roots have been born in the family, but he has not taught them. But like Li Xiangxin, Li Mingao, Li Yunren and others in the early days, he spent a lot of thought and energy to teach and cultivate them, hoping that they would grow up and support the family together. And they did not live up to Li Zhirui's earnest teachings. Each of them is a rising star of the family. Now their cultivation is at least a combination, and it is very likely to break through the fairyland. Even if these interests are put aside, the feelings they have had for many years are extraordinary. But now, they have heard the news of Li Mingao's death. Alice, Li Zhirui sighed heavily and said, "Establish a tomb for Mingao?" He wanted revenge but couldn't find the target. The Earth Dragon didn't know how many miles underground it was. Even if he was a scattered immortal, he didn't have the ability to find the other party. Yes, Li Zhirui waved his hand with some boredom and turned back to the cave. Sitting cross-legged on the futon, without practicing or enlightenment, he just sat quietly and calmed his mind. The person is gone, and the living are like this. Li Zhirui did not dwell in grief for too long, and returned to his usual state of mind. However, if he had the chance in the future, he would definitely kill a land dragon to avenge Li Mingao. In the secular world unknown to Li Zhirui and others, the tens of thousands of mortals who were saved by Li Mingao during his lifetime spontaneously built a temple for him. In gratitude for saving their lives, those mortals often came to worship with their families and clansmen. And most people would put a god tablet at home, and the slightly richer ones would put a statue of the god. Even if there was no incense, they would still be grateful every day. Li Mingao, who was believed by everyone to have died, was indeed not dead. To be more precise, he was not completely dead. The land dragon wanted to devour him completely, which was not only the spiritual root in Li Mingao's body, but also his soul. And how could a newly born spiritual wisdom, which was still chaotic and ignorant, digest Li Mingao's soul that had already reached the fusion state? Of course, it is easy to say, but only a few dozen words, but in the whole process, he survived several times and took all means to win the final victory. It's just that the Earth Dragon has existed for too long. Even if it had no intelligence and consciousness before, when it awakens, the traces of past history will appear in its memory. Such a huge memory was instantly stuffed into Li Mingao's soul, almost bursting him. Even though the soul still exists, he has completely lost consciousness and fell into a state of chaos. In addition, Li Mingao has lost his body. If there is no accident, he will eventually fall completely without knowing it. But at this critical moment of life and death, a ray of hope appeared. Li Mingyao's kindness and good thoughts saved him at this time. The tens of thousands of mortals, plus their families, clansmen, and those affected by the surroundings, are almost as many as 1 million. Even if these mortals are very few in piety, their wishes have become the only light for Li Mingyao in the darkness. He gradually regained his consciousness, and not only remembered his own memories, but also the various traces left on the Earth Dragon's body by the millions and tens of millions of years of time. Of course, because the latter is too large, Li Mingyao has not been able to completely digest it yet. I'm alive, Li Mingyao was very excited. He didn't expect that after being swallowed by the Earth Dragon, he would take over its body. Now he is no longer a human, but an Earth Dragon. He can feel that he has the power to destroy the world in his body, which is many times stronger than when he was still in the fusion state. It's just that it is difficult to control it because his soul is not that strong. If he is not careful, there is a risk of losing control. The reason why the Earth Dragon is shallow in intelligence is also because there are too many and too complicated memories, and such a powerful force, both of which suppress it together. Li Mingyao put away the chaotic thoughts in his mind and began to wonder in his body. This Earth Dragon is currently only more than 100 miles long, which is a very small one among the Earth Dragons. Perhaps it is because of this that it can break through miracles and give birth to intelligence. Then he saw his body, which was not completely digested, only the bones were left. He subconsciously took action to collect it. In a mysterious way, Li Mingyao felt that it would be of great use to him in the future. Apart from that, there was no discovery. However, he could feel that there was an extra force in his body. Li Mingyao didn't know what it was, but he knew that it was this force that pulled him back from the brink of death, so he thought it was harmless and ignored it. Time passed quickly, and 100 years passed in a blink of an eye. The temples built by those mortals for Li Mingyao were known to the Li family a few years later, and the Li family was also happy to see it, so they set aside some time to deal with this place. Therefore, these temples did not decline with the passage of time, but the incense has always been quite prosperous. Gradually, it has evolved into custom among the mortals in Shanhaizhou. In the past 100 years, the Li family has not produced any new scattered immortals, but its strength has greatly improved, and it has firmly sat on the position of the overlord of Shanhaizhou. During this period, the Sea tribe also came to harass once, but it was just an ordinary beast tide, without even a scattered fairyland water monster, and there was no threat to the Li family, so it was easily solved. At that time, many people thought that it was the great battle in Wanjiazhou that caused the Sea tribe to suffer too many casualties. But the Li family felt more that the Sea tribe knew that there might be no progress in a short period of time, so they simply sent a batch of cannon fodder to free up more space. At the same time, Wangxin Mountain. The new patriarch Li Zhirui was handling various family affairs, and suddenly, the ground shook slightly. At first, he didn't care, but as the shaking became stronger and stronger, it seemed that another round of earthquakes was about to break out, and he had to summon all the elders and notify all the tribesmen to pay attention to safety and prepare to go down the mountain to rescue mortals. But before the Li family started to act, the shaking stopped. Suddenly, a solemn voice resounded through the world. Today, I, Li Mingyao, am worshipped by all the people, recognized by heaven and earth, and conferred by the way of heaven. I am the god of the land of Shanhaizhou. Boom. There was a thunderous sound on the flat ground, but it was the way of heaven that responded to this announcement. Then, a vast, heavy, and solemn aura emerged, allowing everyone to feel the immobility of the mountains, the kindness of the earth, the nourishment of clouds and rain, and the vitality of the mountains and forests. This is a god of the earth. A god of the earth. It is not comparable to the mountain gods and water gods that the Li family had previously requested to be enthroned. They are all subject to the jurisdiction of this new god of the earth, and even automatically become his subordinates. Not to mention that this is a great god recognized by heaven and earth and enthroned by the way of heaven. It's just, Li Mingyao, isn't this the ancestor who was attacked and swallowed by the Earth Dragon 100 years ago? Li Zhirui instantly thought of a possibility, that is, the Earth Dragon not only swallowed the ancestor, but also wanted to inherit his identity. This Earth Dragon is so bold. How dare he humiliate my Li family like this? Doesn't he think that after becoming a god of the earth, my Li family will not dare to do anything to him? It's no wonder he thought so. After all, Li Mingyao's life card was broken. How could Li Zhirui still think he was still alive? Chapter 1125 Undercover. Li Zin was furious, but the Earth Dragon was so powerful that he could only ask the ancestor Li Zhirui to subdue it. So he hurried to the cave where he was in seclusion and rang the bell. "I wonder what's the matter." After Li Zin greeted him, he said quickly, "Ancestor Rui, the Earth Dragon swallowed the ancestor Li Mingyao, and now it wants to impersonate his identity. But this evil creature has already become the god of the earth in Shanhaizhao. Please help subdue it. First, to avenge the ancestor Li Mingyao, we must not let it pollute the reputation of the ancestor. Second, as the god of the earth, from now on, the mountains and rivers of Shanhaizhao are under its control. For the safety of the family, we must take him down and let him be controlled by the family." Li Zhirui's originally calm expression did not seem to change after hearing these words, but those who knew him knew that he was really angry. Just as Li Zin said, it was not enough that the Earth Dragon killed Li Mingyao, and now it appeared in the world in his identity, which not only humiliated him, but also humiliated the entire Li family. "I know." Before he finished speaking, he disappeared. Flying all the way, identifying the direction, he soon found the Earth Dragon. But before Li Zhirui opened his mouth to rebuke, the Earth Dragon saw him and shouted in surprise, "Ruizu! Why are you here?" Seeing that his expression did not change, Li Mingyao immediately understood what Li Zhirui was thinking, and hurriedly said, "Ruizu, I am Mingyao. After the Earth Dragon swallowed me, because its soul was not strong enough, I was taken over by it. But because the Earth Dragon's memory was too huge, I almost fell into silence. It was still the offerings of all mortals. Their huge wishes awakened me, but I could not move in a short time and could only digest it silently. It was only in recent years that I was recognized by the heaven and earth and was conferred by the heavenly way that I was able to fully control the body of this Earth Dragon." Listening to this speech, Li Zhirui could not tell whether it was true or not. Seeing that he still did not believe it, Li Mingyao was a little anxious to prove himself. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed through his mind. "I got it." Then he sacrificed the 36th mountain seal. As Li Mingyao's life magic weapon, he was able to control it, which was enough to prove his identity. Seeing this, Li Zhirui finally believed his words and wanted to say something, but in the end, he could only sigh. He could see that Li Mingyao had reached the level of a scattered immortal, but he had lost his original body, and this body that had been taken over would be more or less inappropriate. Perhaps there would be no hidden dangers in the short term, but over time, many problems would be exposed. Li Mingyao seemed to see what Li Zhirui was worried about, and said with a smile, "You don't have to worry. The Earth Dragon is a spirit born and raised by the earth, and can be called the legendary spiritual body, without any hidden dangers. Instead, it further improved his qualifications. But it's not all good. This body has no shape, and it can't even be transformed. I won't be able to travel in the future." Before Li Zhirui could open his mouth to comfort him, Li Mingyao said again, "Fortunately, I have saved my own skeleton, and I can use it as an external incarnation, which is not much different from before. Of course, it's not really without disadvantages. For example, if Li Mingyao wants to break through in the future, the difficulty will be dozens of times higher than that of a normal immortal, because his body is too huge, and the spiritual energy required is naturally not less. However, Li Mingyao's character of reporting good news but not bad news, so these questions were not spoken. Li Zhirui also knew him quite well, and knew that he must have concealed a lot, but it was not convenient to talk at this time and place, so he said, "In this case, when you have dealt with everything properly, go back to Wangxin Mountain. As for your identity," Li Zhirui wanted him to keep it secret, because there might be unexpected gains in the future, but it would be a bit unfair to Li Mingyao. After all, hiding your name in a sense means that you have already died. So he hesitated and hesitated. "Ruizu, I'd better not tell my identity to others, just let a few people know." Li Mingyao saw that he was in trouble and took the initiative to speak. "Alice, the family is sorry for you." The reason why Li Zhirui had this idea was that the Li family was getting stronger and stronger, and sooner or later it would be in conflict with some surrounding forces. Of course, it's not just the Dongyun sect that is being talked about. There are also the slightly more experienced sects and forces like the Bailang sect. As the Li family has been expanding to the west, the forces they are now in contact with are no longer limited to the Dongyun sect. And if at this time, there is Li Mingyao, the earth god who is not on good terms with the Li family, in Shanhaizhao, they will definitely think of bribing him and joining forces with him. Li Mingyao, the undercover, may be exposed if he is used once, So unless it is an important situation, he will at most pass on some inside information and will not backstab. Although your identity cannot be made public in the future, you can use your original body to cover it up and return to the family. Although they are not good at illusions, they are sanctions after all. Those in the Li family who can see through it naturally know Li Mingyao's experience, and the others are probably clansmen who cannot see through illusions. I know, in order to make the performance more realistic, you and I should fight, in order to prevent Li Mingyao from having any concerns. Li Zhirui smiled and said, "It's just right, let me see how strong you are, and don't worry about hurting me." Yes, having said that, Li Mingyao did not refuse any more, and he really wanted to experience Ruzu's strength. "Ruzu, I'm sorry." Before he finished speaking, he took the initiative to attack, and huge rocks fell from the sky, smashing towards Li Zhirui. Li Zhirui was very calm. As his 10 fingers flew, an ocean appeared under his feet, and a large number of water arrows were shot out, smashing the huge rocks. "If you can't let go of your means, I won't show mercy." Li Zhirui clapped his hands, and several giant dragons flew out of the ocean, roaring and using various magical powers, calling the wind and rain, thunder and lightning, and pouring towards Li Mingyao frantically. Li Mingyao was not panicked at all. Mountains appeared around him one after another. But if you look closely, you will find that under these 36 mountains, there is a wanton and high-spirited earth dragon, connecting them all. When attacking, it gathers the power of the mountains, and when defending, it disperses among the mountains. The damage caused by Li Zhirui's attacks on him was negligible and not worth mentioning. Seeing that his plan failed, Li Zhirui directly drove the entire ocean, turning it into countless raging waves and sweeping towards the mountains, as if trying to drown them all. Li Mingyao reacted quickly, and the mountains merged. In the blink of an eye, a huge mountain thousands of feet high appeared, blocking the huge waves, like a copper wall, standing still. Not bad, your methods are much more flexible now than before. Praise is praise, but the fight will not end because of this. After all, if it is not acted more realistically, how can others believe the hatred between this earth god and the Li family? Li Zhirui did not just attack with force. His secret means had already been deployed. When the huge waves hit, a large number of spiritual seeds were also attached. At this time, they had taken root and sprouted, and were constantly expanding their root systems, waiting for a suitable opportunity. Soon, the opportunity that Li Zhirui was waiting for finally arrived. Without seeing him make any move, the giant peak that resisted the flood suddenly split and restored the original form of 36 mountains. Li Mingyao looked a little flustered. He did not expect that the means he had carefully prepared would be so vulnerable. He did not even know how his magical power was broken. But it was absolutely impossible for him to give up like this. Moreover, he was also stimulated. He no longer held back and instantly burst out his most powerful move. Summon the mountain spirit. Li Mingyao's magic power was seen rolling, half of which was poured into his life magic weapon, and the other half was used to perform magical powers. In the blink of an eye, a phantom of a 10,000-foot mountain appeared in the air, but it only had the shape and momentum of the mountain, but lacked the most important body of the mountain. But at this time, his life magic weapon came in handy. The two merged with each other, and a mountain of 10,000 feet high appeared in front of him. At this time, even Li Zhirui felt a lot of pressure. Not a bad trick, but too slow. If it's a real fight, the opponent won't give you time to cast a spell. With a word of advice, he began to resist the attack with all his strength. Boom boom, the two powerful attacks collided with each other, and immediately erupted with a terrifying impact force, sweeping towards the surrounding direction like a broken bamboo, and even scraped off a foot of thickness from the ground. Ahem, Li Mingyao suppressed his impulsive blood and roared indignantly, saying, "I will spare your lives today, and I will definitely reward you in the future." After that, he escaped into the earth. As an earth dragon, he has a very close relationship with the earth, and can even be said to be a creature nurtured by the earth. The magical power of escaping the earth can be said to be easy to use. So Li Zhirui had no time to stop it, and he didn't intend to stop it. That attack just now, he stood there and pondered for a long time, recalling the collision just now. With Li Mingyao's current strength, ordinary immortals are no match for him. In this way, Li Zhirui was relieved. With his own strong strength and the identity of the earth god, there is no need to worry about Li Mingyao's safety in the future. The battle between the two was so loud that it naturally caught the attention of some people who were interested, and then quickly passed the news back. In just 1 hour, the Bailang sect, which was more than 100,000 miles away, received the news. Earth god? Shen Haizhao actually gave birth to an earth god. The head of the sect was a little excited and said, "In this way, we can avenge the several clansmen who died at the hands of the Li family." That's right, the Bailang sect already knew that it was the Li family who killed Su Shencheng and others, but they had been holding back before, wanting to find a suitable opportunity to retaliate. And now, the opportunity they have been waiting for seems to have arrived. As for how they knew it, it was naturally that when Su Shencheng and his companions were out training, they were worried that they might encounter an accident or be trapped in the ruins, so they left a jade slip in the cave, which stated their destination and purpose. However, whether the Bailang sect wanted to help them get revenge, or also coveted the ruins that no longer existed, was not something that outsiders could know. At the same time, the Dongyun sect in the south of Shenhaizhao received the news relatively quickly. Earth god? Earth dragon? Has an old grudge with the Li family, the head of the sect muttered to himself. It is a tool that can be used to contain the Li family and prevent them from continuing to grow. In the eyes of the Dongyun sect, this newly born scattered immortal earth god is just a tool. The reason why they did not personally suppress the Li family is that, as the most powerful force in the immortal way, they have the obligation to protect the younger generation and allow them to develop better. Of course, this point has long been buried in the pile of old papers, and now no force is willing to comply with it. Secondly, if they personally went down, wouldn't that damage their own positive and glorious image of being wise and powerful? For forces of their level, face is sometimes more important. Thirdly, the Dongyun sect had suffered several disasters in succession, and its strength had been greatly reduced. Now its main focus was on restoring its strength and consolidating its position, and it didn't want to distract its attention on these trivial matters. So after some discussion, a cultivator immediately set out to make a deal with the earth god of Shenhaizhao. After Li Zhirui returned to Wangxin Mountain, he called the clan leader Li Zind, Zhang Fengwu and other senior officials. Ruizu, did you defeat the earth god? Li Zind asked with great concern. This earth god who had a grudge against the family was like a huge bomb in Shenhaizhao. If they didn't find a way to deal with it, they didn't know when it would bring great disasters and troubles to the family. That's what I want to say, Li Zhirui said Li Mingyao's words in a concise manner, which immediately aroused the exclamations and surprises of everyone present. It's no wonder that they didn't feel happy when they heard that Li Mingyao was still alive, because those experiences were indeed incredible and bizarre. If it wasn't said by Li Zhirui, they wouldn't believe it at all. But Mingyao hasn't refined his incarnation yet, so he can't meet us for the time being, Li Zhirui reminded. There is another point. Li Mingyao's identity cannot be announced to the public. He is now a god of the earth who has a grudge against the family. Everyone present was smart. When they heard him say this, they immediately understood the purpose of doing so. But unexpectedly, Li Mingyao was soon asked to see someone sent by Dongyun. According to what was agreed before, he received the other party, a scattered immortal cultivator, very warmly. My name is Liu Kaming, nice to meet you, Lord God. Well, what do you want to talk to me about? Liu Kaming didn't care about his indifference, and still said with a smile, I came to pay homage to Lord God this time because I want to make a deal with you. What deal? I heard that Lord God and the Li family have an old grudge, and we are willing to provide Lord God with some spiritual objects to quickly improve his cultivation and resolve the enemy as soon as possible. What are your requirements? You can't just give me a large number of spiritual objects for nothing, right? I want to ask Lord God to help prevent the Li family from continuing to develop so smoothly. Li Mingyao sneered in his heart, but for the sake of this new personality, he had to nod indifferently and said, but it depends on how many spiritual objects Dongyun sect is willing to give. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.